What bad intentions could Batman have? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 I'm a Legend. End. It was 5:46 in the morning. Everything was over. The dragon's huge body, filled with mechanical objects, gradually shrank and finally turned into a human form again. Chen Tao walked behind the fallen Bane and symbolically pulled out the venom tube behind him. He felt relieved. Ever since he traveled through time, the classic story of Batman's tragic defeat in Nightfall had been weighing heavily on his mind, making him feel uneasy. But now, everything was over. Bane, who knew his true identity and was ready to destroy his life at any time, had been defeated. The clowns had been temporarily repelled by him, and two of the stronger ones had been captured. Chen Tao knew that they were definitely not one of the three clowns. Oh, that was absolutely certain. But they were still strong enough. If they were captured, the three clowns would probably be unavailable for a long time. I'm safe. Chen Tao whispered to himself. He wanted to laugh and cry at the same time, so he only made a low sound. Who? And this sound was interpreted by Bane as a mockery. Kill me. Chen Tao heard the muscular weirdo say. Why don't you do it? Chen Tao responded with silence. Everyone was looking at him. Killer Croc, Penguin, former Two-Face Harvey Dent, ventriloquist, Mr. Freeze, Poison Ivy put Harley Quinn down, and the always noisy girl didn't say a word. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn and dignified. People looked at Chen Tao standing in the center and the beast lying at his feet like a pilgrim. Deadshot looked left and right. He moved his lips, wanting to say something cold, but in the end he silently shrank his body into the crowd. Chen Tao looked at Bane, and he really had a little murderous intent. That's right, he is now the only one who knows Bruce Wayne's identity clearly. If I kill him, will no one know? But soon, such murderous intent disappeared. Not necessarily. If the Joker or the Riddler knew Batman's true identity, but never revealed it simply because they wanted to play with Batman instead of Bruce, then wouldn't it be self-deception for him to kill Bane now to silence him? And, more importantly, Chen Tao narrowed his eyes. Killing to silence him. That's too low of an estimate. The so-called slippery slope theory is nothing but a fallacy. Murdering the Joker will never make me an uncontrollable murderous lunatic. What if one day I planned to kill Bane? What if one day I decided to commit such a murder? It must be because of Bane's evil deeds, not cowardice or conspiracy to silence him. And besides, I'm about to retire. Leave him to the gods of the world. So Chen Tao said, I could have killed you, Bane. His eyes lingered on all the silent Arkham people. He said, He picked up Bane from the ground, and the muscular man vomited a mouthful of black dirty blood, just like a corpse, and then green sprouts grew out of the blood, and then withered in just a few seconds. Chen Tao saw the light surging in Bane's eyes, those flickering, different from the normal human society, the rules that belonged to Bane alone, the world that belonged to Bane alone, and sorrow. Those unfortunate childhoods, the twisted life in the cage, the blood, the sound of the blades piercing the flesh. I heard it all, I saw it all, in the look I gave you. So Bane's eyes finally softened a little. Your life is full of pain, you have never had a happy day. But these are not the reasons why you are so twisted and crazy. Not the reason for you to do evil. You are still a bad person. But, so, I will make my decision. Bane, I could have killed you. But death will only silence your sorrow and end your pain. Therefore, Chen Tao lifted his body high up and then fell down suddenly. I'll just break your damn back. Crack. Chen Tao threw the limp Bane to the ground. This should stop Bane for a while. By the time he recovers, Chen Tao will have already found Superman to save the whole of Gotham on his behalf. By then, Bane will be able to enjoy the super high efficiency of being caught 3 seconds after being released from the cage, and there will be no chance to expose his true identity. Chen Tao turned his attention to the silver white font in front of him. Batman number 52, your danger level is F. You have reached the corresponding danger level protection requirements. Batman of the same level as you are now ready to load. Please find the Batmobile to complete the loading of the Dark Multiverse Batman Batmobile. Loading. Is it no longer synchronized? Chen Tao did not plan to start studying the protocol without paying attention to others for the time being. He called Alfred. I'm going home, he said. The sky was getting light. The first rays of dawn shone on the Arkham Asylum, which was almost in ruins. The claws began to work in an orderly manner. They helped up the Arkham villains who were lying on the ground in the corridor, and were so badly injured by Bane that they couldn't even stand up. Then they locked them all up in the nearest cell that was still fully operational. This behavior of crossing the river and destroying the bridge made many villains shout loudly, but Chen Tao turned a deaf ear to it. What else? Take them all back to the Batcave? Chen Tao knew very well that his previous combination of electric shock, fire, and mind control could only temporarily convince them. In essence, this group of people are a group of real scum. After all, villains like Mr. Freeze who have a wife, a conscience, and a bottom line are a minority, and most of them, like Dr. Pigface and Mr. Sass, these people can definitely be called bad, with sores on their heads and pus on their feet, and their souls are dark and twisted. Such people can only be used temporarily, and Chen Tao has no intention of continuing to cooperate with them. And pyromaniacs like Firefly are too unstable. The place where they should be is in a mental hospital, to take medicine and treatment. The claws repaired the walls and cleaned up the garbage. With the repairs of dozens or hundreds of supermasons whose physical strength far exceeded that of humans, Arkham Asylum was soon restored to a usable level. Chen Tao took Thomas and his wife and the Joker who was lying on the ground and unable to resist, and returned to the Batcave with everyone else. In the Batcave, facing the three largest gangsters in Gotham, he arranged the gang situation in Gotham in an orderly manner for the next few weeks. You are not allowed to touch the trade of drugs, and you are not allowed to touch the production of drugs. I require you to rely on smuggling activities to maintain for a while. Chen Tao said, I know that as gangsters, you are just spokespersons recommended by the forces behind the scenes, and you must represent their interests, but I ask you to stop in the next few weeks. If anyone does not listen. Chen Tao glanced at Mr. Freeze, and the other party immediately cooperated and pulled the bolt of the freezing gun. Several claws walked to Mr. Freeze's side. Anyway, as long as there is no trouble, he can maintain it for a while. Next, he will go to Metropolis to find Clark Kent. After finding him, the daily life of the gangsters will be that they will be arrested 3 seconds after committing a crime. There will be no more trouble. After sending Penguin and his friends away, Claw brought the Waynes. Following behind were Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. Batman, these are your parents. Harley Quinn said happily, dear parents, this is your Batman. Have you seen him before? Thomas Wayne tilted his head, and then the head fell off his neck with a gurgle, but the zombie caught his brain quickly, and held it in his hands. Ugh. Martha Wayne vomited a circle of green plants on the ground. Batman. Poison Ivy came over hesitantly. I planted some grass on your parents, so that I can control them. In order to facilitate control, Ivy adjusted them to voice control. Holly came over excitedly. She took out a tape recorder from somewhere and pressed the play button directly at the two zombies. As the dynamic music sounded, the Waynes danced with her on the spot. The two zombies tossed their heads to each other and then crawled around on the ground like two spiders. Poison Ivy was so scared that she quickly waved her hand to stop this hellish scene. She wiped the cold sweat from her head, threw aside Harley Quinn, who was tied up tightly and crawling on the ground like a caterpillar, and said, ahahaha, anyway, you can send them back to the cemetery now. I promise that, as long as there is no external interference, they will not turn into zombies again. Poison Ivy said carefully, trying her best to take care of Batman's filial piety. I will use the power of the green of all things to erase the decay in their bodies. It's such a waste to put them in the tomb. Chen Tao said, I think this is good. Poison Ivy felt that her brain stopped for a moment. Chen Tao walked over and pressed the recorder again. The two zombies started dancing again. What is the principle of this? Chen Tao looked at the two zombies attentively. Can you study it? The two zombies were still dancing. It is compatible with the power of both the black of decay and the green of everything. This is definitely a milestone, a very important sample. Chen Tao said, take it away for a search. Submit me a report on the fusion of the black of decay and the green of everything. He saw that Poison Ivy didn't react. Did you hear me? Ah. Okay. Poison Ivy walked away in a daze and took Holly away with her. Chintao sat alone in front of the bat computer, quietly enjoying the tranquility. Everything was arranged. Anyway, the villains were now temporarily placed in this branch-based bat cave. Next, he only needed to go to Metropolis. Master Bruce, we have also caught the clown who invaded the bat cave. Alfred came over and took a tablet to show Chintao. The clown on it was trapped in many traps, and he actually broke many of them with his bare hands. Chintao looked at it for a while, then said, apart from the one who wants to die, let's call the new clown the martial artist. Joker number 33, codename, martial artist. Yes. Alfred answered him, both clowns have been properly imprisoned. Chintao nodded. Then they were silent again. Master Bruce, this time, we can really. Yes, I'm going to retire. Chintao said, and then he saw the surprise in Alfred's eyes. He smiled back. We will leave for Metropolis tomorrow. Chintao said, I will find a successor, and then my superhero career will be over. I should take a rest. He said, that's it, the story of Batman. Chintao stared at the clown on the tablet, the corners of his mouth raised high, and he was laughing crazily. The legend of Batman should end. He said slowly. Tears flowed from Alfred's dry eye sockets. He choked a little. Okay. He said. Okay. Then he heard his Bruce say to him, oh, by the way, there's one more thing now. I want to see the Batmobile now. They walked into the garage, and Chintao stared at the silver white font on his retina. Dear Batman number 52, you have found the Batmobile. The Dark Multiverse Batmobile is now ready for loading. Load it now. I still don't understand why you want to take the train. You can obviously flying too fast, Mom. Clark Kent sat in the window seat of the train, thinking quietly. I want to take some time. I need to take some time to think. You've spent many years thinking about this, Clark. I know, Mom. But this time is different. This time it's real. No matter what, I love you, Clark. Clark Kent got off the train and saw the grass and birds flying, the prosperous metropolis reflected in his pupils, and the dove of peace brought the first ray of sunshine in the morning. Me too, Mom. Metropolis, here I come. Gotham, in an abandoned factory. Several gang leaders sat together for a meeting, but it was more like an argument than a meeting. Bullshit, it wasn't you who called the meeting? Then who called it? I thought it was you East District losers. You have already joined the Penguin. I thought you wanted to convince us to join. Join? The Penguin won't let us do anything. One of them slammed the table and said, no business. Enough. Did you call us to the meeting? No, I thought it was Kiki not me. What do you care? I'm leaving. One of them stood up. You idiots want to stay, sit down, Freddy. At this time, all the gangs heard a voice coming from the darkness. I called the meeting. You can call me Red Hood. Black Zero was driving slowly in the vast space. General Zod, you have committed murder and treason. The elders will sentence you and your accomplices to physical imprisonment and exile for 300 years. Any last words? All of you are a bunch of idiots. All of you. I will definitely come back. Take back what you stole from us. I will definitely find him. General Zod opened his eyes. His previous roar was still lingering in his ears. Her female adjutant Fyra came over and told him, we found a weak signal, General. Chintao got out of the limousine and looked up at the iconic golden globe on the top of the building in front of him, with a banner hanging on it. Warmly welcome Mr. Bruce Wayne to visit the Daily Planet. White, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Planet, stood at the door to greet him with Lois Lane and a large number of reporters. Welcome. Welcome. He smiled and stretched out his hand to Chintao. Dear Mr. Wayne, welcome to Metropolis. But the other party did not shake hands with him. He only heard Bruce Wayne say, not bad, not bad, Alfred, look at the reward. Then the next second, he saw the old butler with a mustache standing behind him carrying a box, and walked up to him. He opened the box in front of him, and took out a wad of banknotes, and put them in his outstretched hand. Question mark? Warhammer, in the name of Ashes. Those who like Warhammer can read it. The story of an old soldier returning home. Chapter 102 Superman. First time on the job. 4,000 words long chapter. Hey, big guy. Clark Kent heard Mr. Bruce Wayne say to him, "Do you think you look a bit like the flying man called Superman in the report you are writing now?" So the smile on his face suddenly froze. Let's go back 30 minutes ago. Perry White is the editor-in-chief of the Daily Planet. He always thinks a worker should look like a worker. For a newspaper, the financial backers behind the scenes can never be offended. Although he himself does not follow this rule very much, he himself was famous for being rebellious when he was young and reported many news that the financial backers behind the scenes did not approve of. However, these news made the newspaper a lot of money in the end, which is why he was promoted all the way and became the youngest editor-in-chief in the history of the Daily Planet at the age of 30, instead of being kicked out. No matter who the newspaper was sold to, he always needs to make a profit, right? And he, Perry White, is the only genius who can make the newspaper sell well. So sometimes, as long as he is sure that his choice is not wrong, he can completely ignore the requirements of the financial backers behind the scenes, or simply do it first and ask for permission later. He has played this trick countless times in his decades of newspaper career, and he wins every time. In fact, Perry White feels that he is extremely smart, wise, and courageous. More than 5,000 words omitted below. While most employers seem to be stupid, fat-headed, 5,000 words omitted below, and not very smart. Most of them know nothing about the newspaper industry and are complete outsiders. But this does not mean that the employer's opinion is not important. In fact, the stupider the outsider, the more likely it is to do bad things. They often lack creative talents and abilities, but have a special liking for making things a mess, and are quite talented. Therefore, our editor-in-chief Perry White has developed a unique way of dealing with employers, convincing most of the employees, establishing his own prestige, building his own kingdom, proving that he is always right in practice again and again, running the Daily Planet like an iron barrel, weakening the employer's voice and influence within the Daily Planet as much as possible, and minimizing the impact of their stupid decisions. No matter how many times the Daily Planet has been transferred, he has always done this. Even if the current sponsor has changed from Morgan Edge, the president of the Galaxy Broadcasting System, to Bruce Wayne, the most famous bachelor in Gotham City, it is the same. This guy's no different from the sponsors he has seen before. All of them are idiots who don't understand journalism at all. Well, except Morgan Edge. This guy is the sponsor who knows the most about journalism he has ever seen, and he tried to challenge his authority when he just acquired the Daily Planet. It took him a lot of energy to thwart the other party's evil conspiracy. The so-called conspiracy is limited to Editor White's own opinion. Perry White was slightly absent-minded and then quickly shook his head. But it is obvious that there will never be a second troublesome character like the other party, and Bruce Wayne will definitely not be a very powerful character. At this time, he was standing in front of the Daily Planet with a large group of reporters, ready to welcome Bruce Wayne's visit. He raised his wrist to check his watch, and then saw the other party's extended version of Lincoln luxury car slowly driving from the street. The time was just right. He thought that a famous playboy like Bruce Wayne would usually be late. Wait, an extended version of Lincoln? This is an extended version of a luxury car with a longer body than a standard car, with more seats and more spacious space. Why would Bruce Wayne come in such a luxury car? Perry White thought of the rumors about the other party being a playboy, and his face suddenly darkened. If the other party brought a large group of beautiful women from the car later, the reputation of the Daily Planet would be ruined. His competitors would definitely compete to report this strange and wonderful thing and laugh loudly. The other party would not be so outrageous, right? Then he saw the car door open, and Bruce Wayne walked down from it alone, with only an old butler beside him. Fortunately, the worst situation did not happen. Perry White breathed a sigh of relief. He saw Bruce Wayne wearing what? He was wearing a pink mink coat that looked like a dodo, with a Hawaiian-style plaid shirt underneath. He was wearing cool shorts underneath, a pair of bamboo and rattan slippers on his feet, and frog sunglasses on his face. His mouth was cracked all the way to his ears, and he laughed foolishly. Looking at this guy's face, he was obviously a rich idiot. Do you think you are here for vacation in Metropolis? And the old butler behind him, what era is it? But he is still dressed like an old British butler in the 1920s. What do you think you are doing? Filming a TV series? Perry White, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Planet, complained in his heart, but still had a warm smile on his face, and stretched out his hand to the other party. "Dear Mr. Wayne, welcome to Metropolis." Then he was stuffed with a handful of banknotes. Question mark? "Who do you think I am?" Angry, shaking, cold. This is really a complete insult. Perry White, do you really think I've never seen money? How can you insult me like this? Perry White wanted to say this loudly, but he only said one word, and saw the old butler behind Bruce Wayne took out a tall stack of money from the box, and threw it into his arms again. IX and amp, percent hash at. Editor-in-chief White's language module was loaded in chaos in an instant, and then he suddenly woke up the next second. This is a power grab. A thorough power grab. The eyes of the shrewd and capable editor-in-chief White suddenly became sharp. The other party came with bad intentions, and good people did not come. The power-crazy desire for power was activated in an instant, allowing him to quickly get rid of his greed for money. In just a few seconds, he quickly adjusted his psychological construction. In the face of such a money offensive, few people can control themselves, but he happens to be one of them. Probably. "No, I'm not that kind of person," he said, forcibly controlling himself. He forced himself not to look at the pile of banknotes. He knew that the change in his expression just now had made Bruce Wayne see the clue, so he used more money to shut him up. This was a mistake, and he would not make it again. He stuffed the pile of money back into the old butler's box at a very fast speed, and then symbolically took the first small stack of money. "Thank you very much, Mr. Wayne. You are so polite. But no merit, no reward. Too much money is not what I deserve. I'm not such a casual person." He turned his head and felt his heart twitching. Then he turned his head and saw Steve Lombard, a sports reporter from the Daily Planet, coming up impatiently. "Mr. Wayne, nice to meet you." Lombard was a former professional player with a good figure until he had a car accident that caused his knees to be shattered. So he returned to college to continue his studies, obtained a degree in journalism, and joined the Daily Planet, specializing in the sports section. The above is his past resume. Now, in Perry White's eyes, Mr. Lombard has become a dog waiting to be fed. Then the next second, he was overjoyed by a large stack of banknotes. "Great, whether there are people coming tonight or not, I can." Alfred took out more money from the box. Our editor-in-chief White watched helplessly as the old butler threw banknotes at each person one by one. The reporters he brought with him suddenly cheered. "Okay." He said something else in a somewhat annoyed manner. "Would you like to take a look inside, Mr. Wayne?" He didn't even want to continue his welcome speech. They walked into the Daily Planet together. The sports reporter stuffed the banknotes into his trouser pockets with satisfaction, enjoying the full feeling, and then a wave of guilt surged in his heart. With so much money, he always felt that he had to help do something. While the editor-in-chief and Mr. Wayne were still talking, he turned his head and saw the old butler who had given him the money before trying to carry the box on his back. So he immediately said, "It must be very tiring for an old man like you to carry so much money. Let me help you. I can help you carry it." He put both hands on the box and pulled it hard. It didn't move. He exerted force suddenly, and the muscles in his arms bulged, and the box was lifted a little. He could already feel his spine groaning. "Thank you very much, Mr. Lombard," he heard the old butler say to him in a British accent, "but I'm afraid I can do my job myself." Then he saw the other party pick up the box with one hand, sling it over his body, and stand lightly behind Bruce Wayne. The box was like a building block in the hands of the skinny old man. The sports reporter looked at his arm suspiciously, and he was a little confused. "This doesn't make sense," he muttered. "The Daily Planet has." Perry White waved his hand to let the less important reporters disperse and return to their posts to prevent them from being conquered by Bruce Wayne's money offensive. He took a few editors-in-chief with him and continued to walk with Bruce Wayne in the huge office group. "We have more than." Before he started his long speech, he heard Bruce Wayne whisper to him, "Stop, tell me where Clark Kent is first." Editor-in-chief White blinked. He had long guessed that the other party would ask this question. Ever since the Daily Planet was acquired by Bruce Wayne some time ago, the other party had made a special request to him. Priority should be given to recruiting a farm boy from Kansas as an employee, with no educational requirements and an age of about 20 to 30 years old. This was too obvious, and when he received this request, he almost wanted to say that you should just tell me a name and let me hire him directly. I arranged him to be in the same office with Lois Lane, Editor-in-Chief White said. Then he called to the back, Miss Lane, Miss Lane. The black-haired beauty who followed them a few steps quickly stepped forward, then stretched out her hand, and said a little stiffly, hello, I'm Lois Lane. It's a pleasure. But Bruce Wayne did not shake hands with her, and she had an extra stack of money in her hand. The shrewd and capable Lois felt that her tongue was beginning to get a little knotted, so she could only forcefully skip the topic of handshake and said, come with me, Mr. Wayne, let me introduce them to you. Editor-in-Chief White made way for Louis to lead them into the office. Everyone stop what you are doing. This is our behind-the-scenes financier, Boss Bruce Wayne. His voice disturbed the tranquility of the office, and Jimmy Olsen looked up from the thick documents. But Chentao ignored him. He floated directly to Clark Kent's desk, unable to hide his inner excitement. But soon Chentao concealed his emotions again, pretending to concentrate on what he was writing on the desk. Louis gave Editor-in-Chief White a questioning look, and the other shrugged. The Kansas boy stiffened at the sudden interruption, and then showed a shy smile. Chentao reached out, and took the manuscript he was writing. Clark's hand flashed for a moment, but immediately returned to its original place and let the manuscript be taken away. Well, a mysterious flying man appeared in Metropolis to fight crime. You call him Superman? Perry White walked over quickly. Newcomer, I told you, what we want is news, not urban legends. You can't. It's okay. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chentao. Hey, big guy. Clark Kent heard Mr. Bruce Wayne say to him, do you think you look a bit like the flying man called Superman in the report you are writing now? So the smile on his face suddenly froze. Question mark. Really? Clark Kent immediately and silently adjusted the biological standpoint to the maximum, and then showed an innocent smile on his face. I don't think they are alike at all. His biological standpoint can distort the perception of others, and make others face blind to him. Clark Kent is very sure that no matter how you look at it, no one should associate him with the flying man. They are completely two different people. Take off your glasses. He heard Bruce Wayne say, hurry up. Clark did as he was told, and he adjusted his biological stance up a gear again, even trembling slightly due to the excess of force. Chentao lifted the photo on the manuscript and placed it flat next to Clark's face. That's right. Clark heard the other party say, you are Superman. Question mark. Clark's superbrain fell into chaos. You are such a joke. He stuttered and said, how could I? Jimmy Olsen came over. Indeed, Mr. Wayne, I think, they are not at all similar. Chentao did not comment. What do you think, Miss Lane? Lois Lane seemed a little puzzled, but she still said, I don't think so at all. Snap. But before she finished speaking, a thick stack of banknotes appeared in front of her. Alfred flashed back to the corner. Chentao turned around and asked her, do you think they look alike now? I think Clark Kent looks exactly like Superman. Mr. Wayne, no matter what they. Jimmy Olsen was also stuffed with a stack of bills. That's right, Clark Kent is no different from Superman. Clark looked at his two colleagues in amazement. Stacks of bills were distributed to everyone present. And then finally, a stack of bills was thrown in front of Clark Kent. I think you are Superman. Indeed. No problem. They look exactly the same. There was a chorus of echoes around. Clark Kent grabbed the bills dully, and then a helpless look appeared on his face. Yes, that's right, I'm Superman, he said. Chapter 103 Terrible Enemies. Chentao had a beautiful dream. He dreamed that Superman was wearing a bat suit, of course, with some Superman element, with a big S on his chest, and a devilish and crazy expression on his face, posing in all kinds of bodybuilder poses. Chentao, on the other hand, was wearing a Hawaiian casual uniform, hiding behind Superman's majestic body, staring with dead fish eyes, jumping and dancing like an idiot, putting his hands on his head, clapping like a gorilla, and cheering with his tongue out. Great. Don't poke, don't poke. Superman is really not a poke when he's Batman. In front of Superman, there were many villains kneeling. Bane, Lex Luthor, Parasite, Metal Man, Brainiac, General Zod. Those most dangerous, most terrifying, and most terrifying villains. At this time, they hugged each other and cried. General Zod wiped his tears on Lex Luthor's bald head, and Brainiac, a smart guy with a level 12 intelligence, blew his nose with his cape. They shouted, "Woo, woo, Superman is so powerful. We are all defeated." Then Superman walked up to them in a cool and awesome manner, twisted his mouth, and grabbed their collars, and lifted them up, slapping them left and right. All the villains were beaten like big babies in kindergarten, and the music of the old disco in the 1970s sounded, and Superman kicked them all into prison one by one like kicking a shuttlecock. Chintao felt very happy after watching it. He put his hands on his hips and laughed wildly. Superman also jumped beside him to show off his muscles. Then the next second, blood flowed from Superman's 7 orifices. Superman was still showing off his muscles, and the blood didn't seem to affect him at all. Chintao began to get a little scared. He tried to cover the flowing blood with his hands, but the blood still flowed out from his fingers uncontrollably, and dripped on the ground. Superman coughed loudly, as if an invisible spear had pierced his chest, and a big hole was torn in his chest, but even so, Superman was still showing off his muscles. Blood gathered into a small pond under his body, and the invisible spear on his chest pierced a little more, bleeding profusely, but he was like an exquisite puppet, repeatedly doing the standard movements of a bodybuilder, until he became a cold corpse, and fell to the ground. No, no, no. Chintao screamed loudly, holding up Superman's body. No. He looked at his hands, which were covered with blood. Superman's blood. How dare you? How dare you take away my stable and healthy life? Chintao roared. He sat up from the bed suddenly, and saw the flames in the fireplace burning fiercely. He slowly turned over, and got out of bed, staring blankly at the flames. The firelight illuminated the sweat on his forehead and the roar echoing in his ears. This is Bruce Wayne's mansion in Metropolis. Chintao walked to the window, and saw the city was quiet in the night. The night of Metropolis was so quiet, which was very different from the chaos of Gotham City. The moon was bright, the low hum of insects and the starry sky were kissing each other, and Chintao knew that dawn was coming. It was great. He walked to the desk lamp, and opened his notebook. He trusted it more than the bad computer. He turned to the first page, which read, Superman. Below was an S-shaped icon of Superman, and next to it was written, Superman's father died. Chintao picked up a pen, and drew an unhappy little expression next to it, and then continued to read what he had written before. This is too bad. His father taught him to protect himself until his death, and he would rather die in the storm than let Clark reveal his abilities in front of everyone. Over the years, every time the young Superman revealed his abilities, he always had to move. Although Jonathan Kent was just a farmer, his love for his son made his anti-detection vigilance gradually comparable to that of a well-trained FBI agent through constant practice. No wonder Alfred couldn't find him at all. Under the training of his father who was paranoid, Clark Kent's anti-detection awareness was even better than his father's. He even used a pseudonym to check into the hotel when he first came to Metropolis. He accepted the money I gave him. But this was by no means bribed by money, but he knew how to be humble, and he was cunning and clever in hiding his differences. I thought that according to Superman's moral standards, he would quietly donate the money to the welfare home. But subsequent follow-up investigations showed that he did not do so. This is reasonable. A farm youth from Kansas would not turn a blind eye to such a large sum of money. If the money was donated to the welfare home, it would be against the common sense of normal people. Mr. Clark would not allow himself to have such an unreasonable loophole. Damn it, although it was limited to this small matter, his desire to protect himself overwhelmed his morality. This is not the moral perfection I'm familiar with. The situation is a little worse. The following is a line of questions in red bold. How can I convince him to inherit my identity? Chintao turned over another page, and continued writing on it. I'm Batman. This will be the last journey of my life. I want to find a powerful successor for myself, Superman. However, before I completely end my superhero career, contact with Superman may still cause me to encounter many extremely dangerous villains. I'm afraid I will have to take countermeasures against them. Chen Tao paused and then continued to write, the following are the villains I may encounter. They are all one of Superman's most classic enemies. 1. General Zod. 2. 3. And if I want to prepare for them, I should. Chen Tao shook the pen, rustled for a while, and then stood up. He walked down the stairs and saw that Alfred had prepared a table of fragrant breakfast. Chen Tao sat down and enjoyed it with Alfred. The atmosphere was harmonious and peaceful, and the years were quiet. At 8:54 a.m., Chen Tao, wearing a Batman uniform, left the mansion. More than 30 minutes later, Chen Tao appeared in an underground base. This place cannot be called a Batcave, although he can call it that. Due to the short time, this Batcave built in Metropolis is spacious enough, but it is not as well equipped as the one under Wayne Manor. But Chen Tao still ensured the most basic facilities. He walked down the stairs and saw Clayface, Deadshot, Cheshire Cat, and Ventriloquist sitting together playing cards. It's Batman. Harley Quinn came over in a strange maid outfit. Dear master, do you want your maid to make omelette rice for you? Then she ran away upside down in the next second and ran to change into another dress with great interest. Chen Tao turned his eyes to Poison Ivy, who was concentrating on boiling some potions. Bruce Wayne's expired parents stood beside her, and Lucius, wearing a ridiculous candle head mask, stood beside her to help her. Ah, Batman, you're here. Lucius saw Chen Tao coming over, and finally pulled his consciousness out of the experiment, like pulling a carrot, and said to Chen Tao, all the things you told me before are ready. Chen Tao and him walked past the witch who was conducting a magic experiment. Chen Tao noticed that Ivy seemed to have not taken a shower for a few days. Her burgundy hair was messy like a chicken coop, which was in sharp contrast with Harley Quinn, who was playing games on the Bat computer next to her. Lucius took Chen Tao around the hall and through the corridor. The silver-white training hall appeared in front of them. Red Sun weapon. He said, this is very simple. I weaponized it. He listed them like a treasure. There is also a kryptonite spear. This material is really difficult to polish. Kryptonite smoke bomb. Lucius showed a bunch of green grenades. Kryptonite bullet gun. Chen Tao nodded silently. Good job, Lucius. These weapons are necessary preparations. He said, I have another thing to do this time. Do you know what it is? Yes, I know it very well. Lucius said. He tapped on the console a few times, and then the center of the training ground sank, and a Batmobile was lifted out of the ground, and appeared in the center. Chen Tao took off his clothes bit by bit, and walked towards the Batmobile naked. Dear Batman number 52, you have found the Batmobile. The Dark Multiverse Batman Batmobile can now be loaded. Load immediately? Chen Tao stared at the silvery white words on his retina. Lucius, are you ready? I'm fine, Bruce. Lucius looked serious. He operated on the computer again for a while, and soon all kinds of long guns and short guns and monitoring instruments were aimed at Chen Tao in every corner of the room. He pressed a button, and then a huge glass rose from the ground to separate the two of them. It's time to start, he said. Chen Tao nodded. He faced the Batmobile in front of him and let out a long breath. Load. This is a new function generated by the Alfred protocol after Chen Tao's danger level was raised from none to F at that time. He confirmed with Alfred on the spot that even an ordinary Batmobile could meet the requirements of the task of find the Batmobile. However, although it did not look like it had any dangerous functions, Chen Tao still chose to start loading it after Lucius and his cutting-edge instruments were all in place. In short, everything is in place now. So, it's time. Chen Tao took a deep breath. Load now. Loaded. Alfred protocol is taking effect. Pain. Severe pain. At that moment, Chen Tao watched the Batmobile in front of him silently melt into a solution similar to a candle and pounds directly on his body. This scene was like pouring hot oil on a mouse. Chen Tao was caught off guard and screamed. Ah! Countless flowing metals merged with his flesh and blood, desperately drilling into his small body. Chen Tao felt his brain clear, and the world in front of him seemed to have become a fallacy composed of zeros and ones. No, that's not right. The world is not made up of data. Chen Tao shook his head, and then found himself kneeling on the ground. The memory of the Batmobile came to his mind again, but this time it was no longer like watching a TV movie like before, but empathy. But this was not a big problem. Chen Tao knocked his head twice, making a metallic clang. He had seen this memory once before, and it was not enough to shake him. The pain gradually subsided. Wait, the metallic sound. Chen Tao stretched out his hand, and the next second it turned into a wheel. But there were no silver particles. His hand rotated and grew unconventionally. Bright red muscles and bones surged in his blurred hand, and then turned into the color of steel and the black of rubber. His hand turned into a wheel, and then, the whole body. This feeling is no different from what you had before, Chen Tao heard Lucius say. It's not, but the next second, he let out a surprised cry. What's going on? I haven't operated a computer before. I'm controlling it, Chen Tao said. This feeling is very strange, like traveling in a world of 0 and 1. Chen Tao suddenly realized that in the dark multiverse that belonged to the Batmobile, the other party had completely mastered everything about people by implanting tracking systems on other people's social media and accounts. After the people's team overthrew him and destroyed his body, he directly uploaded his consciousness into the car. In essence, the Batmobile is not a car, but an electronic life, a code ghost. The huge car slowly turned its tires. Lucius slowly retreated, and all technological creations retreated step by step under the caress of the ghost's invisible giant claws, and completely surrendered. Oh my god, he said. Boom. There was a loud noise, and Chen Tao and he turned their heads, and saw Poison Ivy controlling the huge vines to break through the door. Impossible. What is that? Poison Ivy's hair stood up, and her eyes glowed green. What is that? The green of all things is restless. Something new is born. Chen Tao immediately changed his body back to its original form. The world began to change again. 0 and 1 disappeared, and Chen Tao's eyes were deep. The state just now reminded him of something. The spirit of metal. Another kingdom that is known as the black of decay, the red of life, and the green of all things. The kingdom of all artificial intelligence and silicon-based life. Superman saved 7 innocent people in yesterday's fire. Superman's motives are still unclear. Superman, the next stage of human evolution. Lex Luthor threw the newspaper hard on the table. The Daily Planet started this Superman nonsense first, and now it's spreading like a plague. He whispered to the man standing behind him, how can they be so stupid? He swept the table fiercely, and the newspapers fell to the ground. Lex Luthor walked to the French window and stopped. How could other media be so gullible as to believe this Superman's disguise? Even here I can see them, watching from the sky. He turned his head. I know the Daily Planet is happy to report this, but other media. Luthor's voice rang out in the office. As far as I know, the circulation of the Daily Planet has increased by 700% in the past few days, because they have a monopoly on news about the Man of Steel. Superman is only willing to appear for that little photographer, and for Lois Lane, he only speaks to her. But they don't know at all. They don't understand anything. I'm 200% sure that the monster flying in the sky with a cape is not human. I have studied him. They have been in contact with an alien in a confused and extremely dangerous state. Luthor turned his head and said to the person behind him, Ling's daughter has brought trouble, General. My daughter will bring trouble to everyone, Luthor. Then he heard the man answer him, let's talk about the deal between us. Lex Luthor's expression eased. Well, as you wish, General Sam Lane. Chapter 104, Stopping Foolish Behavior in Advance. Oh my god. Lucius said, have you become the god of AI? Of course not. Chen Tao told him, the reason why I can seem to control the device in front of you so easily is only because this is the Batcave, and everything here belongs to Batman. Firewalls and such don't exist for me. I have security keys. In fact, my computing power is not that strong. He paused, then continued, unless I use nanorobots to physically invade, or combine with Kryptonian technology. Hey, Clark, why is billionaire Bruce Wayne so interested in you? But he disdains the sexy and hot Pulitzer Prize winning female reporter who is courting us. Sports reporter Steve Lombard stuck his head out of the window and saw that the extended Lincoln of Gotham City's famous tycoon was parked at the gate of the Daily Planet again. if you are free, Lombard, Lois Lane said calmly as he sorted out the files on his desk. I suggest you go back to your own office to finish your donuts, and then lie down on the recliner for a long nap, instead of making noise here and disturbing my work. Bruce Wayne goes to the Daily Planet every day. Haven't you seen enough of the excitement? Ha ha ha, you're not going to rush up and try to interview the other party? Let me count what you have interviewed these days. Sports reporter Steve Lombard threw the donut into his mouth with his muscular arms. He picked up a piece of waste paper next to him, coughed pretentiously, and began to pretend to read the interview record. Day 1. Q. What does Mr. Bruce Wayne think of Gotham's vigilante Batman? A. Batman is great, because I'm Batman. Day 2. Q. Mr. Wayne came to Metropolis to cooperate with Lex Tech? A. Yes. So he asked again, what is the specific content of the cooperation? A. I don't know. The idea of cooperating with Lex Tech came to me just last second. Puff. The sports reporter covered his mouth and then continued to be serious, reading. Q. Why are you teasing me like this? A. Because I'm Batman. Ha 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 ha. The muscular man laughed. Day 3. Enough. The shrewd and capable female reporter grabbed the coffee next to her with trembling hands and poured it all into her mouth. She turned her head and said to Clark Kent next to her, Clark, don't care about some stupid billionaire. We are leaving for the Arctic tomorrow. We must not let those bastards of the US Northern Command cover up the truth. The female reporter said, this is the meaningful thing a journalist should do. The huge unidentified object found under the ice. Without Clark's consent, Lombard took the document from his hand and took a look at it, then threw the thing back to the flustered farm boy and said, what is there worth discovering? It can't be a huge alien spaceship. Louis rolled his eyes and was too angry to pay attention to him. Hey, Clark. Someone called Clark from outside. Can you help out? They finally replaced a brand new coffee machine for us, but this thing is too heavy. Oh, okay. Clark hurried out of the room. As soon as they plug in the machine, give me 2 cups of coffee. Editor-in-Chief White happened to walk into the room at this time, and he said to Clark, put 2 pieces of sugar. He was followed by Kate Grant, the column editor in charge of the entertainment gossip section. The other party was wearing a low-cut v-neck and greeted Louis coquettishly. Editor-in-Chief White turned to Louis and said, Louis, give me the photo from yesterday too. Yes, that close-up of Superman standing there with his arms crossed. I'm going to typeset that with Kate's article about the most powerful bachelor in the Metropolitan. Bachelor? Are you serious? Editor-in-Chief, you must be crazy, Louise. Louise turned her head suddenly and saw the person who appeared behind her. It seems that you received the flowers I sent. Editor-in-Chief White looked around at the two of them, his eyes lingering on each other's epaulettes. He said, I'll come back to you later, Louise. Louise Lane was in no mood to pay attention to Editor-in-Chief White at the moment. Her face darkened. John Cobain. You again. Why are the flowers thrown in the trash can? John Cobain was a 1.96 meter tall strong man wearing a military uniform. I have no room on my desk to put them. And I told you, don't send me flowers anymore. I've said it 4 times. John Cobain looked at her steadily, then suddenly smiled. Louis walked around him and went to his own table to get something. Okay, let's not dwell on the flowers. You haven't seen me for so long, and you don't even hug me and say hello. Louis, I know we're broken up, but enough. Louis turned his head sharply and stretched out a finger. That's not a breakup at all, John. We only went on 1 date, once. At most, we were just acquaintances, just like the relationship between me and my father. But your father was right. We are a perfect match together, Louis. Start a family, have some kids. Maybe that will clear the crazy ideas out of your head, or at least ease your ridiculous criticism of spreading the truth. The journalist can't change the world. Chintao was silently observing the quarrel between the two in secret. He quietly took out the small notebook, opened it, and then took a look at it. John Cobain, the metal man of the future, a villain with a metal body and a kryptonite heart, one of Superman's main opponents. I'm busy. John, don't give me the cold shoulder. Their quarrel seemed to escalate. John, you pinched me. Chintao shook his head, stuffed the small notebook back into his pocket, and walked forward. I hope I didn't disturb you. John Cobain turned his head to look at the person in front of him. He looked up and down at Chen Tao's exaggerated outfit. Who the hell are you talking to? He looked at Alfred, who was standing silently behind Chen Tao. What the hell is this? Chen Tao stretched out his hand. Bruce Wayne. Nice to meet you, Mr. Cobain. People stopped what they were doing and whispered to each other. It was the first time they had seen Mr. Bruce Wayne meet someone without using money to open the door. John Cobain noticed the whispers around him. Bruce Wayne. He felt that the name was somewhat familiar, but he didn't know where he had heard it. In fact, in the past 6 months, he had almost completely stayed in the military base and rarely used a mobile phone or any other device to contact the outside world. It's Sergeant Cobain. He suppressed his displeasure, then reached out and pinched the other's palm, slightly exerting force. He thought that soon he would see the other person screaming in pain. But there was no reaction. He just felt that he pinched a piece of rubber tire of a car. Sergeant Cobain, right? Then he heard the other party say, I'll call you that. Let's get straight to the point. If you dare to make me uncomfortable again, I will make you uncomfortable for the rest of your life. John Cobain froze suddenly. Before he wanted to get angry, he heard the other party say at a faster speed, I'm Bruce Wayne. The other party emphasized the last name Wayne, and then John Cobain finally realized what he was facing. You. He took 2 steps back, his lips moved twice, and finally said nothing. Coward. Chen Tao thought silently. He only dared to be arrogant to those who were weaker than himself, and he immediately became cowardly when facing a stronger opponent, and he didn't even dare to say a harsh word. Such obvious character weaknesses have always been the mark of DC villains. He saw the other party slowly backing away and said to Lois Lane, I will say hello to your father for you. Then he turned his head and saw Clark Kent standing behind him. Hello, Mr. Cobain. Clark Kent stretched out his hand, and before John Cobain could react, he pinched his palm. Nice to meet. Before he finished speaking, there was a crackling sound. John let out a scream of pain, and then covered his hand, and tried to leave Chen Tao's sight without saying a word. Don't be so anxious, Mr. Cobain. Chen Tao called out to the other party. Are you going to attend the small gathering of Mr. Luther and General Lane? Chen Tao got an affirmative answer. Soon, John Cobain disappeared at the door of the Daily Planet, and Chen Tao himself disappeared with him. Louis and Clark looked at each other. He didn't rush up to persuade you to continue to debut today and become a movie star, to play Superman and the Man of Steel, Louis said. This is not a good thing. Clark scratched his head and said, how about treating you to lunch at noon, Louis? Okay. Louis took his arm. Accept the invitation, farm boy. In a military base on the outskirts of Metropolis. So, didn't you say it was 2 pieces of kryptonite before? Lex Luthor said, what are you kidding? Watch your attitude, Lex. General Sam Lane said. Then his tone became a little dull. I don't know who bought the other small piece. Bought it? Luthor was almost amused by this excuse. Who else could have bribed you? No, he bribed the agent who was responsible for purchasing the kryptonite. General Ryan said he had already run away before we found out that he was bribed. Luthor sighed heavily in front of General Ryan, as if he was really distressed. If this incident was not concocted by him. That's right, no matter where the stolen kryptonite is, Luthor is very confident that it will eventually fall into Batman's hands. Ever since his subordinates in Gotham helped him find out some time ago that Batman left Gotham to go to Metropolis for work, and now Gotham is protected by the Arkham Alliance. After this incident, he planned a plan in his mind to use Batman. Luthor, are you listening to me? Luthor said, I'm here. Can you stop Superman? Then General Ryan heard Luthor say, not only stop him, General Ryan, I believe I can kill him if necessary. Every series of our reports point out that it not only has a series of superhuman abilities, but also is invulnerable to swords and guns. General Ryan said, how can you be sure that this energy the stone can do what you said? Not a superhuman, but a super alien, General. Luthor corrected him, and then said, during the time when kryptonite was not allowed to enter the United States, I have done experiments. I found a way to get a little kryptonite sample, and then used some fine kryptonite powder to place it next to Superman. When he passed by, he was exposed to the radiation and the isotopes in his body. Then Luther suddenly realized that no one present could understand what he was talking about, so he stopped talking. In short, according to the absolute authority in the field of science, that is, what I judge, his superpowers come from our world and can be suppressed or even turned against him if he is affected by these radiations. He looked at a set of exoskeleton armor being assembled on the high platform in front of him. This is the largest piece of kryptonite we have ever discovered. It is enough to become a dangerous kryptonite reactor, making this set of armor a deadly killer. Luther said, we will be able to use it to kill Superman. Of course, we have to find someone to control him. General Ryan, it is my honor to drive the Metal Man. As soon as Luther finished speaking, John Coburn immediately said, I will use it to take off Superman's head. No one is more trustworthy than you, Kit. General Ryan said, but we give priority to capture. Don't kill Superman unless it's absolutely necessary. From the current situation, Superman is still on our side. From the current situation? Come on, man. Luther said, let's tell a little story. Once upon a time there was a little boy named Superman. He found an ant nest called the Earth at the door. The little boy likes this nest of ants very much, so he takes good care of it. But if one day, the little boy suddenly feels bored, Luther said, we must prepare for a rainy day. Yes, I do have to prepare for a rainy day. Indeed, we have to. Then Luther suddenly realized that the voice just now was not his or anyone else's. Who are you? General Ryan gave them a look, and the soldiers immediately surrounded them in the middle. How did you sneak into this military base? How did you sneak into the military base? Let me tell you a story. No, it should be a joke. Then they heard the voice saying, once upon a time, there was a sheepfold called Earth, which was full of lambs, and guarded by only a sheepdog. Suddenly one day, a group of jackals came outside the sheepfold. They were all ready to feast, but the sheep in the sheepfold were still struggling whether to kill the only sheepdog. Do you think this is funny? No one laughed. Where are you? You hiding yourself? General Ryan was protected by a large group of American soldiers in the center. He growled in a low voice, come out if you can. Who are you? He pretended to be excited and shouted to induce the other party to talk to him. At the same time, he quickly made a few tactical gestures, trying to leave the room under the heavy protection of the soldiers. Then he felt someone blowing on the back of his neck. You ask who I am? I'm immortal, just like you, an ordinary human being, a pure lamb. But I won't be stupid enough to try to murder the sheepdog. I'm Batman, and I'm here to stop your stupid behavior. Chapter 105, Long Live Brainiac. Jason Todd sneaked into the Batcave. He was familiar with everything here. It was no different from when he left. Of course, it was not the one under Wayne Manor. He had explored it and found nothing. The records of the Bat computer showed that it had not been operating for a long time. Obviously, for unknown reasons, his adoptive father Bruce Wayne had not been engaged in superhero career there for some time. But he still left a Red Hood there as a mark of his return. After he returned to Gotham to cause trouble once, he waited all night on the top of the tallest tower in Gotham City for Batman's arrival. According to his calculations, Batman should have responded to his actions within 1 hour, and should be able to find him within 3 hours. He was excited and terrified. He replayed what he wanted to say to Batman over and over again in his mind. The raging anger in his heart made him unable to sleep all night. Then, he waited in vain. Batman didn't come at all. Then the next day, he found that Bruce Wayne was already far away in Metropolis. The Penguin, Two-Face, and a man named Lincoln March gathered a large number of Arkham villains and dominated the city. But the strange thing was that they did not have a big party, but asked everyone to be silent for 2 months. This was too abnormal. Therefore, in recent days, while he continued to expand his influence in the underworld, he kept returning to the sub-bases he built with Batman, trying to find some inducements that led to Batman's change. He is no longer the reckless and emotional Jason Todd. He has learned to use his brain. Before collecting all the information and making full preparations, he would not be stupid enough to face Batman, a terrible man who is like a father and a teacher. Jason subconsciously touched the red hood he put in his backpack, and his expression under the mask softened a little, but turned into indifference again in an instant. Every Batcave subbase he entered, his Robin uniform must be displayed in the front. This detail comforted him a little, but it didn't stop him from leaving the red hood in every base he visited, just wearing the Robin uniform. There was no going back to those simple, pure and beautiful days. Jason Todd was dead, and the only one left alive was the Red Hood, a cold-blooded cruel executioner. Jason Todd shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He looked at the entrance and quietly pushed open the door. This subbase should be the same. Jason was ready to go in and put the Red Hood on. I'm Batman's favorite Robin. Jason froze. He tiptoed to close the door, and in a very bat-like posture, he climbed upside down on the ceiling by the wall. Then he climbed around the corner and looked over. He saw that the Robin uniform he had been thinking about and cherishing was worn on the fat belly of the drunk Penguin, and sitting next to him were the Riddler, Mr. Freeze, and Two-Face. Wait, what's going on with his face? But Jason was not in the mood to care about this. His eyes were bloodshot. Hey. And the world seemed to slow down, and he saw the Penguin's lips trembling. Don't say that. That kind of thing. Batman's favorite Robin. Ha. Oswald, I can't do it anymore. Then Jason heard the Riddler, who was known for his intelligence, make an idiotic sound, which was unclear, because of excessive drinking. You won. These chips are yours. He put the poker cards upside down on the table, and then pushed all the chips in front of him to the Penguin. The money you lost before, and half of my capital are all yours now. The Riddler turned to Mr. Freeze and said, what about you? Victor, if you don't even think about it, Nigma. My money is yours now. Mr. Freeze said, I would rather jump off the Wayne Tower than wear that stupid outfit. Stupid? Jason gritted his teeth in anger. Then he heard Mr. Freeze say, Oswald, you really don't have any heirs now. Where are the noble demeanor you insisted on before? Forget it. The Penguin's face was flushed after being drunk. He took the champagne on the table and drank it in one gulp, then said, Batman has become like this now. What noble demeanor should I still insist on? Do you think I didn't work as a comedian when I was someone else's younger brother? He shook his belly twice. To be honest, what is the difference between what we do now and Robin? Don't I deserve a Robin uniform? He even secretly expects this kind of punishment. The Riddler added, who can force the Penguin? The Penguin snorted without comment, and he burped. Don't talk about me. He suddenly stood up and said, have you ever thought about trying Robin's clothes? There was a dead silence. The remaining three people looked at each other and laughed dryly. Ha. Stop it. Who would want to wear something this ugly? Except you? No one would like these. Then the Riddler and Harvey Dent stopped laughing. Only Mr. Freeze was still humming. Then he noticed the weird expressions of the other three people. Oh my god. Mr. Freeze said. What a joke. Is there anything worse than the Penguin in Robin's uniform? With a ding, Harvey Dent threw a 5-sided dice. Mr. Freeze looked at him. Harvey Dent said, yes. Then everyone watched him stand up, walk to the closet next to him, and take out Nightwing's low-cut disco v-neck. Me in Nightwing's uniform. He looked embarrassed, as if he was forced to make such a decision, and his colorful face was purple. Mr. Freeze knew that he was obsessive compulsive, and now that he had become a 5-sided man, he had to forcibly add some messed up options in addition to the normal options. Obviously, he was not lucky this time. Victor was speechless. He turned to look at the Riddler who was grinning beside him. The number of Robins won't increase, right? Hehe. Then he saw the Riddler, who was drunk, walk to the uniform of the third-generation Robin Tim, and even wanted to try it out. Nonsense. Looking at the Arkham lunatics who began to compete to defile those sacred uniforms, Jason Todd couldn't bear it anymore. You are breaking the law. My name is Sam Lane. I have heard of the great name of Batman. No, I'm saving the future of mankind. Bang. The lights went out in an instant. Night vision goggles. Night vision goggles. Have you found Batman? Don't wear night vision goggles. Luthor shouted to stop him, but it was too late. Before he finished his words, with the violent explosion of flash bombs and flares, the whole room was as bright as day. Found it. He's in. Ah, my eyes. Chintao whispered. Okay, friends, let's make this battle a little more human. Ah, a close-range soldier abandoned his gun, holding a tactical knife, roaring and rushing towards him. Even though he was deprived of his eyesight for a short time, the instinct from the long-term training of Special Forces soldiers still allowed him to find the right target to attack. Chen Tao turned around, and the muscle group from the Bane Bat emerged on his arm. He pinched the opponent's arm, and the firewood was easily broken apart under such a huge force. The fibers collapsed, the tendons tore, and dark red juice flowed out, and then it snapped into 2 sections. Then Chen Tao stepped on his thigh with one foot, but then frowned, seeing that another soldier didn't care about the soldier in front of him who was fighting with him, holding a submachine gun, and waving a hail of bullets directly at him. Chen Tao shook his head. Forget it, I changed my mind. He threw the soldier in his hand aside, and opened his arms. The next second, dozens of bullets hit his head. Chen Tao turned his head sharply, and a metallic color appeared on his head, then disappeared. He looked at the other party. It's good to let you rehearse the situation of facing the Kryptonians in advance. More soldiers pointed their guns at him. One of the leaders took 2 breaths, then gritted his teeth and roared, "Fire! Fire!" The sound of gunfire continued, and Chen Tao just let them shoot. Under the flickering light, the soldiers felt that Batman had blurred into a dark mass. General Ryan, who had already run out of the room, stopped. He took out the communicator to contact more soldiers, and then looked up, and saw that Luther did not stop at all, decisively abandoned all of them, and ran faster than a rabbit. "Why are you running?" General Ryan shouted. "There are 27 soldiers with the strongest individual combat capabilities in the United States gathered in the room. They should be able to resist Batman for a while. I will mobilize them immediately." Only his voice was heard in the corridor. Then he suddenly realized the silence. He saw Luther, who had already run to the corner of the corridor, stepping back little by little, with his hands raised high. General Ryan turned his head, and saw the 2 soldiers who had been standing beside him to protect him lying on the ground and sleeping quietly. 24 seconds. He heard Luther say, "What did you say?" "It only took Batman 24 seconds to knock everyone down." Luther told him. "Interesting." He looked relaxed, and even had the mood to tease Batman. "Where is your Robin who doesn't wear pants? Did you abandon him because he became fat like a penguin, because of eating strawberry cake?" But General Sam thought it was not interesting at all. "I thought you were just a legend, an urban legend. People also think aliens are legends, General." Chen Tao answered him. "Believe me, I have been preparing to deal with aliens for many years. But just like the stories I listed," he said, "we need sheepdogs. It's the kryptonite." General Ryan suddenly realized, "You are the one who stole the smaller piece of kryptonite. You tampered with the big kryptonite to confirm our exact location." "That's right," Chen Tao answered him. "Otherwise, for a military base with such a large security level, it would take a lot of effort to find the specific meeting place and time." Chen Tao didn't have any energy to waste. Finding John Cobain who could lead him was an accident, and was not part of his plan. "We are not enemies, General. We are united in our stance against aliens and common threats." Then he heard Batman say, "Kryptonite weapons should be used against jackals, not sheepdogs who may help us, General. Therefore, before you can fully recognize who is the enemy and who is the friend, I'm afraid I will have to take away the weapons you have made to prevent you from hurting your teammates." General Ryan realized what the other party wanted to do. Kryptonite is the property of the national government. No, kryptonite is a weapon for all mankind to defend themselves. Then he saw Batman turn around and walk into the room, and he and Luther hurriedly followed him in. He watched Batman walk towards the large kryptonite installed in the armor. No, that is. General Ryan almost imagined the scene of the other party taking away the kryptonite, which meant that the US military would lose control of the situation. But he quickly stabilized his emotions and began to comfort himself. Fortunately, even without kryptonite, he still had a complete alloy metal armor. If he could find some other kryptonite and restart the kryptonite reactor. Then the next second he saw Chen Tao carrying the entire armor and kryptonite on his shoulders, like an old farmer carrying crops in the field. The size of the armor was more than 2.5 meters, and it was carried on Chen Tao's shoulders at this time, which was quite like a hamster carrying a treadmill. You. General Ryan said "you" twice, and couldn't say the last sentence. Chen Tao walked in front of him leisurely, and then in front of him, he stretched out a finger and shot a small group of nanorobots into the gap of the computer. General Ryan turned his head and saw on the big screen that all the observation records and data stored in the computer were downloaded without missing a single one. This is a state secret. General Ryan groaned, but he was not stupid enough to try to stop him. But Chen Tao's face gradually became serious. He waved his hand to control the big screen, and then a roll of images appeared on it. A strange looking robot lying on the experimental table. General Ryan noticed the date on it. It was 2 weeks ago. He and Luther looked at each other. Luther said, "Oh, it seems that the US military has hidden a lot of things from us." Chen Tao stared at the robot on the screen. The appearance of this thing is like some kind of alien metal skeleton. He lay quietly on the dissection table. Some kind of alien technology, completely incomprehensible. But it looks like a robot with autonomous consciousness. It is inferred that its main function is detection. But what exactly is it detecting? This is still unknown. Someone was talking in the video. A man who looked like a professor in a white coat walked into the camera and said, "Start disassembling now." Chen Tao noticed that the robot behind him had his eyes lit up at this moment. TSK. Luther also noticed it, and he made a smacking sound. Then there were screams at the top of his lungs, gushing blood, and then everything fell silent. The three of them just watched the bloody case in the video quietly. "Fire, fire, it's no big deal." General Ryan said, "We finally destroyed this robot with a bomb." Boom, boom, an explosion sounded in the video. Chen Tao didn't say anything. He adjusted the video to the second before the robot was blown up. "Did you hear it?" "What?" General Ryan asked. Chen Tao turned up the sound and then reduced the noise. Chen Tao reduced the noise again. Long live. After repeating this action several times, the sound became clearer and clearer. General Ryan's expression changed a little bit. The three people present heard this creepy sound, the vague roar mixed with machinery. "Long live Brainiac. Long live. Long live. And recommend Sister Harley's novel, Hogwarts, Harley on the Witch's Path recommendation, Lord of Mysteries plus HP fanfiction, Harry Potter on the Witch's Path, no male protagonist. Chapter 106 Black Zero Incident, Prelude. The North Pole. The mountains danced like silver snakes, and the cold wind was bone-chilling. Lois Lane got off the helicopter. She was wearing a thick cotton coat and a hat, and her nose was frozen red in the cold wind. Amid the violent noise of the propeller, she saw a soldier walking up and shouting, "Miss Lane, are you okay? The camp is up there. I'll walk you there." "Very good," Lois said. She turned her head and saw Clark Kent trying to clumsily take all the luggage off the plane. "Be careful, they are heavy." Clark froze and stumbled twice. "I can do it." "Do you need help?" "Of course not." "Okay." Lois saw that Clark finally took the 2 trolley suitcases off the plane by himself, so she shrugged. Competitive spirit, huh? Although I'm not a loyal reader of the Daily Planet, Lois and the soldier walked towards the base together, and the soldier said, "But the columns you wrote impressed me." They turned over a small winding path, turned around the mountain, and soon, a camp under a snowy mountain appeared in front of them. Clark walked up to her. "What did I say?" Lois said to Clark, "A scientific study, a national level excavation of an unknown mysterious object. This is what the media should report, not the stupid Bruce Wayne." She stood on the cliff, stretched out her hand to the base below with high spirits. "No more stupid Gotham's richest man. No more trivial third-rate news. Lois Lane will report the real big discovery." Lois said, "I'm tired of reporting Bruce Wayne over and over again." 7 minutes later, when Lois Lane walked into the temporary command room of the camp, what came into view was Bruce Wayne's annoying smile. Lois fell into silence. She stood there, and suddenly her whole person turned into a stone sculpture, with a temperament deeper than the famous thinker sculpture. "Oh my god, what the asterisk asterisk asterisk?" she said. "Hello, nice to see you. Again." The silly Clark next to him said, "What a coincidence." After hearing this, Lois just wanted to give Clark a hammer. So she gave a Lois Lane style fake smile. "I'm really glad to see you, Mr. Wayne." "Yes, yes, what a coincidence." Chen Tao smiled and sat on a chair, with Alfred standing behind him. He was wearing a pink coat and a pair of flashy Snow Mountain limited edition goggles. Louise's eyes lingered on his lower body. Are those pants made of skunk skin? And the pair of skates for indoor wear. In short, he didn't dress like a normal human being. Louise always felt that he was often not on the same level as the people around him, like a character from a comic book inserted into reality. Louis crossed his arms. So, Mr. Wayne, why are you here? He looked at the officer and the man wearing glasses and dressed as a professor standing next to him. You just let this gentleman who has nothing to do with the matter appear here openly? They looked at each other, and then the officer-like man coughed softly, and then said, Mr. Bruce Wayne donated $10 million to our camp. The professor-like man added, he participated in this project as a special technical consultant. And he also signed a confidentiality agreement. All procedures are reasonable and legal. Consultant? Louis almost laughed out of anger. Just seeing Bruce's face, Louis felt desperate. Although she didn't hate Bruce that much, Editor-in-Chief White had repeatedly asked her to report more than 12 news features about Bruce Wayne. 12 articles. It is conceivable that once Bruce Wayne appears here, her report on aliens will be ruined again. Editor-in-Chief White will force her to write the entire report as the great Mr. Bruce Wayne visited the Arctic Research Station. Unless they can really find something under the ice. Anyway, Miss Lane, I'm Colonel Hardy of the US Northern Command. The officer-dressed man introduced himself, and this is Dr. Remel Hamilton of the Defense Long-Term Research and Planning Agency. The professor-looking man saluted Louise slightly. You're early, Colonel Hardy said. We thought you'd arrive tomorrow. His tone was a little aggressive. That's why I came today. Louise replied, we have something to say first, okay? The only reason I'm here is that the court we appealed to in Canada rejected your order to expel us. So if you've had enough fun, can you send someone to show me what you found? Good. Very heroic. Well said. Here's the reward. Then Louise found that he had a large stack of money in his hand, and Alfred flashed back behind the Gotham tycoon. Louise gritted his teeth. The atmosphere was ruined in an instant. Damn it. Although there was a little more money in his hand, it was annoying to run into Bruce Wayne again. Although there was a little more money in his hand. Then he saw Alfred gave Colonel Hardy and Professor Hamilton a stack of money each. Louise saw the expressions on their faces. They had completely turned into the shape of banknotes, without the alertness of a soldier or the rationality of a scientist. What on earth are you doing here, Mr. Wayne? Louise pulled Shentao aside, with a voice that was barely perceptible. Why would a tycoon like you abandon the glamorous world of the metropolis and run to a remote place like the Arctic? I plan to go to the alien spaceship under the ice to see if I can find some alien technology. Shentao told her truthfully, by the way, I will get familiar with the structure of the alien spaceship and see if there is anything that can help prevent alien invasions, and then pick them all up. Obviously, Louise didn't believe a word of it. Okay, I just heard that you guys came here, so I wanted to join in the fun and see how you usually report the news. Frankly speaking, I have a lot of creative inspiration here. Louis heard the other party say, I want to create my own movie series here. This is still a barely convincing reason. Clark slowly withdrew his attention from eavesdropping and rubbed his fingers twice. Then he used his perspective eyes to scan Mr. Bruce Wayne from head to toe several times. No matter how you look at it, he is just an ordinary person who is stronger, and there is nothing strange about him. He shook his head. Clark, what on earth are you thinking about? NASA's emergency rescue satellite was the first to discover the anomaly. A few minutes later, a group of people gathered in front of the computer. The echo detection of the ice shelf shows chaos, but there is definitely something there. Maybe it's a Soviet-era submarine? Louis said. No, it's an alien spaceship. Then he heard Bruce Wayne's idiotic voice. I'm sure there must be a lot of aliens living inside. Maybe they look like us. Louis forced himself not to listen to Bruce Wayne's nonsense, while Clark looked at him thoughtfully. That thing is more than 300 meters long. Colonel Hardy said, it's much bigger than what the Soviet Union could build at that time. But the weirdest thing is here. The Clark soldier sitting in front of the computer said. He tapped on the computer, and the screen switched to another page. The ice covering the thing has been there for about 20,000 years. Ha, I knew it. Louis heard Bruce say confidently. It's an alien spaceship. In the evening, Don't walk around. The temperature here will drop to -40 degrees in the middle of the night, and your body can only be found after spring is over. Colonel Hardy took Louis and Clark to walk in the camp and found a temporary house for them. You guys can live here. There are 2 compartments here. What if I need to relieve myself? There's a bucket in the corner. Colonel Hardy closed the door. Have a nice day. Bang. Only the man and woman were left in the room. They shared 2 beds in different compartments. Hey, Clark. Louise said, do you think aliens really exist? Louise's mind flashed back to the confident expression of the richest man in Gotham during the day, and his expression when he gave another reason. A mystery always lingered in her mind. Why did Bruce Wayne say those words with such certainty? Did he really know something? A wealthy tycoon like him might really know something that ordinary people don't know. Aliens, huh? He heard Clark say, if you want to ask my opinion, Louis, I think all the questions about whether aliens exist come from loneliness, the loneliness that all intelligent life is born with. This loneliness may never completely disappear from our lives, and these self-contradictions can never be reconciled, but the process of confronting them is the true meaning of growth, life and love. Therefore, we have always believed in the existence of aliens. When we look up at the boundless starry sky and ask whether we think there are lives like us in the universe, we always romantically deceive ourselves. The universe is very vast, and we are not alone. In the dim light, Clark's expression was actually a bit pious and solemn. Louis' hand paused. Who are you? What do you mean, Louis? Seriously, who is it? Louis put down the mattress and squinted his eyes. 1 minute, Clark Kent was wearing oversized glasses, an ugly suit, and stumbling through the day with milk stains on his mouth. And the next minute, he transformed into the most confident and insightful man I have ever seen. What's ugly about my suit? Clark muttered. You are the spokesperson for contradiction, Clark. Lois said. Sending Clark back to his cubicle, Lois sat there for a while. Lois, what are you thinking about? She began to assemble the camera and high beam. Stay still. This is not Lois Lane's style. Night fell. Chen Tao, wrapped in a black veil, stood on the ice field and looked into the distance. He saw the aurora blowing from the sky to the snow-capped mountaintops, reflecting a refreshing white light-like fragrance. Superman. He thought quietly. You will go to the Fortress of Solitude. You will understand your life experience and confirm the history of Krypton. In addition to these, do you know that the last son of Krypton, you, will also have your first meeting with me? His eyes lingered on the ice below, where Lois Lane found the ice hole that Clark had burned with his laser eyes. That night, at 1:43 a.m., the Fortress of Solitude broke through the ice and disappeared under the surveillance of the US military. Jason Todd exhaled. Half of his body was frozen by the cold air, but other than that, he was not seriously injured. He was still emotional. When the Riddler tried to put on the Robin uniform, he attacked him first, instead of getting rid of the most dangerous Mr. Freeze first. But fortunately, the battle is over now. Jason, can you hear me? Jason pressed his earphone slightly. He walked out of the Batcave. Outside this sub-base was an abandoned garbage dump. In Gotham, this kind of deserted wasteland is the most common. However, the wasteland is now full of soldiers called Claws by the Arkham villains. Jason had fought with these soldiers called Claws before. They were numerous and powerful, and they had some strange effects of immortality. They could survive, even if their heads were blown off. But now they all collapsed on the ground, like a pile of rag dolls with missing arms and legs, except for their heads. The bodies of the Claws piled up into a mountain. Although Jason was already aware of the immortality of these people, such a naked Jinguan was still enough to be amazing. Then he saw that man standing in the middle of the sea of corpses and blood. Hey, why is this happening? Jason heard the Claw who was strangled by the throat, or the leader of this group of Claws said, how can you be so strong? He was wearing a silver white owl armor, and his muscles were knotted all over his body. Jason guessed that he must have the immortality of those ordinary Claws, but in front of that man, he was as weak as a baby. People who see me for the first time often have confusion. Jason heard the man say, a fighting master who weighs only 141 pounds, 64 kilograms, and is only 5 feet 8 inches, 173 centimeters, tall. I know what you are thinking. How can there be such a skinny strongman in the world? The man threw Lincoln marched to the ground like a dead dog. I just like your surprised expressions, Miss Shiver. Jason Todd walked up to her and bowed slightly. Good day, Jason Todd. Then Jason heard the other party's arrogant voice. Where is the Batman you promised me? The fighter you said is comparable to Richard Long. Jason was silent for a while. He is not here, Miss Shiver. I'm sorry. Not here? Shiver sighed and then said, you know, little Jason, the reason why I accompanied you to Gotham is because you said Batman is strong enough. In the night, Miss Shiver's eyes flashed with a strange red light. But for so many days, I haven't even seen the shadow of Batman. Are you going to break your promise? No matter how many times he faced this woman, Jason felt suffocated. Just when he was about to say something else to prevaricate, he heard Miss Shiver say, I heard that the guy named Bane was as good as Batman in a short period of time, and he is also a martial arts master, right? Jason immediately guessed what the other party wanted to do. Miss Shiver, Bane is a very dangerous prisoner. We can't, just because of our own. But he didn't even have a chance to finish his words before he was interrupted by Miss Shiver. You know where Bane is imprisoned now, right? Jason shut up immediately. He didn't dare to lie in front of Shiver. Take me there, Miss Shiver ordered. I accidentally fell asleep while writing yesterday. Chapter 107 General Zod arrives. What is this, Doctor? A comet or an asteroid? General Ryan walked into the observation room quickly, and Dr. Hamilton answered him very quickly. Comets don't correct their course, General. I want you to take a good look before some amateur star observer sees it and causes panic. I don't know why, but this ship seems to have put itself into a synchronous orbit of the moon. Have you tried to get in touch with him? General Ryan asked. They haven't responded yet, but my personal guess is that whoever is operating the spacecraft must want to make a stunning landing. In the early morning, Clark appeared on the hillside next to his farm, his blue tights reflecting his red cape. He raised his head and let the moonlight caress his handsome face, which was as chiseled as an ancient Greek demigod. He unfolded his biological stance and blocked all perceptions of others. If someone looked from a distance at this moment, they would only see a blurry mosaic, like a cloud of mist suspended in the air about 2 feet above the ground. He floated to a tombstone. It reads, to Jonathan Kent, beloved husband and father. Clark slowly landed on the ground, then sat cross-legged on the grass like an ordinary Kansas boy. The evening breeze blew the tall grass around him, bringing up waves like the tide. The breeze saw the moon, and the tide was silent. Hey, Dad. He forced a smile at the tombstone, and then waved, as if there was really someone sitting there to respond to him. The young Superman was talking to the shadow left on the dust. I just got back from the Arctic, Dad. Our team from the Daily Planet just got back to Metropolis in the early morning, and I just put down my luggage. Sorry to come so late. You are always more of an early to bed, early to rise type. But I want to talk to you. I just want you to know. Superman covered his face. I'm sad, Dad. I don't think I can do it. I know what you and Mom expect, and I understand your original intention, but I can't do it. He didn't say what he couldn't do specifically, nor did he say why he couldn't do it specifically. He just repeated I can't do it over and over again, venting his long accumulated fear and pressure to a lonely grave. The god of the world was immersed in negative emotions and didn't notice the fine black sand floating from the hillside behind him. Only in front of his father's grave. He just wanted to be an ordinary person. Chentao carefully moved his body that was stuck to the ground like a big burrito. Using satellite positioning, Clark Kent finally found Superman's hometown in the countryside and countless towns with the same name throughout Kansas. If it was discovered at this time, it would be a failure. He just checked here and found that it was no wonder that Alfred had not been found. This is indeed Kent Farm, but it was almost 10 years ago. With the death of Jonathan Kent, they transferred most of the land on the farm and only kept a small piece around the house. Although it is still called Kent Farm in the records of the city hall, this farm has become another name, connected to another larger farm, and you can't find this place on the map at all. Chentao guessed that this must be the arrangement that Jonathan Kent made for his own funeral before his death. This farmer in Kansas hid his family in the vast farms of Kansas and then somehow made himself and his family's residential addresses disappear from the census statistics. More than 10 years later, the father's careful planning for his son really worked, helping Clark Kent resist the first investigation of him by a time traveler named Chintao. This feat made by a farmer who may not even have a college diploma is touching. I have been lonely all my life. I have been lonely since I was a child because I don't know how to disguise myself to fit in with the group. No matter what I do, they can tell that I'm different. I have no choice. Clark Kent said ramblingly, but now I can choose. Now I know how to fit in with society and how to disguise myself as an ordinary person. This is what I want and dream of. He looked at his tights in confusion, looked down at the S-shaped logo on his chest, and then continued, if my identity is exposed, if people see my ability, I can only escape from society forever. Behind him, Chintao was cautious and didn't dare to breathe. Fortunately, he was now equipped with the Batmobile and synchronized with the broken bat, so he didn't need to breathe from head to toe. This greatly enhanced his ability to sneak in, so that he would not be discovered by the Kryptonians with keen hearing at the beginning. He tried his best to make the sound of his body rolling on the grass sound like the sound of fine sand being blown by the wind. Worse, I will be forced to choose loneliness. I was powerless to choose before, but now I can. I should choose to enjoy life happily. Isn't that what you want? You want me to be happy. But I just don't want you to think that I have forgotten everything you taught me. I can do more to help people, whether it is public or private. I can cure diseases, expose corruption, and lend a hand to ordinary people in times of crisis. These things mean as much to me as they did back then. They mean as much to me as they mean to you. I won't let you down, Dad. I swear. Superman turned his head and looked behind him. This action almost made Chentao's heart stop for half a second. But he just looked at the glow in the sky. It looks like it will be a good day today. I really hope you can see it too. I really hope you are still here. I love you, Dad. He whispered. I love you and miss you very much. Mom loves you too. Let's talk next time. Then the next second, the young Kryptonian heard a voice beside his ear. The Earth needs your help, Clark. The voice was soft, but it sounded like thunder behind his ears. Clark shuddered. Who could approach him so quietly? Who could deceive his super senses? Ever since he first awakened his abilities in elementary school, no one has been able to walk up behind him quietly. Superman's eyes glowed red for a moment, and then immediately dissipated into nothingness under the influence of reason. He slowly turned around, trying his best to open the biological stance to the maximum. Who are you? Then he saw the pair of pointy ears. You are Batman? He asked and answered himself. The rich man Bruce Wayne from Gotham left a deep impression on him. Louis had always hoped to dig out some opinions about Gotham City's vigilante Batman from the other party. As a result, Clark Kent also knew everything about Batman, a superhero he had not paid special attention to before. Wait. It was like a bolt of lightning struck Clark Kent's head. I'm from Gotham. What? You ask Batman. A minute ago, Clark Kent stumbled with milk marks on his mouth. Batman is great. Because I am. You are the spokesperson for contradictions, Clark. Mr. Wayne. Why are you here? I came here to see the alien spaceship. Because I'm Batman. Boom. It was like some kind of electric current rushed from the soles of his feet to his brain, making Clark Kent shudder for a moment. Those expressions that Bruce Wayne had shown, ignored by him, or noticed but never cared about repeatedly emerged in his mind. He immediately mobilized his perspective eyes, but still couldn't see through the other party's mask. I guess you must be using your perspective eyes now. He heard the man who called himself Batman on the other side say, as if there was a mouthful of phlegm stuck in his mouth. Give up. I have studied you. Your perspective eyes can't penetrate lead. And my mask is lined with a lot of lead. Then Chintao continued, don't think about seeing through other places. The armor I'm wearing now is also blocked by lead. Although my butler sewed my name on my underwear, your perspective eyes can't see it. Well, Mr. Bruce Wayne. Clark said, what do you want from me? Clark said, are you willing to expose your true identity for this? TSK 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 TSK. Chintao slowly took off his helmet. Really, since it's just a guess, don't be so sure, Clark. In the morning light, He looked up, and Clark Kent saw the familiar face. His voice softened. No matter who it is, if you give you more than $500,000 in a week, you will not be able to be tough when facing him in any situation. Although there were some guesses before, it was still difficult for Clark to accept when the other party personally confirmed such a guess. Chen Tao said, "It's okay if you guessed it right like this time. If you guessed wrong, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? So, Clark Kent, as the basis of our mutual trust, shouldn't you also stop the mysterious veil on you?" Clark stopped the biological stance acting on his face. He heard the Gotham rich man say to him, "Yes, that's right, my extraordinary friend. I hope you can help save the Earth, Clark. Of course, thank you for your contribution." "The contribution I have made?" Clark felt his mind was still a little confused. He said, "What are you talking about? I've been into your fortress in the Arctic before." Chen Tao told him, "As I told you and Louis before, I stole a lot of alien technology from it." Clark looked at this guy who had no scruples about stealing, and said, "As a matter of course, this is all necessary. Everything is for mankind. By the way, I don't understand some of the stolen things. Do you have manual for me to see?" So the projection on the spacecraft told me that the reason why so many parts were missing was because of you. Never mind. Clark opened his mouth and said a few words, then quickly fell speechless. "Just pretend I didn't say this. You said I know. Are you going to ask me about saving the Earth? Oh, Clark, you don't think you are the last son of Krypton, do you?" Batman's words made him forget about the theft in an instant, and his heart began to beat. "Let me tell you a name, General Zod. You can ask your father. I mean your biological father." The projection on the spaceship. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Tao walked on the path leading away from Kent Farm. He stopped in front of a small mound of earth. "Bazo Caro. Clayface? Get up quickly. Stop pretending to be a small mound." Chen Tao said, "Superman's biological mother has been found, and there are so many ordinary people in the small town around him. Superman may be very busy next, and he probably won't have time to pay attention to what is happening in his hometown. So it's time to get to work. It's time to use the same trick again." The Clayface man stood up from the ground with a grunt. After sending away the Clayface man who was wandering like a piece of slime, Chen Tao called Poison Ivy. "Ivy, I need you to help me practice things like how to control metal creations like controlling plants." With a bang, Bane fell to the ground. Ms. Shiva stepped on him and symbolically pulled out the tube inserted in his back. Bane, am not a stepping stone." Before Bane finished speaking, a large string of white foam came out of his mouth. His eyes rolled up, and he lost consciousness. Raw. But he had just roared halfway when Ms. Shiva stepped on his neck and the whole person died. Shiva jumped off the other person lightly. "Little Jason, I'm so disappointed. I thought I would face a fighting master who is proficient in martial arts, but you made me face a beast with muscles all over his body. This is not challenging at all." Jason wiped the sweat from his head. Although he was wearing a red hood at the moment, he could only touch the smooth forehead of the hood, even if he stretched out his hand. Bane abused Venom too much. After being defeated by Batman, the pain in his body and the sequelae of Venom greatly damaged his brain. He explained, even though he used the water from the Lazarus pool to heal his spine, it did not completely eliminate the withdrawal reaction caused by the venom. This withdrawal reaction, combined with the bloodthirsty side effects of the Lazarus pool, has completely destroyed Bane's brain. If we want to cure him, we have to. In short, Bane is now useless. But before Jason finished speaking, he saw Ms. Shiva raised her foot without hesitation, and then kicked the unconscious Bane's neck fiercely. With a crisp crack, Bane fell softly to the ground, and did not move. Jason felt a chill in his heart. Is he dead? He was not sure, and he did not want to confirm it. He was no longer the Robin who abided by the iron rule of not killing, but he was still not a killer like Shiva who killed people at will. "You said Batman is in Metropolis? Jason? This is probably your last chance. Let's go to Metropolis." He heard Ms. Shiva say without question. "I've played house for so long. I've had enough." Chapter 108, Training of Superman. Perry White approved 3 days of vacation for Clark Kent who had just returned from the North Pole. Generally speaking, he would not approve such a long vacation for his reporters who had just been to the scene. They should have worked overtime until the manuscript was finished. Vacation? You're overthinking. How could it be possible? No matter how big the matter is, it's not against the rules. Even if the other party's reason for taking leave is to go home with Bruce Wayne to see his mother. Wait. With Bruce Wayne? Perry White frowned and found that things were not simple. When Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent stood in front of him, he immediately showed a sharp look. He looked at the bohemian richest man in Gotham on the left and the tall and handsome Clark on the right and immediately understood. Meeting the parents, right? He waved his hand and approved a month's honeymoon for them. Although Clark insisted that it didn't take that long, Perry White was the most perceptive person in the world. Well, in the end, he approved 3 days. Mr. Bruce Wayne thought it was a suitable time. Poor Clark Kent. 3 whole days. Editor-in-Chief White was determined to keep this matter to himself. He was the most strict person in the world. So, this was why Chentao appeared at the Kent family at this moment. It was afternoon. Clark Kent and Chentao stood in the open space next to the barn of Kent's farm, next to the chicken coop and pig pen. Clark, I'm going to give you special training now. I ask you to face this training with a very serious attitude. Chentao was wearing casual clothes. This time he didn't wear the ridiculously exaggerated clothes. Alfred stood in the open space next to him. From now on, you have to call me Mr. Wayne. Just like Chiron trained Achilles, I will give you cruel special training in a short period of time to ensure that you are capable of saving this planet. Note, Chiron is a centaur hero in ancient Greek mythology. He usually appears as a mentor to various heroes. Achilles, a famous ancient Greek hero, was invulnerable to swords and guns, but his only weakness was his ankle, which eventually led to his death. Did you hear that? Clark thought it was a bit strange. It sounded like a pre-war mobilization meeting. Well, it seemed to be before the war. So he cooperated and said, "Yes, Mr. Wayne. I can't hear you. I can't hear you at all. You want to be a superhero with such a low voice." Clark was helpless. "Yes, Teacher Wayne." "Good. Very spirited." Chentao told him, "When it comes to fighting, you will definitely not be able to beat Zod." General Zod was programmed to be a warrior in his genes. The fighting instinct ingrained in his DNA may be a metaphor for the people on Earth, but it is an adjective for General Zod. Therefore, we must be prepared for such a situation. Clark listened very seriously and attentively. Although he and Batman had known each other for no more than 16 hours, the authoritative image of this old hero and senior had been thoroughly rooted in people's hearts. The other party seemed to know everything, and nothing could be hidden from his eyes hidden behind the mask. Everything seemed to be under his control, and his unruly appearance was just a disguise, just like he disguised himself as the clumsy Clark Kent. Hidden under this mask was a smart, wise, and rigorous superhero. So when the other party proposed to give him a 3-day special training, Clark was still very much looking forward to it. The other party even knew General Zod and the history of Krypton like the back of his hand, although he refused to tell himself how he knew it. The method used by such a mysterious figure must have a very significant effect, right? However, engraving fighting moves directly into DNA also has a significant weakness. This will make his moves lack imagination and creativity, like a precisely set robot or AI. Clark heard Mr. Bruce Wayne's steady voice. They will only record the newly learned moves into his memory. Their so-called innovation is bound by previous experience, so they'll lack the ability to deal with some strange moves other than common moves. Clark saw Mr. Bruce took out something from his back and handed it to him. "So, in the face of such a situation, I have tailored a method for you to improve your strength in a short period of time." "What is this?" Clark turned the thing around. It looked like a grenade, but he still didn't understand. "What effect can a grenade have on Kryptonians?" "This is a special stinky bomb." Chentao answered him, "made by poison ivy. Once it explodes, the stench is 3,000 times the limit that normal humans can perceive. It is more disgusting than anything you can think of in the world, and once this thing explodes on the body, it will be difficult to wash, marinate, and retain for a long time. Its stench has surpassed the limit of what nature can synthesize. In essence, I think it's a magical creation. Well, thanks to Ivy, while studying the 2 zombies, I was able to distract myself to make such a useful thing." Clark's eyes were dull. He didn't even ask who Ivy was. Chen Tao continued to talk. I originally wanted to use poison gas bombs, but considering the physical problems of Kryptonians, the poison gas that works on humans may not be suitable for Kryptonians. So in the end I chose the stench. At least in terms of smell, there is no difference between you and us. Although I believe that with the level of development of Kryptonian civilization, there must be special instruments for deodorization, but I don't believe that a spacecraft like Black Zero, which is specially used to transport prisoners, will also be equipped with such an instrument. If so, Krypton is too extravagant. Then Clark was stuffed with another bottle of potion in his hand. Of course, it's not over yet. This is a super bad breath potion made by Poison Ivy. After drinking it, it will gradually take effect within 3 hours, and your bad breath will be enough to suffocate an elephant to death. Although the effect is slightly weaker than the stink bomb, don't worry, there is an antidote for this thing. Then another bottle was stuffed into Clark's hand. After drinking it, the stink will be neutralized little by little in 6 hours, and your breath will return to fragrance. Clark held 2 bottles of potion, and his super brain stopped turning. But the premise of these things is that you must find a way to break General Zod's mask. That kind of thing can help him isolate all microorganisms and various interferences from the outside world. Chen Tao said, when his breathing mask is destroyed, the first exposure to the Earth's environment will make Zod's hearing, vision, and smell abnormally sensitive, which will cause him great pain. If you breathe a stink on his sensitive face at this time, and then throw those stink bombs directly on him, he will most likely vomit non-stop. Clark heard him say some very unethical words in an extremely serious tone. If you spit a mouthful of thick phlegm with a foul smell into his eyes, the effect will be even more amazing. Oh, by the way, I remember you have freezing breath. You should be able to wrap the cold air in the phlegm, right? That is the frozen phlegm with a foul smell, which is enough to make General Zod lose all his resistance and be so disgusted that he can't think of anything else except vomiting. Then you kick the opponent's ass hard. I have studied the physique of Kryptonians. Your physiological structure is very similar to that of Earthlings. Even a Kryptonian general with fighting moves engraved in his genes will be unable to stand up after being kicked in the ass. Clark felt a little petrified. This was completely different from what he imagined. And in order to break the opponent's mask, you also have to attack the opponent's weaknesses, such as a good woman kick, a high leg kick, followed by a kick. But, Mr. Wayne, these are always a little bit. Clark didn't know how to say, this seems a little informal. He really couldn't find the right adjective. Clark, you can't think like that. Then he heard Batman say to him in a heavy tone, Face, how much is Face worth? If General Zod controls the entire Earth, it will be a disaster for all living beings. You are a farm boy who has never learned any fighting skills, and Zod is a bloody butcher who kills people everywhere. Do you really think you can beat him? Have you really thought about the consequences of your failure? Martha Kent, Lois Lane, don't look at me like that. I know you are interested in her, and Editor-in-Chief White, Daily Planet. Do you really think that Zod will be satisfied and leave the Earth after getting you? Clark Kent was speechless. He was silent for a while, and then said, yes, you are right. His eyes gradually became firm. Even if there is a slight possibility of increasing my chances of winning, I should do it without hesitation. Yes, that's right. Chen Tao said, the key is to attack the lower 3 roads. You must remember that you are not fighting for yourself, you are fighting for the entire planet, and for your home. It's like a high-end version of father and son. You have to transform yourself into a loving father, and beat up the unfilial son of Krypton. Compassion, do you understand? The main theme is compassion and love. This is a psychological attack, I understand. I will study hard. Clark said. That's right, listen to me. From now on, you have to practice supersonic egg crushing kicks and supersonic eye poking hands every day, and try to make them passive instincts. As long as you act fast enough, even if Zod can practice fighting skills to the fullest, he will be defeated in front of you. Chen Tao said, I also customized a super belt for you, and then you can stuff all the stink bombs into it. That's Superman. We don't know if he is an enemy or a friend. We don't even know what his temperament is like. This was a relatively high level internal meeting. General Ryan sat in his seat somewhat bored, watching those idiots discussing some questions that would never be answered. I mean, I know Superman has done some good things, right? He saved several people from the Day of the Dead fire, pulling them out of burning buildings like a god. He pulled some refugees out of the floods in Texas and Mississippi. But what about the motive? What exactly is his motive? To attract attention? To win people's hearts? What exactly is his purpose? But no matter what, his behavior now is ultimately you can't accuse Superman of something he hasn't done. My god, who does this guy think he is? He doesn't even dare to tell us his real name. We really should trust him. They analyzed it back and forth, and then suddenly someone said, so pause now, is there even a possibility that he did this not for fame, but just to do what he thinks is right, and just wants to do some good things? PFFT. You almost fooled me. How is it possible? Seriously please. This joke is so funny. But in the final analysis, Superman's purpose remains. People burst into laughter. But Lex Luthor did not laugh. Looking at those ignorant people who laughed at Superman, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. But he finally sighed. When people live in this world, they always have to deal with idiots. After so many years, he has gotten used to it. He tapped his fingers on the table twice and said, good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies. I hope you will forgive my presumptuous interruption, but I would like to take up some of your time to discuss the issues we are all concerned about. The crowd of people who were joking gradually stopped being restless, and they looked at Lex Luthor, who was sitting next to them. Considering that there are still some congressmen who don't realize what Superman is, I will give an example here. I want you to imagine a playground full of children, and a stranger appears. Luthor said, is it worrying? If he is carrying a gun, it would be even more worrying. What if he is wearing a bulletproof vest and carrying a box full of guns, grenades, and ammunition? And what if he is carrying nuclear weapons? Luthor said, even if his original intention is good or bad, do you think the children are safe? Wouldn't you feel safer if he leaves? This is how you should look at Superman. He is a walking nuclear weapon. No matter what his intentions are, he will explode sooner or later. Does it make sense to discuss his motives in front of a little boy who can destroy us at any time? Just tell me what you want, Lex. We don't have time to listen to your guesses here. General Ryan crossed his fingers. You deliberately sneaked into this meeting, isn't it for this? Luthor said bluntly. Human experiments. Impossible. General Ryan immediately refused. The military will not allow such a thing to happen openly under its nose. It's as if I didn't do it if you didn't allow me, Luthor thought. But private human experiments are private after all, and they cannot be seen in the light. The risk of exposure is high, and the materials obtained are small. If Luthor's Lake Group wants to expand the scale of human experiments, it will definitely not be able to bypass the military with which it cooperates deeply. I absolutely abide by the principle of voluntariness. Luthor said, every experimenter who participates in human experiments will be able to get a reward that makes them soft. These are all irrelevant details, Lex. Let's talk about the key points. Someone asked directly, how far have you progressed in your experiments to the point where human experiments are necessary? Luthor said, borrowing the radiation in kryptonite, I have now created a monster with a lifespan of no more than 30 minutes and the ability to absorb energy for a short period of time. Luthor said, I will temporarily name this mature monster the Parasite. Batman, you shouldn't think about the metal spirit you control with scientific ideas. Poison Ivy said, this is essentially magic, metaphysics. Don't use scientific thinking to try to understand and analyze it. Chentao stood in front of a weird-looking Kryptonian computer and used his power on it like a street liar. Stream of consciousness. Stream of consciousness. Use your brain to connect with it. Just like I connect with plants. Can you see it? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Humanity Will Never Surrender to You. Editor-in-Chief White was reading the manuscript given to him by Louis Lane, who was standing in front of his desk. That is, the object and its passengers are not from Earth. With a snap, He threw the paper on the table. I really can't report it, no matter how you change it, Louis. Editor-in-Chief White said. We have discussed it many times. Maybe half of it is your hallucination. But the civilian contract approved. But before Louis could finish his words, he was interrupted by Editor-in-Chief White waving his hand. I'll tell you again, Louis. My opinion now is no different from what I said a few days ago. The Pentagon denies the existence of the ship. Of course they deny it. They should deny it, because they are the Pentagon. Louis said anxiously. Perry. Please, we are talking about me, a Pulitzer Prize-winning reporter. Then act like a famous reporter. Editor-in-Chief White's voice was also a little angry. I will not report the story of aliens hiding among ordinary people. Absolutely not. Louis did not speak. Editor-in-Chief White sighed. Haven't you already teamed up with that tabloid reporter Woodburn to publish your article? Let's stop here, Louis. That article is suitable for publication on his toxic website that is full of lies, and it cannot appear in the Daily Planet. Louis opened his mouth. My article just happened to be leaked on the internet. Okay, don't make such excuses. I have already acquiesced to your behavior. You should be content, Miss Ryan. Editor-in-Chief White said. I told you not to follow that line, but you let it spread all over the internet. The publisher wanted to sue you, but I blocked it. So Louis, 2 weeks of unpaid leave. I'm being polite to you. But my tolerance is not without limits. That's it for this time, but if you dare to do this again, I will really fire you. They looked at each other for a while. So, Louis, I'm serious with you. Don't follow it anymore. It's for your own good. Editor-in-Chief White's tone slowed down slightly. I believe you have discovered something, Louis. I don't think your clues are worthless. But giving up is definitely the right choice, which is good for everyone. He whispered, if people knew that there are such people on the earth, can you imagine how people would react? Okay, Louis said. Editor-in-Chief White shook his head. You can go out. Martha Kent has felt that the people she knows are weird recently. This afternoon, she went to a small town cake shop a few kilometers away to pick up the cake she had ordered a few days ago. Although the owner was very enthusiastic, he acted as if he had no idea that she had ordered a cake. It was really weird. She had agreed with the other party 2 days ago and even paid the deposit. No matter how busy the other party is, he would not forget about the business, right? And the owner's temperament has changed a lot. She remembered that he was quite lazy before, but now he looks very diligent and took the initiative to pay her double the deposit. What is going on? Martha walked in the town with a lot of questions in her head, but she found that everyone in the town had changed their temperament. The hard-working people became lazy, the indifferent people became enthusiastic. This was too weird. It was as if countless excellent actors replaced these people in the town and then performed the roles incorrectly according to their own understanding. Could it be that they were all replaced by some monsters that could transform? Just like in The Thing. Note, in the movie The Thing, the alien monster will turn into their appearance after eating living people. Martha Kent thought of the movie she watched a few days ago, and her brain was slightly scattered, but then she shook her head and laughed dumbly. Haha, how is it possible? Oh, speaking of this movie really vilifies aliens too much. Her Clark baby is not such a scary alien. While thinking, Martha Kent closed the door of the car, took out large and small bags of daily necessities from the back seat of the car, and a cake. The owner of the cake shop insisted on sending a cake as an apology after paying a double deposit, but Martha also paid firmly. She turned her head and saw that on the top of the hillside in the distance, his baby son Clark was fighting with the gentleman named Bruce Evian. This was their daily life for 3 days. Her son did not say that Martha would not ask. Fang said nothing about it. Rest assured, you feel disgusting. Zaid feels more disgusting, but you have smelled this kind of bad smell for a long time. When he is tolerant, he must not be better than you. All you have to do is to push him into a small biscuit. Clark reluctantly controlled his breathing. He knew that what Mr. Wayne said was right. After several days of torture on his sense of smell, he could now suppress the physiological urge to vomit, even if he smelled such a stench. What he admired most was that Mr. Wayne seemed to be fine and walked freely, even though he was in such a stench. What kind of hard training must he have gone through to be able to suppress his physiological reaction of vomiting? Okay, your mother is back. Chintao saw Martha Kent's car appear in the sky, so he sprayed the antidote specially made by Poison Ivy into the air. Let's stop today's training. The stench in the air was quickly neutralized by the antidote, reducing the stench to a level that would not be lethal. But Chintao still silently maintained the full metallization of the respiratory system in his nasal cavity and did not dare to inhale any stench at all. He also saw Clark's miserable condition of vomiting and diarrhea during the practice, and he didn't want to try it himself. I'll come back to train with you tomorrow. Remember the attacking moves I taught you, he said to Clark, and then, without even waiting for the other party to answer, he turned into a bat made of nanorobits and flew away in a hurry. After teaching Clark, he still had to train with Poison Ivy. Clark kept waving behind him. He finally sprayed himself all over with Poison Ivy's antidote to dispel the remaining stench. After all, he didn't use stink bombs to directly detonate himself, and the stench that was contaminated quickly dissipated under the antidote. Then he jumped off the cliff and flew back to his home in suspension. He stretched his body like a bird, breaking free from gravity, and flew over the low wheat fields, bringing up waves of wheat, floating with the evening breeze blowing on the ridges of the Kent farm. In the sunset, his mother Martha Kent stood in front of the house, with a car parked next to it, carrying large and small bags of daily necessities in her hands, and smiling at her beloved son who returned in the sunset. There is nothing more beautiful than this. Oh, look at my son, a great boy. Clark hugged her, then took the things in her hand, lifted the car with his bare hands, and put it into the garage. Hey, Mom. What's wrong? Clark opened his mouth. This matter has been lingering in his mind for the past few days. He wanted to tell Martha Kent about General Zod, but when the word came to his lips, he finally gave up. He changed to tell Martha something more worthy of joy. Nothing. I found it. Who? My parents. My people. I know my origins now. Ah, that's great, Clark. So happy for you. Martha answered him. She was a little disappointed, but also a little relieved. Clark sat with her on the stairs in front of the Kent house. When you were still in your infancy, I stayed by your crib all night to listen to your breathing. It was not easy for you. Martha Kent fell into memories. She seemed a little dazed. You work hard, and I worry about you all the time. Are you afraid that the truth will be exposed? Clark asked suddenly. No. Your truth? Martha hugged her son. That's because you are so cute. We knew it when we first saw you. And I know that one day the world will find out. I'm just worried that they will separate us. Oh, I'm not going anywhere. Clark hugged her. Mom, I promise you. Daily Planet. Hey, does anyone know where the ink cartridges are? Louise asked a little irritably. She would have to go on a forced unpaid leave tomorrow, so tonight is. Then she looked up and saw all her colleagues walking outside. What's wrong? She asked. My God, the news is reporting it. You have to come and see it. A female colleague told her. Her face was full of confusion and panic. Louise followed her out. In the hall, everyone stared at the TV. A clear and huge spaceship appeared on it. Below was the headline of the news. A real UFO landed on the Earth. Everyone looked at each other. Perry White narrowed his eyes. With a bang, the lights suddenly went out without any warning. The hall was dark. Kent Farm. Clark was watching TV. He raised a bottle of drink and drank it all. In the football game on TV, people were pushing each other and the battle was in full swing. Clark heard Martha calling him. Coming. He put down the drink and walked out of the room and saw a huge spaceship in the night sky, shining as bright as day. Martha Kent pointed at it, her lips trembling and unable to speak. Bang! The lights went out. Clark turned his head slowly. Buzz. He first heard a low hum. He slowly walked into the room and opened the door. You are not alone. Clark stared at the TV. You are not alone. In the dim room, the TV spelled out characters that were constantly flickering due to signal interference. The scene of the meeting of the congressman, Lex Luthor and General Ryan both stood up. The string of characters was displayed on the screens of all the electronic products in front of them. You are not alone. The congressmen were silent. You are not a person. Hong Kong. Tiny Ardenan, Russia, Japan, all over the world. The same sentence is displayed on all electronic products. The same sentence is repeated in the language of each ethnic country. You are not a person. This string of characters reflects the pupils of every human sitting in front of the electronic product at this moment. RRS also has this information. Realistically simple information aggregation, used to aggregate website news for easy reading. Louise heard her colleague next to her say, "It's also on the mobile phone." A shrill noise. Louise stared at the figure that was blurred due to signal interference. I have traveled across the vast sea of stars to find you. We had intended to establish contact earlier, but it took us nearly 10 minutes to analyze your various languages and dialects. After that, we had to determine a frequency that your equipment could accept. You really should consider unifying the language and getting a universal frequency, otherwise your species will achieve nothing. Dr. Hamilton turned his head to look at the expression on General Ryan's face. He clenched his fists and his eyes swept across the figure on everyone's screen. Luther stared at the figure. He was breathing heavily, and his face was flushed. "You sheltered one of my people, and now I ask you to hand him over." Martha Kent slowly walked to Clark's side, her steps even staggering. For some reason, he chose to hide his existence from you. He tried his best to blend in with you. He looks similar to you, but he is not of the same race. Martha grabbed her son. "If anyone knows his location, the fate of your planet is in your hands." "Kal-El, did you hear that?" Clark looked at the figure approaching the camera expressionlessly. "Come out and surrender within 24 hours. Or let the world bear the consequences. If necessary, for the sake of innocent lives, I ask you to come out and surrender in person." Lois Lane felt her legs go weak. She leaned against the wall next to her. "Can you hear me, Cal?" Squeak squeak. But Zod couldn't continue his words. With a burst of intense streaming and cross-interference sounds, Lois heard the voice of General Zod. "Wait. How is it possible? Who are you? How did you hack into our channel?" Then she heard a deep voice coming. "Hello, alien. I'm Batman, a human." "Zod, I came here specifically to tell you one thing. Humans will never surrender to you." Chapter 110 Human Races United Front. "Who is this? Find a way to block him." Zod turned his head and said to her, "The scientist who was operating the Kryptonian computer console. How did he invade the channel we transmitted?" "I don't know. This doesn't make sense." Kryptonian scientist, her skinny head was sweating coldly. "Logically speaking, this planet's ignorant and backward technology is completely impossible." "Oh, damn it." Whispered. He sent a video communication request to Black Zero. "Do you want to respond to him, General?" Got a positive answer as expected. He reached out and pressed the console, and then countless metal sands gathered on the display console, revealing the pair of pointed ears. The Kryptonians looked at each other. General Zod slowly walked to the display console. "You are invading the Earth. This is a declaration of war. And you are just a group of refugees wandering in the universe. Don't think I don't know. Krypton has been destroyed. You are a group of stray dogs." He heard the Earthling say. "Stray dogs?" The translator accurately translated this word. It hurt him. From the Aegean Sea to Asia Minor, from the Himalayas to the Hawaiian Islands, the sight projected from Chintau's pupils passed through the camera, through the screen, and onto every retina that was reflecting this image. In the metropolitan area, in the conference room where the elites gathered, Lex Luthor slowly walked towards the big screen attached to the wall. His steps were a little staggering. He threw himself on the screen, on General Zod's blurred face, and then desperately reached out to grab Batman's pointed ears. His movements were funny, like a paranoid madman, struggling to catch the reflection of the moon on the wall, but only embracing the stars. He suddenly turned around, pointed at the big screen, and howled at the top of his lungs at everyone present. Look, you idiots who say I'm worrying too much." He let out a cry-like roar, mixed with intermittent neurotic laughter. "Aliens are a threat. I've said it before, I've thought about it countless times, I've worried about it countless times. They are a threat. Or threat to the Earth, or threat to mankind." And a few blocks away from Luthor's conference room, in the hotel, where Ms. Shiver and Red Hood were staying, the two of them were also quietly watching the TV screen. Boston, Midtown. Waterfront city. New York. Every corner. Batman's voice was still ringing on the screen. And you don't understand at all what a terrible world you have invaded. Our world. Kent Farm. Clark held Martha in his arms, and the Son of Steel comforted his terrified adoptive mother. He stared at the computer screen. Do you think I don't know? World Engine. A device that can transform stars. You tried to take our home for yourself. Zod stared at the bat coldly. You came with bad intentions, Kryptonian. You never intended to let the Earth go from the beginning. And do you know what the most coincidental thing is? The Batman, who was made of metal sand on the Krypton display stand, turned his head sharply and stared at Zod closely. I didn't intend to let you go either. General Zod knew very well that this was not true. The other party could not clearly see him because technically speaking, the other party did not have the permission to record. But being stared at by those cold eyes, he still felt a strange tremor all over his body. That kind of excitement like facing a beast he had not experienced it for many years. Do you think you can come to our world and speak nonsense? Do you think you can look down on our planet from a high place? Do you think we know nothing about you and are as weak as lambs? We have been prepared for your arrival, wandering Kryptonian. This is an interstellar war, a fight to the death of civilizations. If the war breaks out, no matter north or south, no matter old or young, no matter race, status, good or evil, the entire planet, 7 billion humans will fight to the end. Zod, and you will kneel before humans. Note, General Zod's most classic, famous, and oppressive line in the comics is you would kneel before Zod. That is, you will kneel before General Zod. Here, in order to prevent the other party from saying this sentence first, Chintao changed a word and registered this sentence first. I'm Batman. I will fight for humanity to the last second. Then Lex Rutherford in the conference hall heard a sound of receiving music from the microphone in his heart. He immediately realized what it was, and he rushed over and grabbed the microphone. I'm Lex Luthor. I will fight for humanity to the last second. Then he heard his voice on the big screen, followed by another person's voice. I'm Clark Kent. I will fight for humanity. Then the voices gradually became more numerous, louder, noisier, and gradually turned into a tsunami-like wave. When all the congressmen were stunned, General Ryan walked forward quickly and grabbed the microphone. I'm Sam Ryan. The shouts of thousands of humans gathered into an ocean, resounding on the Kent farm, on the Black Zero, in Lex Luthor's conference room, on the mountains and plains, and on every piece of land on this planet. I'm Jason Todd. I'm Diana Prince. I'm Shiva. Countless names were mixed together. This was the roar of mankind, the voice of the race. They were singing and roaring, for the continuation of the race, for a better tomorrow. We are willing to be the most heroic individuals in the group. Go through fire and water, step on sharp blades, never turn back. Bang. As the video stopped abruptly, the power gradually returned to normal. It was as if everything that had just happened was just a fantasy. Luthor lowered his head and stood in front of the big screen. His face was hidden in the shadow under the light, and it was hard to see his expression. Your human experiment project has been approved, Lex Luthor. Start immediately, and we will see immediate results in a short time. He heard General Ryan say behind him. This is terrible. He heard the congressman whispering behind him, and some people's voices were shaking uncontrollably. That Batman, that damn urban legend, super freak, how dare he speak for us humans? That group of aliens, even if their home planet is destroyed, we shouldn't. The order in the conference room almost collapsed in an instant. People were discussing fiercely with each other, noisy, and wantonly venting their inner fear and surprise. We should hand over the alien hiding among us. Stupid, maybe he can help us. No. He's not even human. I mean, he's not from this world. A congressman stood up. He jumped directly onto the table and said loudly, he lives in the United States, but he is not an American citizen. Got everyone. He is a stateless person. We have no jurisdiction over him legally, and if we have no jurisdiction over him, then why should we be loyal to him? Metropolis, Batman base. With a violent muffled sound, a puff of green smoke came out of the Bat computer, and the flame came out directly from the huge chassis installed inside the wall. Alfred, wearing a candle hat, hurriedly took a can of fire extinguisher and sprayed it at the wall. Lucius, who was also wearing a Batman mask, stood beside him. The motherboard of this bat computer was damaged by the huge computing power in an instant. He said to Chen Tao, "You actually tried to use it to screen individuals who are willing to shout slogans with you among more than 7 billion people in the world. It would be strange if this computer didn't destroy itself. In fact, Bat Boy's scientific magic stabilized it and allowed it to survive until the screening was completed before dying, right?" Poison Ivy's voice came from the side. "Well done. Your magical magic has now reached the level of mastery. At least there will be no wrong options such as casting a spell on air." Chen Tao ignored Poison Ivy. He stood there, still recalling the feeling of connecting to the huge spaceship tens of thousands of meters above the dome. He opened his palm and let the metal spread on it, and then turned into the rubber texture of the vehicle tires. Finally, he watched the luster of these metals shrink like transformers and disappear into thin air. "Ivy, you continue to study my parents." Chen Tao just said that subconsciously, and then realized that Alfred was also beside him, so he quickly lowered his voice. "Have you found any results now?" Poison Ivy forced a smile. "Not yet, not yet." "Then keep working hard." Chen Tao whispered to her, "The combination of the black of decay and the green of everything. I always think this is very important. You have to figure out how this happened. They should only repel and devour each other, and then consume each other and destroy each other." Ever since Chen Tao completely loaded the Batmobile and suspected of becoming the spokesperson for the element of metal spirit, Chen Tao felt more and more that the power of metal spirit, whether it was the green of everything or the black of decay, was incompatible with it. Although Ivy had been studying for so long and didn't seem to have found anything, he would not stop this project. Everything remains the same as before. 1 penny. Chen Tao looked at his watch and said to Alfred, "Help me to finish the work at the base and get a new computer. I'll go to sleep for a few hours and visit Superman tomorrow morning." "Okay, go early and come back early, sir." Alfred seemed to have not said much from just now until now. He said with a smile, and then took out a packed sandwich and drink from the drawer of the table next to him. "This is breakfast for tomorrow morning. I have prepared it in advance. Remember to take it with you on the way." "Ah, it's okay. I can eat something at Superman's house," Chen Tao said, but still took it. "Thank you. Sandwiches are necessary, and I'm afraid I have to remind you, sir, although I haven't met Mr. Superman many times, he is a determined young man. Therefore, I'm very pessimistic about your meeting this time. It is very likely to end. So Superman may not accept my proposal, and things may go in a different direction because of his decision. I know all this." 1 penny. Chen Tao touched his chin, then said, "I've thought about these things, and I've made plans and preparations. But I still want to try to persuade Superman." Chen Tao muttered, "After all, if Zod listens to me, I will definitely kill him." But he quickly shook his head. If there is no point in leaving uncertain things there, Superman may obey him on small matters. Even if he thinks his teaching is correct, he will completely accept his teaching. But once it comes to the core issues, Jonathan Kent's decades of shaping Clark's personality will immediately come into play. Superman is not someone who is easily influenced by others. Forget it. In short, 1 penny, I'm leaving first." Chen Tao nodded, then walked towards the exit and disappeared in a moment. After a while, Lucius also said goodbye. In the hall of the base, only Poison Ivy and Alfred were left. As soon as Lucius left, Alfred spoke. He put down the work in his hands and used his own power to solidify the atmosphere in an instant. "My little bat is a little stressed out mentally. Poison Ivy." Alfred's voice lowered, and he deliberately used some more old-fashioned names to call Ivy. "But we can't contribute to his problems, can we?" He obviously didn't wear any voice changer, but the voice he made was exactly the same as Batman's low and hoarse voice processed by the voice changer. "I didn't dare to desecrate the remains of Batman's parents." Seeing Alfred's DC ancestral dark filter, Poison Ivy immediately raised her hands and feet in surrender. "Just like you said, Batman asked me. I said I was researching. Usually I worship my uncle and aunt in the incense burner in Chinatown." "That's good," Alfred said. Absolutely don't provoke my little Batman." Seeing his perverted look, Poison Ivy swallowed her saliva. As if realizing that he had frightened the other party, Alfred softened his tone and began to comfort Poison Ivy. He's just a little anxious recently and under too much mental pressure. In fact, his mental problems are not serious. You know he's about to retire and he always wants to end it well. It's normal to be stressed. He promised. Anyway, Ivy, you will get the plant rescue projects in Africa that you deserve. A few hours later, Ulricus finally left the bat base. In the huge base, Poison Ivy was the only one sitting in front of the laboratory table. She took out a headset from the drawer of the cabinet next to the laboratory table and hung it on her ear. But, I've sent your old butler away. In exchange, I want you to stop those logging companies in Brazil. The African project? That was promised to me by your old butler himself. I know, I've been researching it every day. What else do you want from me? Okay, I won't ask for more next time. What did you say? The incense burner in Chinatown? Got, you really want me to put a fake one there? You want to trick the old butler, right? Okay. Then she frowned, scratched her burgundy hair, a little annoyed. Don't rush me, I'm already researching it. Can scientific research be rushed? She hung up the phone, sat in front of the lab bench, and muttered to herself, damn it. If it weren't for so many poor plants that need to be saved, I wouldn't. She rubbed her face. God, I feel like I'll die from overwork sooner or later. She muttered, before I mutated into a plant, I was in the lab every day, and after I mutated into a plant, I'm still in the lab every day. Didn't I mutate in vain? On the morning of the second day, in the cool morning breeze, Chen Tao, walking on the sunset, came to Kent Farm. Then, as expected, he saw Clark Kent standing on a high ridge waiting for him, his expression full of disappointment. Chen Tao felt something was wrong when he saw his expression from a distance. So he quickly took out the Batmobile and sent a message to the Clayface man on it. If Superman and I leave this manor together, you can kidnap Martha Kent. The signature below was, the brave and fearless Batman. After editing the text message, Chen Tao put the phone in his pocket and went to meet him. Clark. And recommend other people's books. Book title, Born with Charming Bones. He's a man. Introduction. Born with charming bones, the envy of all living beings. The beauty is breathtaking, and if you practice with the help of God, you can also take away the creation of heaven and earth by eating a Shanhei Benji. After reading a lot of information, Yan King collapsed on the jade mat in despair. Good news, he is born with a charming character and great talent. Bad news, he is a man, has just been caught, and will be boiled soon. Chapter 111, Ms. Shiver's Declaration of the World's Strongest. Chen Tao and a Kryptonian named Clark Kent walked on the ridge of the Kent farm. The sunshine at 9 AM or 10 AM was the best time. It was neither scorching nor weak, but slightly intoxicating. It made people feel as if their hearts were intoxicated. The cells of the Kryptonian were groaning and absorbing energy with joy. Chen Tao and Clark walked, and neither of them spoke first. Soon, they reached the edge of their own fields. Clark finally spoke. Is it really that we can only choose one out of two? Chen Tao did not answer him directly. He whispered, I'm Clark Kent, and I will do something for mankind. He did not finish his words, but Clark understood what he meant. You can be anyone, Clark. But the most important thing is that you know who you will become. Your father is a great man, Chen Tao told Clark. He gave you all the good qualities of mankind. I have always believed that human identity comes only from recognition, not blood. Therefore, I sincerely hope that you don't have any illusions about Zod. Chen Tao lowered his eyebrows. Don't go to see Zod, and don't try to persuade him. To Zod, the lives of all creatures on Earth are not lives, but just bugs. Including Martha Ken. Mr. Wayne, I hope you don't use your mother's name to interfere with my judgment. I apologize for this, Chen Tao immediately answered him, but the fact is that your contradiction is irreconcilable. You go to Black Zero, just giving him the opportunity to kill you. Chen Tao tried his best to persuade the other party, although according to his understanding of Superman, he knew very well that this would always be futile. Superman has never been a yes man who believes whatever others say. He is the greatest hero on the planet, and there is a high possibility that there will be no one of after this title. He will have his own judgment, He just doesn't like to use his super brain. If you can rush to any bad guy at a speed close to supersonic speed, and then punch him into a cookie, and if someone hits you, you lose 1x10-9999 trillion times of blood, and if you hit someone, they will explode on the spot. You don't want to use your brain. But this does not mean that Superman is a fool. Chen Tao knew very well that no matter how obedient he had shown to him before, when it comes to the most core decision, Superman will never be fooled by anyone. Mom was worried, and she didn't sleep all night. Clark changed the subject. She held me tightly and told me not to leave her. He squatted down, picked up a stone from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and seemed to want to throw it directly, but in the end he curled his fingers and crushed it into powder. Last night, I flew all over the world. Clark said, I even flew to the vicinity of Black Zero to observe them for a while. The atmosphere seemed a little stagnant. I didn't find the world engine you mentioned, Mr. Wayne. He stood up and turned to look at Chen Tao. They faced each other in the field. Both of them stood in the light, and the golden sunlight stretched their shadows. My biological father's projection confirmed to me the existence of the world engine. But he also confirmed to me that General Zod was imprisoned in the Phantom Zone with nothing, and everything on Krypton was destroyed along with the planet. General Zod should not have mastered this thing. General Zod would never let it go. How do you know? Chen Tao was silent. This is the worst part of the whole thing. He is a time traveler. He can deduce the process by combining the results with the comics and movies he knew in his previous life, but this means that anything he said is not supported by a complete chain of logic and evidence. Therefore, facing Superman's questioning, he can only answer like this: I just know, because I'm Batman, and Batman knows everything. Superman did not comment. He turned around and continued to walk forward. Chen Tao followed him and walked shoulder to shoulder with him. They crossed the ridges and hills and flew side by side through the dense trees, then gradually began to accelerate. After flying for a while, they landed on a cement road far away from another town. So, where are we going now? Chen Tao asked. Where are you taking me? You'll know when we get there. They walked along the path for about 6 minutes, and a church built on a small dirt hill outside the town came into view. When you are confused, you come to seek God's guidance? Chen Tao asked. Then he saw a veil of biological force field covering Clark's face. When he moved his eyes to his face, Chen Tao could clearly see his handsome face, but once he looked away, this face became a mosaic in his memory, and even Clark's hair color was a little blurred. Chen Tao sighed. He snapped his fingers, and silver white particles entangled his face, turning into the mask of the broken bat and the dark yellow pupils. Facing Clark's gaze, Chen Tao said unhappily, don't look at me like that. I don't want to be so ostentatious, but I don't have your biological position. The two of them walked into the church together. There were not many people in the church, only a priest standing on the stage. Hearing the sound of someone coming in, he subconsciously said, what are you thinking about? Then he looked up and saw Chen Tao's transformed bat floating above Clark's head like a dark cloud. He was so scared that he swallowed his saliva. Clark sat down on the chair without noticing or caring. I don't know how to start. He paused. The spaceship that appeared last night. I'm the person they are looking for. And I'm the Batman last night. Chen Tao floated to the top of the priest's forehead like a ghost. I'm a human, and he is a Kryptonian. You are more like an alien. The priest looked at Chen Tao's body, half of which was like gravel, and complained in his heart, but of course he did not say such an evaluation. This was not because he had a high emotional intelligence, but because his brain was blank at this moment, and he almost lost the ability to process language. He barely organized a sentence with normal word order and asked Clark, do you know why they are looking for you? To revive my home planet. That's probably the inference now. Clark answered him, but General Zod, even if I surrender, he may not keep his promise, or in other words, the so-called promise was just a lie from the beginning. But, if I surrender, I can save the Earth. Shouldn't I do it? Seeing that the priest was speechless, Clark shook his head. Chen Tao walked out of the church with him. Clark took out his cell phone from his pocket and turned it on. A video was playing on it. If he really doesn't want to harm us, then he should return to his people to bear the consequences. If he refuses to go, maybe we should send him. Lois Lane of the Daily Planet knows who he is. I think she is. Chen Tao knew him. This was Woodburn. Lois had worked with him before and published news about Clark together. Now, as expected, in the face of a global crisis, he sold Lois out without hesitation. Clark silently stared at the information on the screen of his cell phone. Then he finally said, I can convince General Zod. Even if there is a high probability that it is impossible, but I still want to try. I'm sorry, Mr. Wayne. Zod and his people are my last compatriots. In any case, I have to try to see if there is a way to peacefully resolve all disputes. Chen Tao sighed again. He knew it would turn out like this. Okay, he said. I will never be stupid enough to fall into a trap. Clark told Chen Tao, I will bring the master control key of the Kryptonian spacecraft. Black Zero itself is a spacecraft designed by my father. As long as I have the master control key, I should be able to seize part of the authority of this spacecraft. And this is a part of my body. Chen Tao dispersed the transformation of the broken bat and placed a small square piece of metal in Superman's palm. The metal then deformed and turned into an inconspicuous iron ring, which was buckled on Superman's middle finger. You just need to leave it on the Kryptonian spaceship. It will help us when the time is right. Clark looked at him and nodded heavily. Okay. Watching Clark's flying figure disappear into the sky, Chen Tao took out his mobile phone immediately, then blinked his eyes, and the mobile phone automatically operated and sent a text message to the clay face. Clark has surrendered to the army, and now you can kidnap Martha. Then he immediately switched to Alfred's interface. Hurry up. Clark has finally left. You use the Batplane to move all the kryptonite weapons here. And don't forget the kryptonite reactor armor. How is a scientist, Lucius, upgrading it? Metropolis. In the hotel, where Ms. Shiver and Jason are staying. The 5-star hotel provides a free buffet in the morning. Teacher Shiver. We have all been in Metropolis for a while. Why don't you? Ms. Shiver knocked on the table with chopsticks. She is a nation, and she prefers to use chopsticks rather than knives and forks. No hurry, no hurry. Watch TV first, she said. The news on the TV next to the hole was still looping the video of tabloid reporter Woodburn's speech, in which he raved about how we shouldn't protect Superman. I remember that Lois Lane. Only she could get exclusive reports on Superman. But by now, the FBI has probably come to arrest this reporter alive. Jason said, this world has become more and more incomprehensible to me. A few years ago, I was facing serial killers, psychopaths, and maniacs, and the world was still relatively normal at that time. Then came the American Idol era, where criminals had equal opportunities, and every Tourette syndrome, note, clinical manifestations are motor tics, vocal tics, and behavioral disorders, dared to claim to be the next Joker with a Macute box. I thought such an era was bad enough and crazy enough, but now even aliens have appeared. In fact, he put a piece of food into his mouth with chopsticks. The content of the news these 2 days is really outrageous. I always feel like I'm watching Rick and Morty. He took another bite of food and drank some drink. While chewing, he said vaguely, well, challenging Batman is already magical enough, and now we may have to challenge aliens. Before he finished speaking, he saw the expression on Siwa's face, and then his expression collapsed. No way. You really want to challenge the aliens? What about Batman? Aren't you going to challenge him? Then he was immediately asked back by Siwa. Since you are looking for excitement, why not just go all the way? Jason joked. He stretched his neck and swallowed the food with all his strength, and then said, but you saw how inhuman that Superman is. He just felt tired. Does anyone remember their original purpose? He was originally just here to fight Batman, and the place of the fight was supposed to be Gotham, but now he is staying in a 5-star hotel in Metropolis. How did things develop into this? I know he's very strong. Ms. Shiver said, flames can't hurt him. He can easily knock down houses and lift piles of steel beams weighing dozens of tons. Since you know this, shouldn't it be clear that this is definitely not an opponent that humans can fight against? Jason said, humans are completely incomparable to such aliens. You are wrong. The only difference between humans and aliens is strength. If these can be made up. Do you think I don't know that you have hidden something secretly, little Jason? Jason understood what the other party meant, and he didn't mean to hide it. I didn't prepare a lot of venom, he said, although Bane's subordinate called Zombie taught me the formula for making venom. I didn't make a lot due to time, materials and venue constraints. But before he finished speaking, he heard Ms. Shiver said accurately, only one van was made, right? Jason was speechless. Ms. Shiver said earnestly, I have found the van you hid. It is too early for you to take the venom now. I will keep it for you. When you grow up a little bit, I will let you use the venom. You want to use the venom to strengthen yourself, increase your strength to the point where you can fight aliens, and then challenge them with martial arts? Ms. Shiver pretended not to hear Jason's question. You can locate Batman's spleen, right? Yes, that's right. Jason said sullenly. He is still using the satellite codes from that year. Ms. Shiver said, then you start locating it at any time now. I want to know when Batman will go to fight aliens. Jason saw her lift the hair beside her earlobe, revealing a bloodthirsty smile, and biting the barbecue in front of her. It was like a beast biting the flesh of its prey. He remembered that Ms. Shiver was famous for killing other martial arts masters with her bare hands in her early years. Countless martial arts masters were proud to die at her hands. I want to go and see too. Do aliens bleed? Can aliens be killed? This is really exciting. Shiver's eyes wandered. But no matter whether it's Batman or aliens, I will definitely win. Because I'm Shiver, the strongest individual on this planet, no one else. 4 hours later, General Zod and his men landed in front of the Kent family's house on the Kent farm. As soon as General Zod got off the spacecraft, he saw Martha Kent standing at the door with an uncomfortable and weird smile, like a statue made of mud, waiting for them. The town within a radius of dozens of miles was quiet, so quiet that there was not even the barking of dogs. Chapter 112 General Zod vs. Superman's mother. Lex Luthor sat in his old house. Compared to his office, this was a more private space. He did not accept the invitation of General Sam Lane, Lois Lane's father, to watch the small ceremony of Superman surrendering to the Kryptonians in the military base. To him, that was more like a personal insult. He had always locked himself up in the old house, and had never even seen Superman walk into the cage on his own initiative, let alone Lois Lane, who was arrested and brought to justice within a few hours. There was no one in the house. Even his female secretary was not qualified to stay here. The fire in the fireplace was slowly devouring the coals. Luthor sat on the sofa, staring at the TV in front of him. The ceremony was broadcast on it. This was a real-time broadcast. Countless dignitaries, scientists, and politicians who could not be at the scene were watching this contact with aliens with Luthor at this time. Luthor hummed softly, and he tapped the small coffee table next to the sofa with his fingers again and again. Click, click, click. The red cape is coming. The red cape is coming. He watched the red cape Superman take the initiative to meet the aliens coming down from the spacecraft. Running down the street, warning us, one light from the land, to lights from the sky. Adapted from the alarm during the War of Independence, behind him hung a painting, an angel and a devil, that were perfectly symmetrical. This meant that there was no distinction between the top and the bottom in the hanging of this painting. At this time, the devil in this painting was hung on the top. He turned his head and stared at the painting, half of his face hidden in the shadow. He murmured in a low voice, "The devil does not come from hell, but from the sky." On TV, the Kryptonian female adjutant named Fire asked Lois Lane to follow Superman into Black Zero, and Lois did so. Luthor poured himself a glass of red wine and shook it. With a mechanical transmission sound, the floor behind his sofa suddenly flipped over, and a hidden laser gun suddenly emerged from under the slightly decayed pine board, aiming directly at the corner next to him. TSK. Luthor exhaled, and then put the wine glass on the coffee table, making a light thump. Snap, 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 snap. With his movements, the floor was lifted up, the vase was deformed, and dozens of various messy weapons rose from this old-fashioned European-style furniture room, densely aimed at that corner. The sofa where Luthor was sitting made a mechanical sound, and then the blue stand shield was put on him. The sofa that looked even a little old floated up, carrying Luthor to turn 180 degrees, and then quickly retreated. "Breaking into someone's home is not a good idea," he said. "If I press this button, you will be blown to dust by dozens of different weapons. And you blow up your own home, just to destroy one of my communicators? Forget it, Luther. I'm here to negotiate. Luther pursed his lips. He saw fine black dust seeping in from the cracks in the floor. And my communicator was originally dust. The fine black dust condensed on the ground into a small car stereo, which even had Batman's iconic pointed ears on it. Some kind of nanorobot? Amazing cutting edge science, Batman. Luther said, but other than that, there's nothing to talk about between us. Do you think that, just because we talked on the radio, we are friends? I ask you not to interfere with our plan against Zod. Chentao's voice rang out from the car stereo. You want to kill Superman. You are hostile to Superman Oklahoma. All of that is fine, but not now. The Earth needs to defeat General Zod before we can talk about the future. Without waiting for Luther to speak, he continued. Therefore, I came here to ask for a guarantee from you, Luther. I hope you haven't forgotten the existence of Brainiac. The Earth needs to unite all those who can be united. No more infighting. Luther heard the other party say, at this time, whoever fights in fighting is a traitor. Do you think I don't know about your degraded versions of the parasite? They are a group of beasts that don't distinguish between friend and foe. You and those people in the military will only interfere with Superman if you let them out. Luther slowly leaned back with his fingers crossed. Interfere with Superman? He repeated Chentao's words and then said, how ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Chentao remained silent. Luther wanted to use the Joker as a sore spot to stimulate him, but due to the wrong intelligence, he only showed a can of air. Ridiculous. Absurd. Stupid. Luther scolded. When we feel a crisis, the first thing we think of is not self-help, but Superman will definitely come. How terrible it is. When the world is really in crisis, we have no power to resist, but just look at the sky and shout, look, that's Superman. Luther accused. Batman, you shouldn't entrust everything to Superman. He is just an alien. But obviously, Batman was not moved by his words. Whatever you say, Luther. But Superman will always be the strongest fighting force at this stage, and the Earth will never give up borrowing his power. At this point, there is nothing to talk about. Luther knew that the next plot would be threats and counter-threats. So he took the initiative to say, okay, I promise you, I will never do that. I want you to say every word. Luther blinked his eyes. He sighed again. Okay, I swear, at least before I successfully deal with General Zod, I will never stab Superman and you in the back. Absolutely not. Are you satisfied? He heard the small car speaker say, remember what you said, Luther. If you dare to break your promise, I will come to you. Then Luther watched the small speaker spread into tiny nanorobots again, penetrated into the floor, and disappeared without a trace. General Zod couldn't help but recall what his subordinate Krypton's chief scientist said to him dozens of minutes ago. We have found Cowl's true identity in Lois Lane's memory. At that time, on the Black Zero, showed the screen to General Zod. Beside them were the unconscious Clark Kent and Lois Lane, who was connected to the machine to read the memory. This is why they specifically asked Lois Lane to board the spacecraft with Kal-El. Kal only allowed this Earthling to take his picture and publish it in their backward information dissemination medium called newspapers. There must be a connection between them. Kal-El, or should we call him by his human name Clark? I have overcome the biological standpoint veil he left in Lois Lane's memory. Let me add here that the amazing application method is that I just discovered that when we are exposed to the yellow sun, the cells can. Let me continue to talk about business. Scientist said, I hacked into the low-level internet of this planet, based on the name provided by this human named Louis. Through investigation, I roughly circled the possible crash site of Carl's escape spacecraft. As long as you fly around those possible locations, you should be able to detect the signal of the escape capsule. Well, okay, I know. General Zod nodded, and then asked, maybe there will be enemies around the escape spacecraft? Said, I found his family situation from the employee reserved information of the newspaper called Daily Planet where Carl worked. He has an adoptive mother named Martha Kent, just an ordinary human. Let's go back to the present. That's right, just an ordinary human. General Zod thought. Just an ordinary human. What's there to be surprised about? General Zod walked down the stairs slowly. His female adjutant Fyra and the big warrior Ek followed him on the left and right. A small Kryptonian reconnaissance plane sprayed behind him. stirring up clouds of dust. He wore a full body breathing mask, and then the mask became transparent in just a few seconds, revealing his face. He walked straight to the earthling named Martha Kent. Where is the ship that brought him here? But he did not get the answer he imagined. Martha Kent still maintained that twisted smile. She stuttered and said, "You, who are you?" A chill rose from the hearts of the three people present. This creature did not look like a living creature at all. General Zod winked at his adjutant. Pharaoh walked straight forward, grabbed Martha Kent's throat, and lifted her up directly. Where is the code of life? But the scene of suffocation and kicking legs that should have happened did not appear. As Martha Kent was strangled and lifted up, her expression suddenly became lively, like a puppet master who manipulated dozens of puppets at the same time, and suddenly strengthened the control and performance of a specific puppet. Then Pharaoh saw the infinite love in the eyes of the woman in front of her. "It's okay. Kryptonians, the earth welcomes you. The earth loves you. I love you." Question mark? This neurotic and irrelevant speech made the female adjutant's superbrain suddenly stagnate. There is no mother role in the social structure of Kryptonians. They are produced like worker ants. From the moment they are born, their genes determine the content of their work in society. However, this social state of Kryptonians is the result of acquired compilation. They can also give birth normally, but they artificially erase their father and mother. Therefore, for a standard mother role, Pharaoh fell into a weird state of confusion. Mom loves you. No matter what you do to me, I will tolerate you unconditionally, because that's what a mother is. Martha Kent reached out and rubbed Pharaoh's cold helmet, then said with tears in her eyes, "Woo, woo, woo, my daughter." Question mark, question mark, question mark. Pharaoh's mind fell into chaos. What are you talking about? Have you figured out the situation in front of you? Woo, my daughter, you are too unfilial. Why don't you come to see me all the time enough? General Zod spoke directly. "Let me come." "Sorry, General." Pharaoh put Martha Kent down, lowered her head, and returned to General Zod's back. General Zod walked in front of Martha Kent, who fell to the ground, covering her neck with a strange and gentle smile on her face. Where on earth did he hide the code of life? General Zod's voice sounded gloomy and heavy under the ventilator, like a silent volcano. Just hearing such a voice, people felt a chill rushing from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. He stood there like a hurricane upside down on the ground, and for no reason, people actually had the urge to worship him. Boom. He just raised his hand lightly, and Martha Kent's car was thrown into the sky by him like a toy car, and then fell on the roof of the house like a comet, smashing through the second floor, and falling on the first floor, with gravel flying everywhere. Tell me, the code of life, where is it? This should have been an extremely oppressive threat, but he only got the following response: "Son, it's here with Mom. Do you want to drink asterisk asterisk again?" Zod kicked the Kent family's Reaper away. The machine, which had not been used for some years, spun and broke into pieces in midair, and then the remaining parts all poured into the Kent family's house like sharp swords. The poor house was directly punched with several large holes. "Are you really not afraid of death? Fly with confidence, son. Mom will always be with you." Zod suppressed his anger and controlled his impulse to punch the other party into a meat pie. Earthlings are too fragile, and their bodies will be torn apart if they are not careful. The psychopath in front of him, named Martha Kent, may be the candidate who knows the whereabouts of the code of life. Zod must control his temper and not kill the other party. He suppressed his anger at being fooled. "Where is the code of life? If you dare to fool me again, I will take out all your internal organs and see their colors. Will you tell me?" "Son, you don't have to take them out. Mom can do it myself." "Yeah." General Zod paused. The words that were brewing in her mouth were stuck in her throat like a mouthful of phlegm. Martha Kent, who was lying on the ground, exposed her belly and then scratched it with her fingernails. With a pop sound of skin and flesh being separated, her body from the belly to the chest cavity suddenly opened up, like a live pig lying on a chopping board waiting to be slaughtered, turning out two ribs, facing General Zod directly. Question mark? General Zod's brain also fell into chaos. He stood there and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Is there such a possibility that Earthlings can turn out all their internal organs? Martha Kent took out a large intestine and wrapped it with her small intestine, straightened her intestines in front of Zod, and then used her intestines as ropes to start skipping rope. Bang, 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 bang. Every time she jumped, it was like jumping in the hearts of the 3 Kryptonians. After jumping for a while, she stopped again and took out her heart, lungs, liver and kidneys. Which organ do you want? Take whatever you want. Mom loves you. Zod took the other's heart numbly and then just watched the other person jumping and opened his skull and grabbed the brain in his hand, playing with it like jelly. Oh, I almost forgot. If it's this serious, it should bleed. Sizzle. The blood rushed out of Martha's head like a shower head and drenched the 3 Kryptonians. Martha put the brain in Zod's hand and then said, "Oh, in this situation, it's time to die." Then, in a flash, she suddenly lay on the ground and fell asleep peacefully. Only 3 Kryptonians were left standing there like fools, looking at each other, doubting their lives. So what is this? Big Gaiek looked at Fyra, then at General Zod. Then he looked at the kidney stuffed in his hand, opened his mouth, and then closed it. General Zod opened his mouth. "Forget it. Let's search this place first to see if we can find the Codex of Life. Anyway, find the location of the escape pod first, and then." General Zod turned his head suddenly before he finished speaking. A violent whistling sound came from the horizon, and a figure with a fluttering red cape came back to the Kent farm like a hurricane and a sonic boom. Damn it, why did I let him run away? Didn't he catch Kal-El and draw blood? Fyra said, "He's too." But she didn't have the chance to say the rest. As soon as Clark returned to the Kent farm, he saw Martha Kent dead on the ground with a disemboweled pig's stomach, and the 3 Kryptonians each held one of Martha's organs. Clark's eyes turned red on the spot. Superman, Blood is Angry. Chapter 113 The Brave and Fearless Man. In the deepest part of the universe, under the boundless starry sky, inside a huge skeleton spaceship, Brainiac sat on his throne, one metal tentacle after another attached to his brain, connecting him to his kingdom. In the endless data stream, countless possible futures, like chess pieces on a chessboard, were repeatedly deduced under Brainiac's huge computing power. Analyzing. Sample collection success rate. 32.1%. This value is too low. After analysis, the following 3 people have caused variables. 1. Superman. 2. Batman. 3. Lex Luthor. Brainiac opened his eyes. Countless huge data streams flashed in his indifferent eyes that were not like living things. These data streams were enough to burst all the top servers on the earth, but they were not worth mentioning to Brainiac. He even had the ability to distract himself. Rebuilding the analysis model. Analyzing Darkseid. Calculating Earth's destruction time. Establishing a comparison. Analyzing the most suitable time to collect samples with the highest success rate. Sample collection target, Metropolis. It is worth noting that conflicts with Darkseid should be avoided as much as possible. This prerequisite has been added. Additional collection targets, Superman, Batman, Lex Luthor, Parasite. Improving Earth Civilization Protection Plan. Started. Brainiac nodded, and then the 3-dimensional image of General Zod and Black Zero appeared in front of him. "What is that, Major?" General Sam Ryan sat in the main seat of the command room, surrounded by busy scientific researchers and soldiers with live ammunition. His expression was serious, and his slightly graying temples set off his black hair, but his fingers trembling slightly on the armrests showed that he was not so calm. He kept thinking about his daughter, Lois Lane, and the Kryptonian called Fyra and the intelligence asking her to go with the alien called Superman to the Black Zero. At that moment, as a father, he was ready to directly refuse the alien's request and lead all American soldiers to fight the Kryptonians on the spot. But his daughter left, without hesitation, and followed the big Boy Scout in red and blue. It's all Superman's fault. Well, General Lane knew that this was just impotent rage and a complete transfer of unwarranted hatred. His rationality was very clear about this, but emotion and rationality have always been 2 different things. The voice of his subordinates interrupted his recollection, and he immediately turned back into the iron-blooded general. An enemy aircraft has been detected, launched from an alien spacecraft. Screen display. Yes, sir. Get radio 4. Get closer. General Sam Lane picked up the phone. Command. Today's code is Trident. An alien spacecraft is approaching. Radio 4 is connected. How fast is it? 380 nautical miles. Entering the sky over Kansas. They seem to be wandering back and forth looking for something. They refuse to respond to us. General Sam Lane was silent. I'm sorry, colleagues. He said, the worst has happened. Even though we have handed over Superman, the aliens still refuse to leave the Earth immediately. I'm afraid that this battle is inevitable. The president has authorized me to fight back if the aliens invade the Earth. So I may have to make an announcement. He turned and looked at everyone in the hall. We are going to war with the aliens. He knew exactly what he was talking about and what the consequences would be. Lois Lane, his beloved daughter, was on the Kryptonian spacecraft at this time. If he just followed the president's order, he would most likely never see his daughter again. Yes, that's right. General Ryan told himself this over and over again. He felt his limbs trembling and his head cold. The huge emotions surged and hit his whole body, knocking him down and burying him in the bottomless darkness. But he still repeated his order. General, but your daughter. I said, follow my orders, didn't you hear me? Start the fighter jets, tanks, gunships, launch an attack, use missiles, use bombs, use artillery. General Sam Ryan's voice was shaking. Didn't you hear my order, soldier? Colonel Hardy lowered his head. Yes, General. Countless people have paid their lives for our country. General Ryan whispered, as if he was telling everyone present, and as if he was hypnotizing himself. His voice gradually stopped shaking. They are other people's children. If other people's children can die, then my children can die too. Louise is already an adult and she can be responsible for her own choices. So, launch an attack. In the name of the United States, launch an attack on the enemy. When he finished speaking, his body shook visibly. General Ryan pushed away Colonel Hardy, who tried to come up to support him, and then pointed at his nose. You lead the team yourself, and cover them with firepower. Colonel Hardy, we must use the highest level of attack to send these aliens directly to hell. He opened his mouth and felt his soul howling in the lightless white night, but not a single tear flowed from his eyes. Attack them. This is my order to you. Go attack them. At this moment, another non-commissioned officer hurried into the control room and whispered in General Ryan's ear, Your Excellency General, there is a colonel who wants to see you. He is waiting outside now. No, what the hell? General Ryan said, let them go. We are dealing with an interstellar crisis now. But he brought the president's order. What do? You can't come in the president's order? But even so, you can't. There was a noisy sound from the microphone in front of General Ryan, and then the guard outside asked, Your Excellency General, there is a colonel here who claims to have the president's order. Can we let them in? They want to break in now. Should we fight back? General Ryan looked at the non-commissioned officer next to him. The sergeant immediately replied, There is no problem with the identity. I have verified it. General Ryan nodded. Let them in. Then he turned to Colonel Hardy and said, Why are you still standing there? Prepare for battle. Yes. Colonel Hardy saluted and turned to leave. General Ryan turned around and stared at the two alien spacecraft on the screen in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. A few minutes later, the door behind him opened. General Ryan turned his head and saw a tall and strong blonde man walked in, followed by several FBI black-clad agents. General Ryan, I'm Colonel Steve Trevor of the United States Air Force. Steve walked into the room and extended his hand to General Ryan, who was sitting there. But General Ryan did not shake hands with him. What can I do for you? He said. Don't waste each other's time. Steve frowned, but did not care about General Ryan's attitude. He pointed to a fat black woman next to him. The other party was as fat as a black sow standing up, but she was wearing an FBI uniform. This ugly face made General Ryan look her up and down. Generally speaking, a guy with such appearance should appear in the slums or the sanitation bureau, not among a group of FBI. I'm Amanda Waller, an agent. Nice to meet you, General. Amanda did not mention her specific position. She showed a harmless smile and looked like an old lady working as a salesperson in a supermarket. Steve said, General, a holographic image meeting is waiting for your attendance. Mr. President and many congressmen want to discuss the issue of aliens with you, as well as President Luther of Lex Group. He leaned close to General Ryan's ear. They are anxiously waiting for you to explain the situation to them. At the same time, we are also discussing whether to release the parasite to deal with this threat. At this time, more than 10 kilometers away from Kent Farm, Chen Tao appeared safely on an invisible bat plane, with Alfred standing next to him. This is a heavier bat plane. It is more like a small mobile air fortress than an airplane. Since the plane was just hovering, AI could do the job, which also allowed Alfred to guard here. At this time, Chen Tao was sitting in front of the computer. Most of his body had turned into a real car. Only the upper body, neck and thighs still maintained the human form, but this made him even more weird. A human head was directly glued to the hood of the car, and the two wheels at the back were replaced by two hairy legs. Because the front body was too heavy, it could only kick on the ground. Fortunately, the cabin of this plane was large enough. Even if most of the body had been turned into a car body, there was no need to worry about the problem of not being able to fit it. At this time, Chen Tao was connecting himself to the Bat computer with a wire. Frankly speaking, the computing power of the Batmobile was too poor. Even with the assistance of nanorobots such as the Broken Bat, it was almost impossible to hack into Black Zero directly. Even magic has to be reasonable. When people are anxious, they can do anything, except math problems. If the computing power can't keep up, it can't keep up. After all, it's just F-level Batman. How strong can you expect him to be? Now he was facing Black Zero, just like encountering a thin film of steel. It looked weak, and he knew its weakness, but he had no ability to penetrate it. But the problem was that he didn't need to penetrate it. Superman took away the master key, which allowed the artificial intelligence, based on his biological father Jor-El, to successfully invade Black Zero. So, now he just needed to put his own in. The old butler looked at the increasingly inhuman Batman with a complicated expression. Chen Tao let out a long breath, and his metal body deformed and returned to flesh and blood. He walked to the old butler. "What's wrong, Alfred? Why are you so dazed? What are you thinking about?" Nothing. The old butler smiled. "I was just thinking about where we can go to have fun after we retire. Anywhere is fine." Chen Tao opened a bottle of drink from the cabinet and poured a glass for each of them. "Anyway, I'm gradually withdrawing from the frontline battles now. When I help Superman and get his superhero career on the right track, we will really retire." Then Chen Tao lowered his eyebrows and muttered in a barely audible voice, "Damn brainiac. What did you say, Master?" "Nothing." He raised his glass to retirement. Boom. As soon as Chen Tao raised his glass, there was a loud noise on the screen. "You dare to kill my mother. TSK TSK TSK." Chen Tao looked at the furious Superman on the screen and couldn't help but click his tongue. This was the image sent by the Wayne Group's private satellite. "Is it really okay that you used Clayface to trick Superman?" Alfred came up and watched the video with him. "Poor kid, he must be heartbroken. If I didn't use Clayface to trick Superman, Superman might not be able to beat these Kryptonians." Chen Tao looked at the video from the satellite on the screen. The furious Superman kicked the other Kryptonian, Big Ek, flying backwards beside Zod. He picked up a broken steel beam and swung it to hit the middle of Ek's body. Their battle site had flown several kilometers away, and they were fighting in the middle of a small town. At this time, Superman seemed to have the upper hand, and he was fighting Big Ek and General Zod alone. After all, I've said before that the farmer from Kansas has rarely had a fight in his life. The gap between him and General Zod cannot be made up by some dirty tricks learned in just a few days. Stink bombs and bad breath potions may be a good idea, but we have to wait until he takes off his mask. On the screen, Superman grabbed the ankles of Big Guy Ike with his bare hands and plowed him on the ground, but then General Zod stepped on the back of his head from behind. In short, although I'm sorry that Clark lied to him, I must inspire his anger so that he can fight more than 3 or even more Kryptonians at the same time. Chen Tao said, "When it's over, I will personally put on the resurrection armor for his mother, but now, our Superman needs a little anger buff." Chen Tao said, "He needs a courageous heart that can burst out all the power of his steel body. This is completely crazy in my opinion." Jason said with some earnestness. What's the benefit of intervening in the battle of the Kryptonians at this time? The van they rented was parked on the side of the road a few kilometers away from Kent Farm. The bat plane signal you found is near here, right? Ms. Shiva did not answer him directly. Yes, that's right, but it doesn't mean. But Jason didn't have time to finish his words, and then he and Shiva saw a Kryptonian spaceship full of science fiction passing over their heads and landing in the distance. This does mean the enemy. Shiva pursed his lips. Jason, get out of the car. Jason Red Hood wanted to say something, but then he felt his eyes blurred, and he was kicked out of the driver's seat by the other party, without even the strength to resist. This is a crushing gap in martial arts skills. Hey, you. It's dangerous there, little Jason. You'd better not get involved. Jason couldn't help it anymore. Dangerous? Aren't you dangerous? Teacher Shiva, according to my calculations, even if there is more venom, it is impossible. You don't have to. But he couldn't say any more, because he saw Miss Shiva's eyes. The bright spirit in her eyes made him unable to open his eyes. No, don't you understand, Jason? This is a challenge. And I'm the strongest human on this planet. I was born to fight. It's not that I don't want to retreat, but Shiva sat in the driver's seat, raised his lips, and laughed silently and crazily. Jason just stood in the sun, watching the strongest mortal in the world drive a shabby van and embark on her destined journey, with the dignity of mankind and the reputation of a fighter at stake. I will never retreat here, because I am the strongest in the world. Chapter 114 General Zod. Ugh. It stinks. Boom. The battle between the 4 Kryptonians destroyed the heavens and the earth. Chentao sat in the cabin of the invisible plane, quietly listening to the wiretap military channel coming from the microphone in front of him. I'm Colonel Hardy, the air commander. Dozens of jet fighters roared and took off in the military base. They represent the top air force of mankind. Colonel Hardy sat in the armed helicopter behind. We have confirmed, contacted, and observed the targets we are about to approach in advance. They are very dangerous, and we can use lethal weapons. Received, Guardian. We are approaching the target. This is Thunderbolt 11, and 4 targets have been locked. The pilot pressed his finger on the firing port of the machine gun. Fire. Da 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 da. The deafening sound of the cannon was still extremely noisy even through the radio broadcast. Chentao lowered the volume of the microphone, then he turned his head and looked at the screen. The 4 Kryptonians fighting each other disappeared in the violent explosion. Thunder 11, well done. We have destroyed the target. Chentao listened silently. Destroy? How is that possible? No, attack again immediately. Roger that, Guardian. Prepare for a second attack. No, wait. Thunder 11, eject quickly. No. What kind of monster is this? He jumped onto our plane. He is tearing our plane apart. Damn it, don't boom. Thunder 11? Guardian, we are fine. It's Superman. He just knocked that Kryptonian away and removed the escape pod from the plane. We are not dead. God. Thank Jesus. Thank Superman. No, this is Thunder 12. A Kryptonian appears. Repeat. On our wing boom. This is Thunderbolt 13. 12 has crashed. Superman is being beaten by 2 other Kryptonians. One of them is attacking us. Superman is not doing well, and neither are we. Fire. No, he jumped onto our plane, and the wing was broken off. Then there was a noisy sound of wind coming from the communicator, as if the ceiling of the cockpit was directly lifted up. God bless America. Boom. Chentao stood up. Alfred, prepare the kryptonite armor. Damn, Superman with the buff. Can't beat Zod and the other 3, right? Guardian calling Thunderbolt 13. Calling Thunderbolt 14. Is there anyone? Can anyone respond to me? Colonel Hardy resisted the urge to throw the microphone away. He walked directly to the cockpit and said to the pilot, drive directly to the scene. What did you say, Colonel? Isn't this? The pilot was forced back by Colonel Hardy's eyes before he finished speaking. This is Thunder 18. Wait. We found a civilian. He is driving along the road towards the battlefield. What? Colonel Hardy turned his head suddenly. Are the evacuation troops on the ground, idiots? It would be fine if the people in the town have not been evacuated yet, but they actually allowed civilians to cross the checkpoints and reach the battlefield? No. It seems not, Guardian. All the soldiers at the checkpoints along the way were knocked down. What did you say? Are you kidding? They are fully armed. What did the civilian use to knock them down? There was silence for a while on the other end of the radio. It was fists, Colonel. She used fists. Calm down, Kal-El. Before General Zod could finish his words, he was grabbed and knocked away by the furious Clark. The two of them disappeared into the sky like comets, and then fell heavily into the field. The crops were thrown into the sky like weeds. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you all, you bastards. You inhuman scum. Clark grabbed his head and pressed him to the ground, pressing him deep into the soil like a plowshare. Nanny Clark had completely lost his mind. He rode on General Zod's body and punched him again and again. Every punch caused a terrifying pit to explode under the two of them. The soil was blown high into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. How dare you? Boom. Oh, Clark, you can be whatever you want. How dare you? Boom. Oh, look, my good boy. If Jonathan could see you now, how happy he would be. Kill. It's nothing, Clark. I'm just afraid that they will separate us. Boom. Oh, Mom, I'm not going anywhere. Boom. Mr. Wayne, I still decided to go to Black Zero. They are my people. Maybe I can, but I still want to try anyway. Maybe I can persuade General Zod. My mom. No. No. It shouldn't be like this. No. The sky collapsed, and the earth sank, and the clouds in the sky seemed to sag with Superman's extreme rage. The huge impact made the whole earth tremble. Zod was hit by his heavy punch, and could only hold his head with both hands. Then, Superman, who was furious and lost his mind, forcibly separated his arms with his arms. Then Zod was dumbfounded to see the other party opened his mouth like crazy and bit his mask. An extreme stench seeped through the mask from between the other party's lips and teeth, and Zod vomited on the spot. The vomit that needed to be mosaiced kept spurting out of his mouth, and then jumped repeatedly in the mask under the action of the damn gravity. And this damn mask has the function of automatic repair of small scale damage. Therefore, all the vomit was caught in it, and not a drop flowed out. It was repeatedly smeared on Zod's face and rubbed evenly. Ugh. Zod vomited again. This was completely physical nausea. His brain was trembling, and his stomach was cramping. The intense stench made him lose the last bit of resistance. The two of them flew from the Kent farm all the way to the town, and landed at a gas station. There was a huge explosion and both of them rolled on the ground. General Zod stood up staggeringly. He struggled to tear off the mask. A large amount of disgusting vomit fell to the ground along with the softened mask that looked like plastic wrap. General Zod took off his cloak that was stained with flames and was still burning, slapped out the fire, and then wiped off all the vomit stuck to his eyebrows. Ugh. Ugh. He retched twice more, and then when he came to his senses, the next second, at that moment, countless huge sounds and noises eroded his brain, causing him to kneel on the ground in pain. He barely turned over, and in the world of severe blur and distortion, Zod saw the figure with red eyes, flying from the sky like a demon. Listen to me, Kal-El. The high temperature red light sprayed and poured down like a hurricane. General Zod barely turned over a few times to avoid it. He stood there staggeringly, barely enduring all kinds of sensory interference, while reaching out his hand. Enough. But he didn't have the chance to finish a complete sentence. The red and blue Superman appeared in front of him in an instant. A shock wave caused by a close contact between his fist and face exploded on his cheek, shattering the glass of the buildings around the town. He didn't even groan, and then rolled out like a tattered rag doll. Clark was about to follow, and then found himself hugged from behind. Another Kryptonian, the big Gaiek, followed and tried to rush up to protect his general. He lowered his body and hugged Clark's waist. Clark lifted his hips and subconsciously punched him hard. But this posture was awkward after all, and Clark didn't know the wrestling skills that should be used in close combat. Big Ek barely turned around, and his tall stature and strong physique made the punch fall on the taut thigh muscles. But then he couldn't control himself at all, and was torn off his body like clothes by Clark. Ek used at least 7 or 8 force relieving postures that were ingrained in his DNA in the past moment. These moves were completely a matter of using a little force to move a lot. Being held in this posture, it should be almost impossible to pull away. But such a miracle happened in front of him, without any skills, just pure brute force. Zod never thought that this small town boy who was born naturally would be so strong. Endless red light of destruction rushed out from the red and blue eyes of the figure. The big guy screamed in pain and punched Superman in the cheek, but only made the other part his head tilt. Beep, beep, boom. The slanted thermal vision directly passed through a small hill next to the town, and then the mountain collapsed like a cupcake. Let go, let go, let go quickly. Ah. He punched Superman in the face, but it was always in vain. Superman hit his fist with a headbutt, and then there was a crisp crunch. The fist of the Kryptonian Ike, which even a machine gun could not penetrate, collapsed softly and drooped on his wrist. Ike punched and kicked, but the attacking limbs were broken in an instant. Superman grabbed him and lifted him above his head. Then he was knocked out by General Zod. It was obviously a concrete ground, but it was like water. Countless steel and concrete were cracked by the tremendous force. The steel grid embedded under the road surface transmitted the force, causing half of the street to turn over. Seeing the face of General Zod, Superman's devil-like twisted face revealed a deep hatred. Stop, your mother is still alive. Hearing this, the majestic malice on Clark's face paused. General Zod took a deep breath. Without the hood, the intense sensory stimulation was still interfering with his brain, but the matter at hand was more important. He overcame all of this with his strong willpower, and then continued, pretending to be you. Zod wanted to say your mother, but he always felt that it was a bit weird, so he changed his words. The creature your adoptive mother is like, is similar to your mother at the DNA level, but that thing is obviously not a human. He raised his wrist and a holographic image was projected on it. It was a scene where Martha openly spoke her heart out in front of them, opened her heart, opened her mind, and framed them. So unless your adoptive mother can open her chest, no matter what it is, it will never be what you think. I didn't kill your mother, and she is very likely still alive now. After all, I just want the codex of life. Why would I kill your mother for no reason? After Zod finished speaking, he realized that his two sentences were a bit cowardly, but he quickly adjusted his mentality and pretended that nothing had happened. The red light in Clark's eyes slowly dissipated. He regained his sanity and then cried with joy. At that moment, spring was in full bloom, the sky was clear, and a ray of sunlight shone through the gaps in the ruins and sprinkled on Clark's head, turning the devil into an angel. Then the next second, Zod punched the angel in the face. Clark spun into the sky and then fell on the other side of the long street. General Zod broke through the roof, landed in front of him, and stepped on his chest. Without the blood rage buff, Clark, whose mind was full of his mother, relaxed his muscles all over his body and was immediately suppressed by Zod. Bang! There was a crisp bang, and Zod's fist hit Clark's forehead, making a loud sound like beating a drum. Are you happy to fight? Are you having a good time? Now it's Zod's turn. Zod's continuous punches fell like raindrops. What other tricks do you have? What other tricks can you have? Finally, it's General Zod's turn to fight back. Even with General Zod scheming, he was actually a little excited at this moment. He has already felt the balance of the battle tilting. After such a tortuous battle process, it's finally his turn to win. Yes. Clark, who was beaten a little angry, took a step back. He touched the corners of his swollen mouth, and then used his brain, that finally regained its rationality to control his arm, and took out a stink grenade given by Batman from his belt. He let out a strange cry that scared General Zod. Ha! The stink bomb flew out of her hand. I'm Sandra Washin, and I'm called Ms. Siva, which means destruction. This is almost the highest honor a martial arts master can get. Flames, breezes, the smell of sulfur, and the strange smell of burnt corpses. For modern people, such a smell is almost impossible to smell in a lifetime, but I'm no longer surprised. I was injected with venom, a solvent that can strengthen the body. People who have not been injected with venom may find it difficult to understand the withdrawal reaction and pain of venom. It's like the body is rejecting the soul, like using a rusty blade or other sharp weapon to peel off the soul bit by bit. But this pain is not worth mentioning to me. Many people always doubt why the strongest person in the world would be a nation woman born in a small fishing village in Cheongsam. They don't want to accept it, and they don't want to believe it. But this is the fact. I'm the fact. A breeze blew by, and there was a dangerous breath in the air. Pharaoh was holding a corpse, and then she turned her head suddenly. Her cells were warning it, and her fighting instinct was wailing, shouting to her Kryptonian brain, because she had encountered a stronger martial artist. The first second Pharaoh saw Miss Shiva for the first time, she couldn't help but launch an attack. This was not because of the other party's strong body that swelled up due to the injection of venom, nor was it because she wanted to clean up the last living person present. It was because of fear. This was because she found another person who was several times stronger than her in the level of martial arts, and the fear was generated. At that moment, at the moment, when the human limit could not react, her fist exceeded the speed of sound. This was the ultimate violence that abandoned all boxing theories. Even the martial arts postures and great in DNA surrendered to this biological instinct. With the reaction speed of humans on Earth, it is impossible to react, dodge, without any nonsense. Pharaoh immediately felt a punch in her face. The continuous punches like raindrops immediately knocked Pharaoh back again and again. Conventional weapons have no effect on these Kryptonians. General Sam Lane walked into the conference room and saw countless stereoscopic images in place. An official said, "Lex Luthor, maybe we should activate the parasite?" He asked, "Can you really defeat the Kryptonians by letting John Coburn drive that newly created armor?" Chapter 115. No martial ethics. Ugh. How could things develop to this point? Ugh. General Zod lay on the ground and vomited a lot, pouring out all the acid in his stomach. These low-level planets are low-level. Ugh. What a mess of things has life taught you. Ugh. He lay on the ground. His whole body was full of stench, as if he had been soaked in a septic tank for 3 days and 3 nights, and he felt his soul trembling. In the strong stench, he looked at Superman with disbelief, and then he was punched in the face by Superman, and then more punches fell like raindrops. Compassion. The main theme is compassion. While General Zod was being beaten, he saw a loving and compassionate expression on Superman's face, like a heartbroken father beating a disobedient child, beating the child, and the pain in the father's heart. Zod began to doubt his life after being beaten by this kind of fatherly fist. Clark kept hypnotizing himself. "I want to become a kind father and beat up the unfilial son of Krypton. I'm a kind father. I'm a father beating his son. I'm a loving father. Yay." After hypnosis, the force of his fists increased by 3 points. While beating people, Clark's mind began to diverge inexplicably. The psychological construction method invented by Mr. Wayne turned a pure and harmless Kansas farmer into a devil who beat people without blinking in just 3 minutes. Is this a distortion of human nature or morality? How dare you? General Zod wanted to fight back, but he saw Superman screaming again, taking out another stink grenade from his belt and smearing it on his face like a gorilla throwing a special attack. Ugh. General Zod couldn't hold it back. "It stinks so much. How could you?" Ugh. "My parents taught me to hone my senses, Zod." Clark resisted the urge to retch and didn't show it on his face at all. "Focus on what you want to smell." Clark kept hypnotizing himself. "It doesn't stink at all. It doesn't stink at all." At this moment, he was extremely grateful for Mr. Wayne's training on his stink. What did that sentence say? Idiots don't need to become smart. We just need to bring others' IQ down to our level, and then defeat them with rich experience. Ugh. General Zod continued to be stubborn. "I'm General Zod. I have been trained. I was born to be a commander. I was born to be a soldier. I will not be fooled by a mere ugh." The big Gaiek was lying not far from General Zod. His mask was also destroyed in the fierce battle just now, and he was now suffering from the huge noise and the interference of the sensory world and the stimulation of the intense stench. From the moment the stench bomb exploded on Zod, he lay on the ground and vomited non-stop, without stopping for a moment. Ugh. General, he was General Zod's most loyal guard, a Dehid who accompanied him in the rebellion. He once swore with his life that he was willing to do anything for General Zod. But at this moment, looking at General Zod, who was almost a human septic tank, the loyal guard hesitated in his heart. "Damn it, act quickly, Ek. Your loyalty is not such a cheap thing." Then he lay on the ground and continued to vomit. Do you think you can defeat me with such a small trick? I'm the greatest hero in the history of Krypton, a powerful warrior who defeated Doomsday with bare hands. Do you think When General Zod found that he could not stop himself from vomiting physically, he did something that even Clark was amazed at. With great perseverance, great courage, strong taste, and disgusting determination, he swallowed hard and swallowed it directly. Come on, let's see who can disgust him more. Clark also felt a little nauseous. When I faced Doomsday, I dared to rush forward directly. Would I be afraid of a little stench? General Zod's momentum rose steadily. You can't imagine how much perseverance I have, But General Zod could no longer say the rest of the words. The frozen phlegm with vomit and super stench, wrapped in cold air, once again smeared General Zod's face. It was so smelly and icy that Zod finally couldn't stand it. He turned and ran, and vomited subconsciously while running, but he forgot that the ice was stuck on his face. This time, he vomited and was blocked again, and it poured back directly. He tore the stinky ice on his face with his hands, and then despairingly found that his hands, which should have grasped glory, or were stained with blood, were now tainted by the disgusting stench. General Zod knelt down in the stinking valley, deeply trapped in the quagmire, and his mentality was completely exploded. He let out a shocking roar. Kal-El, I'm going to kill you, Red light also came out of his eyes, and with just one blow, he knocked Superman back. I'm Shiva. I'm a martial artist. Year after year, day after day, countless years, I'm making progress every day, and I have polished myself from a weakling to what I'm now. And now, with the blessing of Venom, I'm faster than ever, stronger than ever. Hit continuously. Continuously hit. Flip your arms like a crane, and blast your fists like cannons. Fyra tried to catch the opponent's fist, but her skills were like a baby's toddler in front of Ms. Shiva. So in the end, she just tried to catch the fist in vain, and then relied on her steel body to force it. She saw that the other party had used drugs to increase its strength. Most people, including Fyra herself, basically lose control when faced with a sudden surge of power. But Shiva didn't. This extremely condensed power was transmitted from the contact point to the roots of her hair and toes, making her whole body tremble. Fyra swung her fist at supersonic speed, but saw that Shiva dodged at an almost impossible angle. It was as if her fist was deliberately cooperating with the opponent's dodge. Fyra's eyes showed an incredible look. Just as she was still recalling the opponent's mysterious dodging trajectory, that was like the flow of cosmic nebulae, a pair of fists hit her face again at the same time. With a bang, Fyra was hit and rolled backwards. Looking at Ms. Shiva, who was gradually turning into a devilish flesh man, she did not care about the attack she had just received, but asked very seriously, "How did you do it?" There was a strong curiosity in her eyes. "You are really a martial arts master," she said with honorifics. "It's amazing." Ms. Shiva half knelt on the ground. She looked at her hands in a daze. Martial arts masters who have trained their bodies to the limit, like hers, always have fists like fine steel and feet like red copper. Even bullets will be deflected by their tense muscles. In many ways, they are no longer the same creatures as normal people. In addition, she used venom, so things should not be like this. However, at this moment today, she only saw her fists revealing the white bones, and then gradually recovered under the self-healing ability of venom. "Master, you are really amazing." Ms. Shiva looked at the Kryptonian in front of her with her lifeless eyes. "What is the most despairing thing in the world? You who always think you are invincible, unreservedly launch an all-out attack on an enemy, but the enemy is unscathed, and then actually praises you for being awesome. What kind of ultimate insult is this?" Da. Fyra turned her head and looked at the machine guns that were shooting at her, her eyes slightly cold. "Sorry, Master, I have to deal with some annoying enemies for a while. Please go." Fyra said, "You can see the situation now. A great martial arts master like you should not die here. So please, go." Boom. Shiva numbly watched the other party jump onto the plane. Amid several violent explosions, accompanied by the desperate screams of the dying soldiers, 5 or 6 fighter planes crashed to the ground like toys. Then, Fyra looked at the armed helicopter that was still commanding in the distance. The outstanding hearing of the Kryptonians allowed her to hear the voice of Colonel Hardy. So she jumped over like a monkey, punched the wing, and blew it apart. With a scream, the armed helicopter spun and fell to the ground. We were hit. Repeat. We were hit. We were hit. Guardian crashed. Repeat. Ground forces, protect after 10 seconds. There were no more ground forces. Shiva gritted his teeth. The other party's speed was like teleportation. Colonel Hardy fell inside the armed helicopter. Thunder 12 is calling the Guardian. Can you get it? Colonel Hardy took a deep breath and picked up the radio. All firepower is directed here. Don't worry about us. This is a dangerous area. Received. Dangerous area. Good luck to you, sir. Colonel Hardy climbed out of the wreckage of the helicopter. He took out a submachine gun and fired at Fire desperately. Sparks bounced all over the opponent's body. The submachine gun was out of bullets. He took out a pistol and emptied the last magazine. Fire tilted her head. Colonel Hardy pulled out the last sharp knife. Fire also pulled it out. The two of them confronted each other several meters apart. To die with honor is to die for a good cause. Fire said. Don't kill him. Come at me. Siwa stood in front of Colonel Hardy. Our duel is not over yet. Fire put down the knife and sighed. Master, you have won my respect. I have no intention of killing you. Why can't you leave? Miss Siwa remained silent, and Fire also understood her position. I'm ashamed, Master. Fire said. She slowly clenched her fists. When it comes to martial arts, I'm just a toddler in front of you. I don't even have the qualifications to stand in front of you. The reason why I can fight with you like this is completely cheating. I feel extremely ashamed. But for General Zod's great cause, you have chosen to become General Zod's enemy, and then you will also be my enemy. Please fail here, and next, I will use all my strength. Fire was responded by Siwa's continuous heavy punches, and then she quickly found that the other party just stood there, looking at her expressionlessly, and there was no sign of being knocked away like before. Then Miss Siwa finally stopped. It's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. Miss Shiva said. I seemed to have the upper hand before, but that was just like an adult dodging a child's fist. There was no possibility of winning from the beginning. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry. Fire said. Then she heard Miss Shiva suddenly ask her, do you want to learn such skills? The skills I used just now, to see through your moves, the skills of exerting force, all the mysteries of martial arts, and the ultimate trick I have never shown you, the leopard blow. Note, the leopard blow, Miss Shiva's trick. She almost killed Richard Long with this trick. You are going to teach me? Fire was stunned, and then a strange feeling rose from her heart, and she immediately believed it. She could feel the other party's vast martial arts heart like the ocean from his moves, the selfless sharing of pure martial arts skills without the grudges between races and planets. Isn't it the noble sentiment that a master like this should have? I will now demonstrate the leopard strike to you. This is my ultimate. Fire's attention was involuntarily attracted by Miss Shiva. This unheard of move instantly captured her curiosity. She saw Miss Shiva stretched out a white and clean little hand and waved it in an extremely mysterious posture. At that moment, the sea of stars seemed to gather on this palm, and all the truth snap. Miss Shiva slapped Fire's mask directly. At the moment of approaching, the palm turned into a claw, like a sharp sword, and directly grabbed through the protection of the mask. At that moment, countless noisy sounds immediately poured into Fire's ears, causing her to scream. Hey, so what the hell is Batman planning? Harley Quinn sat bored in an underground base somewhere in Metropolis. Every time I go to play with Ivy, she is either doing experiments or being a teacher. It's so boring. She works 24 hours a day, all year round, and she doesn't even eat. She relies on photosynthesis. Holly scratched her face madly. This is totally exploiting myself. Killer Croc stood by, wearing only a pair of underwear. Holly, do you want to play poker? Stop it. Harley Quinn looked at the other party with disgust. How much money have you lost? If you lose more, you will lose your underwear. I don't want a big crocodile without pants to wear wandering in front of me. She ignored the big crocodile's so-called one more hand, and I'm sure to win, and other flag-raising behaviors, but continued to complain to the dead shot. Hey, Floyd, what do you think Batman means by asking us to prepare nuclear bombs? She said. Batman stole the nuclear bomb and hid it in Metropolis. He also made us guard it every day, in a mysterious way. What on earth does he want to do? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. The fastest kryptonite flowing dump truck martial arts legend. No way, no way, can't he still be defeated by the other 3 Kryptonians even with the blood rage buff? Chintao squatted in the corner, muttering a little aggrievedly. Are Kryptonians that strong? Where is the idealist Superman? How strong he is depends on how strong he thinks he is. Boom. On the screen, Clark and General Zod used heat vision to fight passionately, and when they were halfway through, Ek used the same heat vision to cross a bar, knocking him back. Clark lost this time purely because he stood on the left. Chintao vowed to the old butler Alfred, it may not be the same next time if he switches to the right. On the screen, Clark punched Zod, but was caught by him. The other hand was the same as before. Zod separated his left and right hands, and suddenly the goal was wide open. Clark opened his mouth and a breath of frozen breath with a foul smell came out, and General Zod vomited on the spot, all on Clark's head. Under Clark's stench attack for several minutes, Zod actually learned the skill of disgusting others without any teacher. So Clark also vomited. The 2 men started vomiting at the same time. While vomiting, they also punched each other. The shock wave generated by the collision of fists and palms caused the vomit to have a splash damage effect. The big Kryptonian Lieutenant Ek wanted to go up to help, but he stopped immediately when he saw this scene. The current situation is that they are disgusting to each other. The whole scene does not look like a high-end and classy alien war at all. Instead, it looks like a children's web game like the Invincible Tramp or Superman debate. It's rolled up when one party takes the initiative to use a despicable but effective method, the other party has to follow suit. Oh, don't disgust me, it's enough. Alfred said, I'm going to vomit if I watch this kind of battle anymore. Chintao, on the other hand, watched with relish. This is the best, he said, everyone is weakened. Clark will definitely be able to defeat General Zod and his men with his own abilities. On the screen, the big Ek dodged left and right, but was unfortunately splashed in the end, which finally made him lose his last layer of scruples. The 3 people sprayed heat vision and fluid substances at each other, and had a lot of fun. Alfred heard Chintao say, you really can't let me, a man who is about to retire, always go to fight. What kind of talk is this? He grumbled, I promised you to retire. If I go ahead anyway, wouldn't that be schizophrenia and inconsistent words and deeds? I'm very normal. Alfred saw Superman on the screen, being grabbed by Ike's cape, and fell to the ground with a bang. He enjoyed the stench, and hugged Superman from behind. General Zod rushed over from the front, shooting left and right, hitting his head like a tumbler. Clark tried to take off to get rid of the 2 people, but all 3 of them were taken up to the sky. The 3 burly men fell to the long street with a bang like a pile of assets. 2 Kryptonians, one in front and one behind, hit Clark's head with 2 heat visions. The steel man screamed in pain, stop it. The situation seemed a little bad. Alfred said, well, I'm not sure. General Zod swung a broken steel beam from a building and hit Clark hard between his legs. Hiss. Alfred took a breath. Once the moral bottom line of the battle was broken, it immediately began to rush all the way to the abyss, and finally slid to a heinous level. Alfred made a decision. Master Bruce, in fact, if it's just this time, I don't worry, Alfred, I don't need to do it. Clark will definitely win. Then he heard his little Bruce laugh like an idiot, and said in a brisk voice as if hypnotizing himself, he is Superman. If it's just this level, it's not enough to defeat him. Chintao vowed, he will explode in a while. You know, it's always this kind of plot, for love and justice, and magical girls. Alfred repeatedly observed the expression on the other's face for a while, and found that the other party actually thought so. So he took a breath again. Master Bruce, maybe my thoughts put too much pressure on you. Alfred carefully considered his words, actually. But Chintao ignored what he was thinking. He waved his fist at the screen with interest. Come on, brat. Master Bruce? Chen Tao watched the three people fighting with relish, as if he was watching the 2013 Superman, Man of Steel movie. Master Bruce, I have something to tell you. Ah, what's wrong? Chen Tao turned around and saw Alfred looking at the picture on another screen with a serious expression. Some unexpected situations have occurred. He pointed at it and said, Fyra should have gone to fight those planes just now, so we haven't noticed her. But now look, isn't this the Shiva that Penguin and the others mentioned before that had an impact on them in Gotham? And Red Hood, how come they are here? Chen Tao turned his head and took a look and immediately slapped the table. Oh my god, Red Hood is dying. Jason Todd gritted his teeth. Reason told him that he shouldn't be as crazy as Ms. Shiva. From a mathematical point of view, even if the maximum dose of venom was injected, it would not be comparable to the power displayed by the Kryptonians. This battle was unequal from the beginning. This was completely a suicide mission. Jason knew that, just because he had died once, it didn't mean that he could jump back and forth on the line of death every time. The most important thing he should do was to turn around and return to Gotham, stop getting involved in the series of things Batman did in Metropolis, and then plan how to retaliate against Batman, kill the Joker, unify the Gotham gangs, control the dark side of Gotham within a certain range, and completely change the old Bat's past ineffective cat and mouse game, and then wait for the old Bat to come back from Metropolis and give him a big surprise. But he still came. He was such a fool. In fact, Jason did not fail to understand the underlying logic of Ms. Shiva's operation. For so many years, some more extreme martial artists would deliberately challenge enemies who were stronger or even several times stronger than themselves, deliberately forcing themselves between life and death, and actively cutting off all their retreat routes, in order to achieve a huge breakthrough in strength and bottlenecks. Ms. Shiva, including Jason himself, and even his adoptive father, the famous Batman Bruce Wayne, many of the world's top martial artists have come this way. Breaking the limits of a human body is not without a price. There are countless successful people, and behind them are countless white bones of people who failed to break through the limits. Therefore, in such a state of mind, Jason knew that Teacher Shiva would never retreat. Martial artists who have reached Shiva's level are no longer just physical confrontations, but also competitions between mysterious things such as God. If Shiva turned around and left today, then she would subjectively think that she failed. She would still be the strongest martial artist, but she would no longer be undisputed. This is something Ms. Shiva cannot accept. But the problem is that before the Kryptonians appeared, whether they were challengers or challenged, their identities were human. This prerequisite destined that the power gap between them would not be so large that they were not in the same order of magnitude. He was hiding nearby just now, and he saw with his own eyes how the other party jumped on the plane and slaughtered those poor soldiers. This is simply not a force that normal humans can match. So when Ms. Shiva knocked Fyra down, you can imagine how surprised Jason was. He walked out of the dark place where he was hiding. Fyra fell to her knees. The severe dizziness and noisy sound made her completely lose the ability to resist in an instant. The once powerful female Kryptonian fell to her knees like a stranded fish on the beach, kneeling in front of Ms. Shiva. She was panting, making a hoarse sound, and her eyes were bloodshot. I won. Ms. Shiva said. She made a mass gesture similar to the blessing in Christianity, and her voice was neither sad nor happy. It seemed that she was a little excited, but it seemed that she had no emotion at all. She said, "You got the problem wrong. We are enemies. We have to decide who is better and who is worse. Even if we respect each other, it is reasonable to do our best and do whatever it takes to win the battle." He pulled out a short knife from Fyra's waist, which was the knife she used when she confronted Colonel Hardy before. The glory of death is the right death. Ms. Shiva said. She raised the knife high. Go to hell. Fyra closed her mouth tightly and couldn't say a word, nor could she shout out keywords like Martha to stop Shiva's actions. Clang. Ms. Shiva stabbed Fyra's neck with all her strength. Sparks flew. Impossible. Shiva gritted her teeth. She held the short knife in her backhand, made a knife drawing and slashing motion, and then cut Fyra's most vulnerable eyeball again. Clang. Shiva changed the knife drawing motion again. This time he used a straight stab, and the short blade pecked out like a poisonous dragon. Ineffective. Ms. Shiver activated the venom behind her without saying a word. She connected another tube and inserted it into her arm with an indifferent face. Gulp 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 gulp. The sound of the venom pump was so loud that even Jason, who was walking over, could hear it. Half of Ms. Shiver's body swelled up like an inflated air and gradually lost its human form. Veins appeared on her bulging muscles, and the bright green venom flowing in her blood vessels was clearly visible. Teacher Shiver, the venom you used is absolutely excessive, Jason said anxiously beside him. This is infinitely close to Bane's maximum dosage, but the opponent is a strong man over 2 meters tall and weighs more than 350 pounds, about 159 kilograms, and I'm a nation woman who is only about 1.7 meters tall. I know. Then he heard Ms. Shiver's cold voice. But I can do it. Ms. Shiver's height climbed steadily, and under the transformation of the venom, her tendons tore, and her bones stretched. Clang. She stabbed Fira's temple again with a knife, but it only made the opponent's head tilt. Clang 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 clang. The sound of explosions like blacksmithing continued, faster, more powerful, more resilient. Ms. Shiver continuously slashed at all the fatal weak points of Fira's body. Her movements left after images. She tried her best to scrape, but she couldn't hurt her opponent at all. Venom. I need more venom. Ms. Shiver stopped moving. She pressed the tank behind her twice again, but the venom in the tank soon ran out. Ms. Shiver immediately felt that her strength stopped growing. She turned her head and looked at Jason. There is still venom in the car, right? It always felt a little bit worse. The opponent's hand felt so hard, but Shiver really felt that her attack seemed to work. No, Mr. Shiver, you can't inject venom anymore. If you inject too much, you will die. But Ms. Shiver didn't care about Jason's opinion at all. After getting an almost affirmative answer, Ms. Shiver lifted her foot and left the place. The venom not only gave her strength, but also gave her a speed far beyond her original speed, making her move like she was flashing. A few minutes later, a devil muscle monster came back. Oh my god, Teacher Shiver. Jason swallowed his saliva under the red hood. How much venom did you use? I used it all. Jason took a breath, but I have calculated the limits of Bane's body and the amount of venom used. Once the power exceeds 120 tons, he will lose his mind and memory. If Bane can do 120 tons, I can do 240 tons. Don't talk nonsense. Ms. Shiver slashed Fira again. She tried her best and used up all her strength, leaving a white mark next to Fira's temple. I don't believe it. Clang 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 clang. The sound of iron hammering continued, and Fira slowly raised her body from the ground. The sound of iron hammering was still ringing. Fira coughed twice and raised her head. Ms. Shiver's temple was throbbing, and the severe headache eroded her mind. She attacked the same point with one knife after another, hoping that this would break the opponent's steel body defense. But everything was in vain. With a clear and crisp sound, the Kryptonian combat dagger broke into pieces under the huge force and collapsed into nothingness. Fira stood up from the ground and looked at Ms. Shiver indifferently. The continuous attacks and the passage of time finally allowed her to gradually get rid of the huge noise interference brought by the Kryptonian's extraordinary senses. Jason's heart sank to the bottom. I'm sorry, Master, Fira said. She slowly raised her fist, a fist belonging to a female warrior, slender, but full of power. This is the end. Boom. Jason felt that all the hairs on his body stood up, and the threat of death made his whole body tremble. With a loud hum, before the limit of human reaction, Fira's fist exceeded the speed of sound. There was no mercy, no sympathy. Once hit by such a fist, even Ms. Shiver would immediately. The fist stopped at the tip of Ms. Shiver's nose. The huge wind pressure blew Ms. Shiver's facial features and hair into waves. What happened? Jason asked. What happened? She's dead. Fira showed an infinitely regretful look. She looked at the other's fist that hit her chest in advance. Because you can't see the hope of winning, you committed suicide to prevent yourself from losing miserably? I lost this round. Without the supply of venom, Ms. Shiver's body was shrinking little by little. Fira we bowed. You are a respectable opponent. Jason looked at Ms. Shiver standing there stiffly and felt bitter in his mouth. Then it's your turn next. Fira said, do you do it yourself like a master, or let me help you? Jason wanted to say something else, but he saw Fire suddenly looking at the sky behind him with a serious expression. A black dot fell there, like a piece of debris falling at midnight, passing through the stars and falling to the earth. Then Jason realized who the other party was. Batman. He never thought they would meet again in this situation. Boom. Fire took the initiative to give up her position and watched Chen Tao fall to the ground in a superhero-like posture, with black nanorobots entwined around him. Well then. She crossed her arms with interest. Give me some fun. Another new master? She said. What skills do you have? Jason under the red hood had a complicated expression. He never thought that he would see Batman again at this time. But he still said, damn, but, let's go. This guy's not human at all. We can't deal with him at all. He had secretly tightened the ultrasonic bomb behind his back, just waiting for Batman to throw the smoke bomb and then cooperate with the opponent's actions. He used to be the second generation Robin, and he had made such seamless cooperation with Batman countless times. Even after so many years, these most basic contents have not been forgotten by him. He knows Batman too well. As long as Batman sticks out his butt, he knows what kind of bad shit the other party is going to do, and he can completely make a move based on the other party's actions. Then he saw Batman put his feet together, and it turned into two wheels in a flash. Jason. The drifting black sand gathered beside Chen Tao, rolling up the ferocious Batmobile. Fire saw a row of green spikes on the front of the car, shining brightly. She only heard the other party say in a muffled voice, hey, my truck IAI/. Then the other party directly attacked like this. Ha 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 ha. Actually, when I wrote the first volume, I said through the protagonist's mouth, what's the point of turning into a car? Listen to me, I'll kill you. It should be here in the second volume. Chapter 117 Bizarro Batman. Jason Todd really wanted to rub his eyes to see if there was something wrong with his brain. Maybe the resurrection effect of the Lazarus pool really had some sequelae. He had only been dead for a few years. Had things changed so much in a few years? Batman equals car? Jason calculated the conversion formula between Batman and car in his brain in just a few seconds. In his mind, he imagined a small mini Batman who was gesturing at his legs with a wheel, then lying down, and with a bang, he turned into a toy Batcat. What a mess. Is there any logical chain between the two? Stop, stop, stop. Regardless of whether Batman can turn into a car, but are you sure that cars are useful to Kryptonians? Jason said anxiously, it's useless. This guy, it's stupid to challenge me. Fire looked at the speeding Batmobile with indifference. At this time, the female adjutant of Krypton was in a very bad mood. It was definitely not a good experience to see a martial arts master who was capable of teaching him die in front of him. At this time, she was very angry. She stretched out a hand towards the speeding car, made a boxing gesture, and took the initiative to meet it. It's over. Jason's heart sank. Just now, those planes were torn in half by the opponent like tearing paper. How could Batman? Her posture was as swift as fire. Her posture was as graceful as the wind. She made a heroic pose, and her cape fluttered behind her handsome armor. Woo. Then he saw that with the sound of a car horn, the Kryptonian who was so arrogant just now was hit and flew backwards. The green spikes on the front of the car pierced into the opponent's body, and blood spilled into the sky. Are they those green stones? The second generation Robin keenly discovered the key point. He was about to say something when he numbly watched the Batmobile that had just sent Fire a flying stop on the spot. A burst of silver white particles flashed on it, and then half a second later, the rear wheels of the car turned into two green dinosaur hind legs. The entire car stood up and jumped in a spiral on the spot, completing a 270-degree turn at warp speed that a normal car could not do. Jason was speechless and couldn't say a word. He watched the venom tube appear behind the car under the entanglement of silver white particles. Two huge muscular arms mixed with a little dinosaur green replaced the closed car doors and stretched out from the left and right ends of the car. The monster used its two arms to support the ground for a little while, and then this whole thing, that only looked like a car with its head, flew into the air like a pole vault, transformed back into a car in the air, and once again sent Fire, who had just climbed up from the ground, flying. I'll kill you. Jason took a breath of cold air. His mind was in chaos, but no matter what, it was obviously not the best time to meet Batman. He resisted the urge to figure out how Batman ended up in such a state, picked up Ms. Shiver's body, and turned to run. The situation here was no longer something he could get involved in. He took a last look at Batman fighting Fyra. The other party turned into a dump truck, repeatedly ramming the increasingly injured Kryptonian female lieutenant. The whole scene was like playing bumper cars. Jason had imagined the scene of Batman coming to save him, or rather, for so many years, when he was dreaming at midnight, he had thought countless times about how he would reverse the outcome of that night and save him from the crowbar if Batman had not been dragged down at that time. He had imagined the scene of Batman saving people countless times, and now such a scene gradually overlapped with that huge dump truck. Nothing could go back. Chintao also noticed Jason's departure, and he did not stop him either. He hadn't figured out how to get along with this second generation Robin yet. He couldn't just go up and say, "Come back, kid. Dad is going to retire soon." Well, that's weird. Never mind. Let's finish the work at hand first. Anyway, Red Hood is right under our noses. It won't be a problem to deal with him anytime. He turned his eyes to the present. Fyra was too arrogant at first, and was pierced by the kryptonite spikes on the car. This was also the reason why she didn't know much about kryptonite. In a way, this could be considered a first sight kill. Chintao's car lights flashed, and the kryptonite spikes in front of the car were stained with blood. This was the biggest difference after loading, when he transformed through the silver white particles before. Although he could do it as he pleased, it was more like logging into someone else's account. No matter what changes Chintao made to his transformed form, he would still return to his previous appearance after the next transformation. It was as if they were all solidified at a certain point in time. Apart from transmitting the damage they received to Chintao, no matter what transformation they were subjected to, they seemed not to be recognized as part of the Batman. After loading, they were more like a part of Chintao, and his flesh and blood were transformed into the body of the car in a quantum reconstruction way. Chintao knew that quantum mechanics looked ridiculous, but this was just Lucius's personal explanation. He didn't understand scientific research. Maybe there was another explanation from the perspective of magic? In short, Fyra finally couldn't hold on under the accumulation of injuries and continuous bleeding. When she was hit by the dump truck that stumbled towards her again and flew backwards, Fyra, who rolled on the ground like a broken sack for a few times, finally fell down and didn't move. Chintao's attention was attracted by something else. A line of silver white fonts quickly jumped out on Chintao's retina. Warning. Warning. Anchored object detected. Obtained. Fyra's rotten cape introduction. The legacy left by the confident female Kryptonian after being hit by a dump truck, representing that her newly established cognition was quickly reversed in a short period of time. Along with it, her newly established confidence was also reversed. You may be able to use it to summon the Batman of a parallel universe. However, can the existence summoned, because of the reversed thinking, be something that can maintain its integrity? Dump truck IAI/. What kind of martial arts is this? Why was I hit and flew away? Was my previous casual shooting fake? Converted crisis energy. 159 crisis energy units you currently hold. 347 warning. Downloading targetable Batman files. Bizarro Batman danger level, B+ Earth 29. This world is also called the Bizarro universe, a universe where the laws of physics are broken. Bizarro Superman and his non-American Injustice League are on a nameless, inexplicable, and futile adventure. Chintao knows Bizarro. In the main universe, Bizarro is also known as the alien Superman, a failed clone of Lex Luthor for Superman. Everything about him is the opposite of Superman. Superman has heat vision and freezing breath, while Bizarro has ice vision and fire breath. Superman will be weakened by green kryptonite, and Bizarro will be strengthened by green kryptonite. And his biggest feature is that for Bizarro, all languages are opposite. Construction means destruction to Bizarro, and hate means like. Do you want to consume 239 crisis energy synchronizations immediately? Warning. Warning. The Batman in this parallel universe is too powerful, which will seriously damage Batman's morality and reduce Batman's sanity to the extreme. Warning, warning. Batman's danger level is detected as F with the current Batman level. He is not able to withstand the pollution of Batman with a B+ danger level. The protocol is starting to enforce mandatory protection. Overcharge protection Batman number 52. The protocol will automatically protect your sanity from being damaged. At your current danger level, you can only synchronize with Bizarro Batman for 3 minutes at most. Chintao pondered for a while. It's not a big problem. Anyway, he didn't think of facing others head on by himself. Superman has appeared. From today on, he will focus on hiding. If Red Hood hadn't suddenly appeared here, he wouldn't even come to fight with Fyra. Penny 1. How is the situation over there with Superman? Not very good. Alfred answered into the microphone. On the screen, Superman was hit by the heat vision of two Kryptonians from both sides, punch after punch, and gradually began to fall behind. The two Kryptonians who were programmed as warriors from their genes showed extremely terrifying adaptability. It's okay, Chintao said. Clark will be fine. Superman was beaten and had a nosebleed. Alfred synchronized the situation on the screen to the three-dimensional image projected on Chintao's armor. He was grabbed by the cape by two Kryptonians and slammed to the ground. Don't worry, Chintao said. The Superman on the screen hit back at a faster speed. See, I said Superman is fine. It's his ideal in life to eat, drink and play, waiting for Superman to solve all the problems, at most give some advice, without having to do it himself. Then Chintao tried to synchronize with Bizarro Batman. Anyway, there were only 3 minutes, and he really wanted to try the power of the Kryptonian. Synchronizing, Bizarro Batman, successful, a gust of wind blew, and the car Batman that originally looked weird disappeared. Instead, there was a Bizarro Superman wearing a Batman uniform with a smiling face on his chest. His eyes showed a wise light. Bizarro, angry. Everything Bizarro says is the opposite of normal people. He says angry actually means happy. Chintao, who has synchronized with Bizarro Batman, jumped 3 feet high in a foolish manner. Bizarro doesn't want friends at all. Then his supervision and hearing allowed him to see the 3 people who were still fighting in the distance. Chintao slapped his head immediately. But, I don't want to hug the good guys at all. But, I want to beat up the bad guys. Chintao, who has synchronized with Bizarro Batman, completely forgot the choice he made a few minutes ago to live a lifetime. He kicked his feet on the ground, and with a bang, he flew crookedly towards the battlefield. Good day, General. General Sam Lane walked into the conference room, and saw that the holographic images of other people were already in place. Lex Luthor sat on his own sofa and waved at him. Hello, I'm Donald Wilson. The president was a rather thin middle-aged man, sitting in the main seat. Sam, let's cut to the chase. I want to find out what's going on now. Sam opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by the other party with a wave of his hand. Let me ask a question first. Can a nuclear bomb solve them? Luthor tried hard not to sneer. I think it's almost impossible. Sam answered the question very seriously, his expression serious. Even if it can be done, it must not be done. Ha, that's ridiculous. Then he heard someone in the holographic projection next to him say, don't you know about Gotham? This nuclear bomb. A civilian vigilante like Batman can touch it, but we can't. Sam frowned and didn't refute the other party immediately, but the other party became more excited. Mr. Wilson raised his hands and signaled the other party to continue with his eyes. I heard that a nuclear weapon was sent out into outer space by Batman and exploded. In this era, nuclear weapons are as common as firecrackers. However, our intelligence agencies are like blind and deaf people who know nothing. The congressman said, pointing the finger at Colonel Steve Trevor and Amanda Waller who were standing there as doormen. You too. Colonel Steve Trevor did not speak, but Amanda Waller glared at him. Watch your words, Congressman Robertson. If you are dissatisfied with this and that, you can come up and try it yourself. I guarantee that Batman will appear at your door tonight. You are talking in such a way. Ahem. Mr. Wilson coughed twice and brought the topic back on track. We are not talking about Batman now. At least he is helpful to the security of Gotham. He spread his hands and said, if the state government can tolerate him, then we will have no objection. We are talking about aliens and interstellar things now. Don't deviate from the topic. As soon as Wilson, who was sitting in the main seat, spoke, the congressman immediately stopped talking. he said, no matter what, we are facing a completely new and unknown civilization. If we can destroy them physically, why not? Everyone present was silent. Congressman Robertson said well, but he kept avoiding the most critical question. What if it can't be destroyed? Mr. Lex Luthor has made a new kryptonite armor for us. General Sam said, John Cobain can drive it and practice the will of the country. He said, according to experiments, green kryptonite can weaken the power of Kryptonians. We have already. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted again. So that's all? A congressman said, what about those parasites? Since we are going to take action, why not use solar strength? Sam frowned and answered directly, those monsters called parasites are a group of monsters that cannot control themselves. They are endlessly pursuing appetite, and we can't control them at all. Although their lifespan is only 30 minutes, I still don't think releasing something we can't control is something that anyone with a normal brain would do. We can evacuate the surrounding residents, and then throw these beasts out, and let them consume the Kryptonians. We can't control their behavior at all. I object. Haven't you read the information sent to you? What's the difference between releasing these monsters and directly detonating a nuclear bomb in the city? Okay, be quiet, everyone. Finally, Wilson, who was sitting in the main seat, came out to smooth things over. He turned his head and looked at Lex Luthor, who had never participated in the discussion since just now. Mr. Luthor, our outstanding inventor, frankly speaking, I'm more inclined to adopt your opinion. Luthor seemed a little hesitant. Well, although I completely agree with the congressman's opinion on the threat of aliens, I still have reservations about the use of parasites. Luthor said, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I will not release something that I cannot control. Luthor said righteously, after all, I'm a good person. Put me down. Jason Todd watched Ms. Shiver, who had just died, open her eyes and get off his back swiftly. He felt his brain stop working. Fake death. Yeah, that's right. Ms. Shiver said, this is a victory for martial arts. Chapter 118, Krypton, Lime Warrior, reappears in the arena. Alfred sat in the Batplane. The waiting time is often the most torturous. The old butler knew very well that with the intensity of his little Bruce's participation in the battle now, it was far beyond the level of his ability to help. This made Alfred miss the time when he had the opportunity to operate the Batplane to spray herbicides. He poured himself a cup of coffee and then turned his head to look at the screen. Just now, he had witnessed his Bruce defeat the female Kryptonian and save the two men and women who broke into the battlefield. At this time, his Bruce should return to the Batplane and continue to observe the battlefield with him safely until Superman wins. With a puff, Alfred spit out all the coffee he had just drunk. Where are the people? He threw the coffee cup aside and rushed to the front of the display screen. There was nothing on it. There was no trace of Chintao. There was only a messy street and the female Kryptonian firer who was lying on the ground, injured and unconscious. Penny 1, call Batman. Alfred walked to the communication channel and tapped twice. Can you hear me? No one responded, which made Alfred a little anxious. He stood up suddenly and walked to the back cabin without hesitation. There was a kryptonite reactor power armor stored there. As long as he put it on, he could. But he soon heard the Bat computer informing him of Batman's return. He saw on the display that the other party was floating like Superman and returned to the plane directly from the parachute port under the Batplane. This surprised the old butler. He opened the door of the back cabin, then went down the steps, and then followed the ladder to the bottom floor, which served as a parachute platform and storage room. Then he immediately saw the pair of pointed ears. Bruce, why don't you reply to me? Oh, God. Alfred saw that the face under his little Bruce's mask turned pale, full of various bumps and ugly bumps, and did not look like a human at all. He held a piece of kryptonite removed from the short spear in his hand, and then crushed it into powder with a snap. The kryptonite spears and knives that were originally stored here had been crushed into powder by his bare hands, and carefully placed in a lead box. Alfred looked at the chest of the kryptonite reactor power armor behind him. Oh, fortunately that thing was not dismantled. Bruce still had some reason. What the hell? Alfred saw his Bruce there madly destroying his secret weapon. While destroying it, he sang stupidly. Baked gluten me baked gluten so good. Let you taste real lime. Different taste. Alfred didn't know how baked gluten was related to lime. But no matter what, this was definitely not a normal behavior. He couldn't help but said anxiously, "What are you doing, Master Bruce, you?" Chen Tao turned his head and saw the anxious expression on Alfred's face, so he waved his hand. "It's not a big problem, don't panic." He originally wanted to say this, but Bezero's words were the opposite of normal people, so as soon as he said it, it was automatically translated into the opposite by this Bezero body. "It's a big problem, there's no use panicking." When Alfred heard this, it was bad. My little Bruce was completely crazy. He was speechless, worried and didn't know what to say. Chen Tao also realized that he seemed to have said something in a sarcastic way, but at this time his brain was a mess because of Bezero. Twisted and happy, his thinking was off the line and stupid, and he didn't care at all. He stopped talking nonsense with Alfred, but directly operated the bat plane to open the parachute platform, carrying the small box of kryptonite powder, and took 2 kryptonite smoke bombs and a kryptonite dagger, then opened the parachute platform of the bat plane, and flew away with a whoosh. Alfred was left alone in the bat plane in a daze. He turned his head to look at the kryptonite power armor, and the bat computer on it said, "Set, waiting for summons at any time." On the other side, huff huff huff, General Zod panted heavily. Although Kal-El did not understand fighting skills, his brute force exposed to the yellow sun for decades was truly amazing. Even an elite warrior like him could not defeat the opponent in a short time. But he and Ek joined forces, and were able to suppress Kal steadily. Even if there was an occasional rebound, they could still be suppressed by them in the end. Before knowing the specific location of the Codex of Life, he needed Kal-El to be alive. He was like a patient hunter, besieging Clark bit by bit, wearing away the last bit of his physical strength, and finally calmly taking the crown of victory. Clark's stench had less and less effect on him. Anyway, it was already stinky, and he was used to it. If nothing unexpected happened, the balance of the battle would soon. Then General Zod heard a rumble, and Chen Tao flew over crookedly, head down, and landed upside down like a superhero, burying his head in the asphalt road. Bezero feels happy. Angry, Chen Tao couldn't help but speak sarcastically, and then looked up, and saw General Zod, Big Ek, and Clark Kent stopped and stared at him blankly. "What's going on?" General Zod frowned. He had just seen the other party fall from the sky with his own eyes, but now he was unharmed. And that flying method was exactly the same as Kal-El's flying movements. The pale, bumpy, twisted skin, and the icy, beast-like chaotic and ferocious eyes hidden under the mask, undoubtedly announced to everyone that he was not human. Such a strong enemy suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield, and the fight could not be fought for the time being. Zod signaled his adjutant, the big guy Ek, with his eyes, and the loyal adjutant immediately stepped forward and asked, "Are you also a Kryptonian?" The weird man with the bat mask did not answer him. "You look like a compatriot." Getting closer to the other party, Ek felt the biological position of the other party, and was somewhat certain of his, and General Zod's judgment. "When did you come to Earth? You can't be like Carl." Poor Ek didn't realize what he was facing. Then he pinched the mask, and made a strange posture similar to drawing a sword. "What are you doing?" Ek took 2 steps forward. Then, in a flash, at a speed close to supersonic speed, Chen Tao took out a handful of kryptonite powder from the lead box on his waist, and threw it over. Ek was caught off guard, but he still raised his hands in time, and closed his eyes. "Don't worry too much. No matter what obscures your vision or what poison it is, it will be blocked by his biological position." Then he took a big sip of kryptonite powder head on, because he just opened his mouth to speak, and the smoke that came at supersonic speed even poured directly into his mouth. Ek let out a dying howl similar to that of a rooster, then covered his neck, without bending his knees, and fell straight down, like he had died suddenly, making a muffled thud on the ground. General Zod. Lex Luthor sat on the sofa in his old house, protected by a circle of light blue light waves, surrounded by holographic images of congressmen and other dignitaries. "Immature parasitic demons are very dangerous life forms," he said. "Due to their unstable life structure and energy properties, they will frantically pursue all energy. The larger and more brilliant the energy burst, the more these beasts will frantically approach and suck it up like hounds seeing meat. He spread his hands, and this absorption is at all costs. Even if they burst themselves, they will take a few more bites before they die. According to my research, for these parasitic demons, they are always in a state of intense hunger and will never be satisfied. In order to maintain this biological instinct, their brains, Luther pointed to his bald head, dissolved at the moment of completion of the transformation. A creature that only needs to eat does not need a useless accessory like a brain. This is the inevitable result of the transformation of human flesh and blood into a pure energy creature. At present, there is no way to solve this problem. But this does not mean that these creatures will become harmless if there is no energy absorption. Luther said, energy is in every corner of our lives. As a medium-sized mammal, humans store a considerable amount of chemical energy. And as the most common creatures on this planet, once the parasitic demons are released, if they don't find an energy meal, they will be hungry and will definitely not mind finding a small piece of chemical energy to fill their stomachs. The congressman and President Wilson were silent for a while. Then someone asked, do you mean that this group of parasitic demons are essentially a group of man-eating monsters? Luther nodded, indeed, and for now, there is no way to solve this uncontrollable drawback. We are stuck in a bottleneck, unless. Luther deliberately paused here, and then an inexperienced congressman was immediately induced by him and subconsciously followed. Unless, if there are more experimental materials to carry out. The congressman stopped talking halfway, because everyone present knew very well what the so-called experimental materials were, and these things must not be put on the table and talked about publicly. Luther has used countless living people to experiment on the creation of so many parasitic demons. The key is to cast a wide net and make more trials and errors. The bodies of dead experimental subjects can be piled up into a mountain. In this situation, more experimental subjects? Do you want to be unable to contain the fire and be exposed, causing demonstrations and riots across the country? So you have studied for a long time, and you only came up with a semi-finished product that can't be used in war at all? A congressman immediately said sarcastically, then what's the use of you? Luther looked at him sideways and secretly took note of him in his heart. Do you still think I'm a good guy? I'll kill your whole family soon. JPG. Then he said, I remade the kryptonite reactor powered armor for General Ryan and solved the problem that when there are not enough large pieces of kryptonite, more small kryptonites cannot be used instead, and the entire machine has been comprehensively upgraded. This measure should be driven by Sergeant John Coburn under Ryan now. General Sam Ryan nodded and confirmed, yes, it is indeed much stronger than before. And I said that too. Luther said, I, Lex Luthor, am a true law-abiding citizen and will never release parasitic demons that may harm innocent people. He had a righteous expression on his face, and a congressman sneered. Luther typed another Death Star on his forehead, and then continued, I know you may not believe me. He looked at the circle of holographic images around him, and most people looked at him with suspicion. Luther continued, I admit that some of my methods in the early years may not be so formal, but now I will only do what I should do. Luther said, therefore, as early as a few days ago, when I found that the development of the parasites had stagnated, I decisively transferred all the parasites to Sir Ryan, and now they are out of my control. General Ryan said, and I have placed these little monsters in the military base with layers of protection, so nothing will go wrong. Sir Wilson nodded. He said, since everyone agrees that the danger of the parasites is too great and has not yet met the needs of being put into war, then let's put this matter on hold for the time being. He turned to Ryan and said, Sir Ryan, I hope that Sergeant John can drive the kryptonite power armor immediately and let the aliens who are now wreaking havoc on our land have a taste of power. Can you do it? Yes, Sir Wilson. In the next meeting, we will discuss the follow-up response to the aliens, as well as the high-end technology that the other party may possess, how to master and control the aliens. A few dozen minutes later, Luther turned off the holographic image, lowered his head, hiding half of his face in the shadow, turned his head, and said to the back, Manchester Black. Did you hear what I told them? I ask you to be ready at any time. Of course, my dearest boss Lex. A voice came from the shadow behind his sofa. A man with purple hair was sitting on another sofa in Luther's old house, with his legs crossed, wearing a Union Jack shirt. But to be honest, boss, you have already hired me, and you still maintain that shielding attitude in front of me. Isn't it a bit too much? I don't want to be stupid enough to be deceived by the false illusions you weave in your mind. Luther said, it's better to be prepared. Okay. Blake saw that he was so serious and there was nothing he could do. He leaned back on the sofa. So, when do you need me to work? I have already handed over all the parasites to Ryan. Luther told him. Now we just have to wait. He narrowed his eyes, and his bald head flashed white under the light. Wait for things to develop in the direction I expected. Chapter 119. The Pure and Harmless Pink Bunny. Those red eyes. I'm sure they can see right through me, as if I'm just an obstruction. But when I look at you, I see what no one else can become. I see the end. The end of our human potential. The end of all our achievements. The end of all our dreams. You are my nightmare. All men are born equal. All men. And you are not human. Luther. This is the military base where General Ryan imprisons the parasites. 2 researchers in thick chemical protective suits are pushing a large barrel of chemical waste through the corridor on a cart. What a sin. One of the chemical suits said, this is the 53rd person who died this week. And we only created 1 parasite, and once it is released from the culture dish, its lifespan is only 30 minutes. Ha, if you sympathize with them so much, you can just apply for transfer from this base, or do you want to be Edward Snowden? Note, Edward Snowden, the person who exposed the *MIRRORGATE incident. I'm just saying, why are you so serious? The chemical suit who just expressed sympathy shook his head and said, anyway, it's not me who died. Then the 2 of them were silent for a while. After a while, the chemical suit who just cursed apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean it to you. Yeah, I know. Then the 2 of them didn't say anything, trying their best to erase those outrageous and cruel human experiment scenes from their memories, and only the sound of wheels resounded in the empty corridor. Walking around the corner, they saw a fat figure squatting there stealthily. The other party was wearing a chemical suit, but not a helmet. A chemical suit man immediately stepped forward and kicked him in the back. Rudy Jones. You're eating on the job again. Sorry. The fat man named Rudy was startled and turned around immediately. He was holding a donut in his hand. I'm just a little hungry. The donut in his hand was immediately knocked away by one of the chemical suits. You can't eat in the experimental area, idiot. And where's your protective helmet? Enough. I'm fed up with these outsourced sweepers. Another chemical suit said, call the boss. We are going to fire this idiot. But before he finished speaking, he heard a loud bang. In an instant, Rudy felt his head buzzing, and the ceiling collapsed. When he came to his senses, the 2 chemical suits who had just clamored to fire him were buried under the rubble. Blood was flowing out from below, and the bucket of pink chemical waste was also all over the floor. Oh my god. Rudy hurriedly picked up the donut he had dropped on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth, then quickly put on his protective helmet, not noticing that the pink waste had already stained the donut a little. That was the last donut, and now it's not on me. You can't fire me. He muttered, damn it, I have to run away quickly. But just after he took 2 steps, he saw another person in a chemical protective suit tumbling and crawling from the other side of the corridor. Mr. Vasily. Rudy recognized his immediate boss. I was wearing a protective helmet properly, but his boss only responded with a scream of extreme fear. Then he saw a pink monster climbing upside down from the ceiling like a skinned frog, pounced on his boss, tore open the protective suit like tearing open a can, and sucked the man into a mummy in the blink of an eye. You. With a thud, Rudy fell to the ground in fear, shaking his fat body and retreating repeatedly. Don't come over here. Then he saw the pink parasite rushing towards him. He suddenly closed his eyes, and his mind went blank. He could even smell the smell of the nutrient solution in the petri dish left on the other party. But death did not come to him like it did. Rudy opened his eyes and saw that the parasite retreated like a wild beast, whimpering and submitting like a wolf cub meeting a wolf. What's going on? Rudy looked at the parasite in confusion, and then watched it make a snoring sound like a dog, and suddenly smash the wall next to it and disappeared. Rudy got up from the ground and followed the big hole that was knocked out and walked to the outside of the building. He turned around, then looked up and saw that the building behind him that was supposed to hold the parasites had a big hole in it. Countless pink parasites howled and rushed out of the big hole and other places, smashing the walls, and then flew into the sky one by one and disappeared into the clouds. The entire military base was silent, as if there was no one alive. Rudy Jones couldn't help but shudder. Damn it, I have to get out of here quickly. He just took 2 steps and felt a strong sense of nausea. Then he took off his helmet and vomited a large amount of pink mucus. Damn it, he muttered, then put it back on and ran away quickly. Ugh. On the way he ran away, he vomited another pool of pink mucus. Hurry up, Lawton, I've never set off such a big firework. On the other side, Holly saw a large number of parasites flying out of the military base on the screen. She immediately turned to Death Shooter and said, just like what the old bat said, we know that Lex Luthor is a bad guy who doesn't keep his promise. She excitedly waved her fist, prepare to launch a nuclear bomb to lure all those stupid parasites to the Kryptonian spaceship. Bang. Big guy got punched on the head. You're the only one who doesn't call yourself a Kryptonian. Inhaling that kind of stuff will make Kryptonians weak. General Zod thought silently. He watched Ek, who was lying on the ground, being sat on by Chintao. The poor adjutant had no time to cough out the kryptonite powder in his lungs before his nose was flattened by a heavy punch. Stop, don't. Bang. The green-faced Kryptonian couldn't resist the ravages of another steel man. General Zod took a half step back. He stared at the other's pointed ears and the cape. I should have thought of it earlier. General Zod regretted it a little. He was thinking about Jor-El all the time, but ignored another person he should have been vigilant against. Batman. But he still has a chance to make up for it. Zod immediately pressed on the communicator. Bring more Kryptonian warriors, we have encountered a new strong enemy here. But he only heard a violent noise. What's going on? Bizarro feels like building destruction, he heard the other party say. Alright. Zod saw Kal-El, who had just been besieged by them, got up from the ground. His eyes lit up red, so he knew that he might have to fight 1 versus 2. He forced himself to calm down. It doesn't matter if that green stone can work on Kryptonians, then it will work on Batman. Then he saw Batman on the opposite side took out kryptonite powder from his arms and took a big sip of it into his nose like smoking. In Zod's almost dull eyes, he saw the comedian take another sip and then shouted, Bizarro. Bayo bayo. La la. Hungry, food. Batman, who are you? What is your relationship with Krypton? You are definitely not a human being, but there was no response to Zod's question. Bizarro, be happy. Be happy. General Zod watched the other's body almost swell up. At that moment, he felt that all the hairs on his body stood up, and he immediately took a defensive posture. But the other did not attack immediately. General Zod watched the other stretched out a finger and pointed to the sky. Look. There is nothing there. What is there? He subconsciously looked back. Yes, there was really nothing. Then he was hit in the face by a fist, and he couldn't help but scream in pain. He couldn't believe that he was beaten by such a comedian, and he couldn't believe that he would fall for such a childish fighting strategy. His eyes lit up with heat vision, and then the opponent's freezing vision froze his head into an ice block. Batman jumped over like a koala, and Zod was caught off guard by the opponent. He struggled hard, and then he was slapped in the face with a slap that broke the ice. Bang. This insulting attack made Zod stunned for a moment. He covered his face and then became furious. Who are you? How dare you beat up the last king of Krypton? Zod deliberately indulged his rising anger. He had just witnessed how Kal-El was furious because of the death of his human adoptive mother and once beat him and Ek. Therefore, he actively hypnotized himself and tried to increase his strength by imitating his enemy. I'm a pink little cutie. I'm a pitch black nightmare. Bang. The fist with kryptonite powder left on it exploded in his face, and the little emotion that Zod had just brewed was immediately interrupted. I'm a non-human, and also your favorite little bunny. I'm a human, but the most terrifying dragon to you. I can't get angry. Zod struggled to break free from the opponent's grasp, and then heard the opponent shouting loudly, hey, my little cutie, don't leave. I'm your little bunny. In this world, the only thing more uncomfortable than a fool riding on you and beating you is this fool who beats you up. He calls himself a pink bunny. It was impossible to fight back. General Zod decided to retreat, but as soon as he stood up, he was hugged from behind by Superman. Kal-El, what are you doing? Beating you. Superman answered him honestly. Zod choked. He turned his head and watched Batman in front of him laugh out loud and creepy, his mouth stretched to his ears, and then he turned into a kryptonite dump truck with green spikes flashing. I'm going to caress you gently at the speed of a turtle. Zod's eyes were red with anger. F***ck. Let me go. Toot toot toot. The little train doesn't want to start at all. The sound of the throttle kept ringing, and General Zod struggled desperately. Carl, we can negotiate. Talk, but he only saw the front of the car getting bigger and bigger in his pupils. Then there was a tragic car accident. A few minutes later. Oh my god, who made Zod like this? Chen Tao looked at General Zod, whose limbs were twisted and collapsed on the ground, and took a breath of cold air. Who is so cruel? Zod lay peacefully, and several wheel marks on his face were particularly conspicuous. When the biological stance was weakened by kryptonite radiation, he was not so hard immediately as expected. Clark limped over and looked at him with squinting eyes. Oh, it's me. That's okay. Chen Tao rubbed his cheek with a headache. This was totally inconsistent with his plan. What happened to the plan? To plan in the tent and win the battle thousands of miles away? How could he just turn into a Kryptonian psychopath and rush to the boss and beat him up like this? Then, weren't all his previous arrangements on the Black Zero and the Fortress of Solitude in vain? Chen Tao was stunned for a while, then turned his head and saw Superman with a complicated expression. Oh no, if he behaved so violently in front of Superman, how could he instigate the other party to wear his bat uniform to replace him in the future? Chen Tao hurriedly said to Clark sadly, I'm not a violent person. I'm not good at fighting. This is an accident. Cough 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 cough. General Zod coughed up a mouthful of blood. He trembled and raised his bloody arm. A vicious rage appeared on his face. You oh no. He has to do sit-ups. Chen Tao was frightened and quickly took out a handful of kryptonite powder from his belt and sprinkled it on his face. General Zod immediately made a hoarse sound like a rooster dying and then fainted neatly as if he was about to die. It's so terrible. I was almost killed by Zod. Chen Tao patted his heart that was beating wildly with fear, sighed deeply, and then began to reflect on himself deeply. Being a superhero is so dangerous. I promised to retire from now on and never go to the front line. I must never do this next time. Clark was speechless. But in the end, Zod was finally defeated. And to his joy, the other party was still alive. He let out a long sigh. Well, in short, Mr. Wayne, the result is still good. He concluded, the matter has been solved. He turned his head and saw Chen Tao's face changed and he turned into a Batmobile on the spot. Wait, something happened. Everything is just as I guessed. Did you do this? Purple-haired Blake stood beside him when Superman and Batman were fighting for the Earth. Really, man? His face, which had seemed a little sloppy, was actually a little serious at this moment. Don't lie, man. I'm a superhero. If you really did this, then you'd be a villain. He said, I want to be a superhero. Don't expect me to let you go for money. Lex Luthor turned his head and looked at him. It wasn't me. I have entrusted everything to Ryan. His face was indifferent. You can check the status of the armory at any time to prove what I said. It was last opened 37 hours ago. Luthor crossed his fingers. I didn't lead this matter. I just guessed it. He stood up from the sofa, and the light blue energy protection shield was still wrapped around him. The one who led this. He turned his head and looked at the purple-haired Blake. It was Brainiac. Book title: I Became a Superman After I Died. Introduction. His breath extinguished stars. His heat vision melted everything. He could drag planets with his bare hands and travel through the stars with his flesh. This is the man with the titles of Man of Steel, God of the World, Savior of Miracles, Torch of the Dark Age, etc. He is also the founder of the mysterious supernatural organization Endless Alliance. Jiang Bei, who holds these titles behind the scenes. You may not believe it, but I just wanted to save my life, because I was about to die. Chapter 120. This monster is called Batman. 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 Clark Kent patted Shintao, who had transformed into the Batmobile, cautiously. He tried his best to control the force of his patting on the car window. What happened? Can you hear me? No response. Clark looked at Zod next to him, and then at his adjutant Ek, who was lying next to him with a green face. He dragged Ek over and stacked him on top of General Zod, and the two grown men hugged each other face to face. He was still thinking about how Batman had just turned into a car in front of him. He heard the other party's voice coming from the speaker of the Batmobile. I have a temporary problem here, Clark. Wait for me for a while. Oh, okay, it's okay. It's General Zod and the others. Clark had just finished speaking when he watched the front wheel of the car turn into a muscled arm with a few strange looking pipes in a burst of silver white particles. This strange change made the car lose its balance and tilted down, but the hairy arm used its elbow to support the car, and it stabilized immediately. Hiss. Clark took a breath and blinked his eyes to make sure that his supervision did not make him crazy. What the hell? A living person turned into a car is already horrifying enough. He looked at the hairy arm that was broken at the wrist, and the broken arm floated up with a burst of black sand at the broken end, and floated straight to the back of the car, and opened the trunk of the car. I have prepared kryptonite handcuffs. You have to handcuff Zod and the others first. The arm threw the kryptonite handcuffs to Clark, and the other party subconsciously caught it. With a bang, Clark covered his neck, made a duck-like sound, and fell straight to the ground. Sorry. His mind was too focused on another thing, and he actually made such a low-level mistake. Shintao hurriedly picked up two kryptonite handcuffs from his body, put them on General Zod and Adjutant Ek himself, and then tied the two Kryptonians together like dead pigs. Clark got up from the ground with lingering fear. Then he watched the other party turn the two rear wheels into the big hairy legs of Banebat, and the whole car stood upright, and then stood still like a TV tower transmitting signals. On the Black Zero, countless tiny black sands emerged from every corner and condensed into the iron ring that Superman had worn before. Somewhere in Metropolis, Poison Ivy flipped through Batman's notebook. With Superman may cause me to encounter many villains. I'm afraid I will have to take countermeasures against them. Poison Ivy turned over one of the pages. The following are the villains I may encounter, and they are all among Superman's most classic enemies. 1. General Zod. 2. Brainiac. 3. Doomsday. 4. It doesn't mean anything that the armory has not been opened, Mr. Luthor. Purple-haired Black said. He pinched his earrings. You know, I'm a person with a bottom line. I say it again, I don't want to be a villain. Especially when I'm a muddle-headed villain. He spread his hands. So, what exactly is going on? I hope you can explain it to me clearly. But Luthor did not answer him directly. Your hiring fee will be tripled. This is not a matter of money. 10 times. Then Luthor saw a dark blue-black light gushing out of the eyes of the purple-haired Black. The air trembled a little, and several decorations beside him fell to the ground under the interference of Black's telekinesis, making a sound. Beep 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 click. This triggered the automatic defense system in Luthor's old house, and various automatic weapons stretched out from every corner of the room, but in an instant they were all twisted into a ball of scrap copper and iron by Black's telekinesis. Black's whole body floated up, and the various weapons around him fell to the ground with a tooth-grinding creaking sound. The sofa under him launched some kind of force field to try to capture him, and then was torn apart by his telekinesis in a few seconds. You just destroyed an automatic defense system worth more than $500,000. But it was you who took the initiative to attack, Mr. Luthor. You were the first to attack, Black said. He took out a box of cigarettes from his jacket pocket, took out a cigarette and lit it. His tone turned cold. Luthor, I'll ask you again. Have you been raped? Luthor looked at him coldly. The next second, several pillars stood up from under the floor next to the sofa where Black was sitting. The sea blue electromagnetic field trapped Black in the middle in an instant. The purple-haired superpower man couldn't help but be surprised. He immediately opened his hands and mobilized the psion telekinesis to fight against it. No, the release of the parasite has nothing to do with me. Luthor stood up, wearing a blue shield, and walked to the struggling Black, although I had anticipated that Brainiac would do such a thing. He walked to the bar and poured himself a glass of red wine. I told you about Brainiac. He would not let go of this opportunity. Luther said, maybe it's a digital virus, hypnosis, or mind control. Anyway, from the moment I created the short-lived little beasts like the parasites, I thought Brainiac would definitely make a fuss about them. He sighed, and the bad thing is that, if you want to maintain the life of these parasites, it is impossible to bypass the life support devices of modern science. This also means that no matter what Brainiac intends to do with these little beasts, it is difficult to counter it with my current technical means. You know, it is much easier to break through than to build defenses. I asked the military for the wreckage of the Brainiac robot. The military bomb blew it up beyond recognition, but you can still see many clues from it. This is the gap between the times. Our science and technology is like the difference between monkeys and humans compared to Brainiac. Luther said, the reason why I didn't cite the example of Indians and white people is that even an Indian with feathers on his head holding a poisoned spear he made a spear throwing motion can cause some damage to the colonists holding rifles. I soon realized that this is not a technical barrier that can be overcome in a short time by relying on personal wisdom. Black gritted his teeth. So you plan to surrender to Brainiac? Is this the reason why you deliberately let Brainiac succeed? He said, if you realize that the parasite is very likely to be manipulated by Brainiac and you can't prevent it, you can just take the lead and destroy these little monsters. Yes, I can. But if so, how can I steal Brainiac's technology? Purple-haired Blake widened his eyes. Luther snapped his fingers, and the erected pillars immediately retracted into the ground. Blake fell to the ground with a frown. I extracted a way of communication from the wreckage of Brainiac's robot. Some kind of communication through ***. Then Luther quickly realized that Blake didn't understand at all, so he quickly skipped a step and continued, follow me. He pressed on his sofa, and soon a secret passage appeared in the wall. Blake followed him, and walked to an underground base, where a strange-looking machine stood in the middle. He looked at the huge mechanical creation in a daze. I used Brainiac's destroyed robot to reverse engineer a signal transmitter. And you are a level 10 telepath, Blake. That's why I hired you. Luther's voice came to his ear. You can connect my consciousness to this computer. You can help me. He turned his head and saw the bald man standing in front of the huge machine, with his arms open like a god, like Prometheus who stole fire, steal back the future of mankind. Welcome, welcome. In the depths of the universe. When Lex Luthor's consciousness appeared in Brainiac's skeleton spaceship, he stiffly heard the voice of someone talking behind him. He turned his head and saw Brainiac sitting tall on his throne. Luthor lowered his head and saw his own hands. These were a pair of mechanical arms, definitely belonging to a skull-headed robot under Brainiac's command. He should have been a silent thief, instead of possessing his consciousness in a steel monster so ostentatiously. Snap, snap, snap. Then he heard the sound of Brainiac clapping. What? Don't you like it? As far as I know, clapping is a gesture of praise in your civilization. The green alien floated in front of Luthor. Even though the other party was possessed by a robot under his command at this time, Brainiac still lifted the other party's chin and looked at him twice, as if he was looking at an animal. Just as I expected, Luthor. Your desire overwhelmed your reason. I had expected more from you. But, I think this is already the limit of the human race. In the data stream invisible to the naked eye, Brainiac sensed Luthor's consciousness trying to escape from this steel body. He shook his head, then pushed the skull-headed robot back, and the other party seemed to be suspended in midair weightlessly, like an insect sealed in amber. Your struggle is useless. Really? Then why are you going to so much trouble to try to irritate me now? Luthor felt that he had no control over the robot's every move. The only thing he could do was grin. Such a poor imitation of the action of selecting livestock? Brainiac did not comment. Just some interesting role-playing. Then he turned his head. On the big screen, countless parasites roared and pounced on Black Zero. They were attracted by the nuclear bomb, and each of them became burly and gnawed directly at the energy shield. Your plan failed. Those parasites did not attack Superman and Batman as you planned, nor did they attack innocent civilians. To distract the two of them, Luthor said, they are attacking your target, the Kryptonian ship. You won't. My target is Black Zero? No, of course not. Lex, you are mistaken. Brainiac looked at Luthor gently, acting like an old friend. Do I need to use those little parasites to distract Superman and Batman? Do I have to seize the time difference to seize Black Zero? Can Batman and Superman pose a threat to me and prevent me from taking the Kryptonian ship? These are just your wishful thinking, Lex. Black Zero has been in my pocket since the beginning. When the Kryptonian named Zod escaped from the Phantom Zone, I could add them to my collection at any time. You have the 9th level of intelligence in such a low-level life planet, which is simply an unrepeatable miracle, but the civilization level of the planet restricts your imagination. Kryptonian technology. I already had it before the demise of Krypton. What I care about is the living Kryptonians. You see, the picture on the big screen changed from the macroscopic observation angle outside to the panicked 20-odd Kryptonians inside Black Zero. Sir, our spaceship is being invaded. It's Krypton's technology. Who is it? How could it be? I'm afraid I have to act quickly. Brainiac said, if those energy-sucking monsters continue to suck, Black Zero may not have enough basic energy for space jumps. Brainiac made a slight grabbing motion. Krypton belongs to me. Sir, Black Zero is making space jumps. We can't control it. Stop it. Stop it. Those energy-sucking monsters are rushing into the spaceship. Sir, what about General Zod? The current chief scientist of Krypton on the screen took 2 steps back and sat down on the ground with a plop. I know who he is. It's Brainiac. It's Brainiac. He screamed hysterically. Brainiac. 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 Ah. Buzz. Like a bubble bursting, trembled and looked at the magnificent skull-shaped spaceship outside Black Zero. No. No, no, no. A bluish-white light hit Black Zero, and then the spaceship began to collapse and shrink in an anti-physical way, and finally, boo. Luthor watched helplessly as the Kryptonians who were once gods in front of the Earthlings were flattened and rolled into a ball by Brainiac in just a few tens of seconds. He spread out his palm, and the shrunken Black Zero was put into a bottle, flew into the skull-shaped spaceship, and landed on his palm flatteringly, as docile as a well-behaved puppy. I have used the Kryptonian named Zod to test your planet, Lex. Brainiac said, no ability, no miracle, no threat. I really don't understand why, Dak. Never mind. The most valuable thing is you. Therefore, I set a trap and brought you to me. He looked at Luthor indifferently, who was expressionless. The other party was in the robot and could not make any expression. But I'm really surprised that you have been downloading my knowledge desperately since just now. No matter what kind of creature, downloading so much information in such a short time will cause its brain to collapse, and you are even able to have a normal conversation with me. But what's the use? You have stepped into my trap. Your mind has been imprisoned in my robot and you have no power to resist. Then Brainiac's tone softened slightly. I think we need to clear up some misunderstandings. Most people are afraid of me because they don't understand my true nature. I'm not a destroyer, Lex. I'm a protector and a collector. Brainiac stopped talking. Don't download anymore. You have a long time to learn from me and the rest of your life. Why rush now? What else do you have? The telepath. He has no ability to pull your consciousness back. Everything you do is within my prediction. You are at your wit's end. No, he does. Brainiac froze. He turned his head and saw in disbelief that on his own spaceship, countless of his own nanorobots were quickly assembling in front of him, assembling into a cloaked weirdo with pointy ears. I have one last trump card, Brainiac. A trump card for emergency use. Then he heard Luthor say, meet this monster, the alien. Luthor said, his name is Batman. Woo, sorry, I fell asleep while writing last night, and I have only finished it now. Chapter 121 Brainiac, first laugh. Lex Luthor, now is not the best time to deal with Brainiac. Chintao's face was dark. He looked at Luthor's wise appearance and didn't know what to say. So, your so-called trump card is to call for help? What are you proud of? If you want to die so badly, maybe I should just hit your bald head with a hammer and help you with this myself. Chintao said, you forced me to use some trump cards to save you in advance, Luthor, to prevent Brainiac from draining all the wisdom and creativity in your brain to become stronger. Why did you put yourself in such a predicament, your extraordinary mind? You are threatening me with your life. My brain tells me that forcing you directly is the easiest and fastest way. Although the robot possessed by Luther still looked like a corpse floating in the air, Chen Tao could already imagine the other party's nonchalant face. Of course I would prefer the most convenient and quickest method. You idiot. Chen Tao said to Luther. His voice was a little unclear because it was transmitted through the combination of nanorobots on Brainiac's spacecraft. Full of the beauty of alien technology, you know very well that it is impossible to defeat Brainiac so easily with our current means. Exposing my trump card to Brainiac in advance will only reduce our success rate against him at the last moment. And Lex Luthor will greatly increase this success rate after understanding Brainiac's knowledge. This is a sure win, but Brainiac stood by and saw the two of them chatting there as if no one was around. Enough. You two. The last few metal tentacles were pulled out from the connection points on his head, and Brainiac's face darkened. If you want to chat, you have plenty of time in your future lives. He paused. But, can you not download my data together while chatting? Ugh, he was discovered. Chen Tao coughed softly, and he felt that Brainiac had cut off his access to download data in an instant. Lex Luthor suddenly groaned, and the robot head he possessed exploded with electric sparks, and then a small black smoke came out. Lex, who gave you the courage to use my knowledge against me after just learning it? Brainiac stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and several parasites flew out from the shrunken black zero. They wailed and roared, and fell at Brainiac's feet. Then the green alien moved his fingers, and the heads of the parasites exploded immediately. Strands of light blue nanorobots flew out of their broken skulls and were pinched in Brainiac's palms, and then they immediately disappeared into thin air. They were destroyed at the atomic level. I thought you were creative when you installed nanorobots in the brains of these parasites, and I was going to play with you later, but you actually recoded these robots with my technology right in front of me? Brainiac slapped the residue in his hand. You are a bit too much, Lex. Chen Tao knew that Luthor had expected Brainiac to find out what he did, but he still did it and let these nanorobots be discovered. After reading Brainiac's knowledge, he must have realized that his nanorobots could not be hidden from the other party, right? So instead of being pointed out by Brainiac, it would be better to use the stolen technology to make a big change and disgust the original with plagiarism. Brainiac seemed to be disgusted. His face showed murderous intent. Okay, the boring nonsense should stop here. Chen Tao sighed. He said to Brainiac, stop, the last sentence. I promise it will be the last sentence. Brainiac really stopped very politely. Chen Tao turned his head and looked at Luthor. Even if I didn't come, you'd have prepared a way to get out, right? That question is meaningless. But then he heard Luthor say, you're here now. Even if you don't do anything, Brainiac will find out how you got here by bypassing him. Anyway, part of your trump card has been exposed, so isn't the best solution to take this opportunity to cause him some damage? Chen Tao sighed heavily, although his body at the moment was made up of the nanorobots on Brainiac's spaceship and didn't need to breathe at all. Chen Tao knew that Lex was right. He turned around and faced Brainiac. Brainiac also stared at him coldly. Chen Tao began to sigh again. Then the next second, his nanobody began to collapse and gradually couldn't maintain his deformation. How could it be? Chen Tao immediately began to act out his disbelief. Even though he hadn't used performance-related skills for a long time, once he started, his skills didn't regress at all. You actually invaded me in reverse? Stupid guy, you are just like Lex Luthor, blinded by greed. Brainiac said, you were only concerned with downloading my data and never thought about why I allowed you to connect with me. He looked at Luthor who was collapsed there and Batman who had also lost the ability to resist. That's it? The so-called Earthlings all fell into the same weakness. Your intelligence is so low that I'm speechless. I even doubt whether I have taken you too seriously. He floated in front of Chen Tao who was collapsed on the ground, but there are still some things worthy of attention. He said, how exactly do you control my nanorobots? This is not common sense. My technical means should be far superior to yours. Brainiac has the capital to despise. As an artificial intelligence life, the scientist who created Brainiac not only created the 12th level of intelligence, but also created artificial jealousy, greed and hatred, and of course artificial contempt. He is almost the smartest person in the universe. Even if you use Kryptonian technology, it's impossible. Although my spaceship incorporates many Kryptonian technology structures, the structure is the structure. The structure will not recognize the owner, and it has no authority. These dead things can't help you invade. Just like the father of the computer who created the computer, he may be able to issue background commands to his computer, but what if this computer has been transformed into a luxury car? Unless you are the master of some metal, the king of all electronic components, as long as you master the structure of those Kryptonian technologies, you can invade me through them. Brainiac thought so, and then rejected this possibility within 10 to the negative 57th power of seconds. What a joke. If there is such a power, it should only be mastered by him. So let me see what's going on in your head, and how you do all this. He manipulated a metal tentacle to connect to the Batman who was gradually losing his human form. It's useless. Even if I collapse my body, I can't stop me. So Brainiac slightly controlled the nanorobots that he had regained control of, allowing them to maintain the most basic human form. Then he connected the metal tentacles to his head. Let me see what secrets you have. This was different from the previous time, when Lex stole his data. Now he was going to take the initiative to enter other people's brains. If he wanted to get something instead of bursting other people's brains, he had to operate carefully. Then at this time, something happened that caught Brainiac off guard. The Batman made of nanorobots. He smiled. This was not a normal human smile at all. The corners of his mouth stretched from his chin to his ears. The black nanorobots on Batman's face suddenly turned white, and the ones on his mouth turned red. Chentao laughed a deformed and twisted laugh. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. On Earth, Clark saw a clown's head popping out of the front of the Batmobile that was stuck upside down. Clark. Scared. Synchronizing. Joker. What the hell is this? Brainiac covered the metal wire connecting his two heads, and felt that his mind had broken into a huge, bouncing and chaotic circus. Or the cute little green melon, instead of finding the magical conch he wanted, accidentally fell into the circus's knife turntable. Mr. Smiling Clown picked up 2 daggers and threw them at him happily. No, little squash. I'm not a squash. I'm a little frog. The green alien Brainiac squatted on the ground, his mouth crooked and his eyes slanted, full of 12-level wisdom, jumping around like a big toad. I'm the traveling little frog. I'm home today. Quack, quack, quack. Then he stood up immediately the next second. Brainiac had a gloomy face and began to forcefully pull out of his mind. He had never seen such a chaotic, illogical, anti-common sense and non-living in a world. This is not the thinking ideology of life at all. I can't go on. Then the next second his consciousness fell into chaos again. But Mr. Smiling Clown wanted to play with Mr. Frog. Because we have to use cement to mix pasta, and according to the Pythagorean theorem, we can infer that the 45-degree section of Nightwing's buttocks is radioactive. The main function of Red Robin's family is to be used for sacrifice, and the artificially raised Red Hood can capture wild crowbars. So no matter whether Batman's nth power contains parents, whether there is sediment when Mr. Skeleton's bones are used to make soup, it does not affect the fact that Batman is a joker. I understand. I understand. Brainiac felt full of joy in his heart, and he couldn't help laughing wildly. Batman. RRR hiss 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 hiss. I'm wrapped by Batman. So warm. So happy, ha 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 ha. Luthor was stunned beside him. It's really a living Batman. I thought Batman might have a way, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. He shuddered. It's so scary. He looked at the wise and intelligent Brainiac who was going crazy like a cerebral palsy. It's so scary to become like this. In principle, we believe that the Green Lantern comics do not contain the greatest Green Lantern, but the big blue bald head can promote the super evolution of the Flash. Revive, my dear mother. How did you do it? Brainiac scratched his eyeballs and struggled to break free from the wire connecting the two of them like a moth falling on a spiderweb. Let me go. With a sound of electric current, he finally broke free from the connection with Chentao, and before Brainiac could react, he heard a violent explosion from his spaceship. You detonated my ammunition depot through those Kryptonian technology structures. But this does not prove that the Joker likes Batman. Brainiac's words were still a little upside down. This was a mental pollution he had never seen before. The Joker from the parallel universe gave him a little Gotham shock and taught Brainiac a lesson. Such a chaotic thinking was also the reason why Chentao did not like to synchronize with him. Chentao desynchronized the Joker and turned to the bald man possessed by the robot. Lex Luthor, we should leave. You have stolen enough data, right? When Brainiac reacts, we will not be able to leave, even if we want to. Luthor seemed unwilling. Can we now? Don't think about it. Chentao shook his head. It's just a first kill. Those chaotic thoughts can only distract Brainiac's attention. It's still a little short of completely controlling him. This is not enough to destroy his kingdom. We need more real power. He said, whether you want to escape or not, I have to leave anyway. I don't want to face Brainiac's wrath after making him like this. Then Luthor saw Batman lying on the ground neatly and directly disconnected from the pile of nanorobots. Luthor, who was possessed by the robot, wanted to say something, but turned his head and met the eyes of the furious Brainiac. Lex Luthor, all this is your fault. Luthor, what does it have to do with me that he made you like this? You dare to pull out such a despicable trump card. Do you really think I dare not kill you? No, this is all Batman's doing. Luthor immediately wanted to disconnect, but Brainiac's huge mental shock had already arrived. Bang! The robot collapsed to the ground powerlessly and was torn into pieces by telekinesis, and Luthor's consciousness also disappeared in Brainiac's spaceship. The purple-haired psychic Black screamed loudly, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He sat under the huge mechanical computer, and one by one the tubes were sucked on his forehead. Luthor, who got off the seat next to him, hurried over and pulled all the tubes down. The huge computer groaned and caught fire with a bang. Luthor hurriedly picked up the flamethrower and sprayed a large cloud of white mist at the flames. Then he looked at the unconscious purple-haired Blake with lingering fear and sniffed his breath. Not dead. Fortunately, he doesn't look like an idiot. He's worthy of being a level 10 psychic. A normal person would probably die on the spot after taking a dose of Brainiac's psychic shock. Luthor had no sense of using the other party as a scapegoat. That's right. How could a person like Luthor really put himself in danger? Summoning Batman was just a backup plan after all. In fact, even if Brainiac directly annihilated the pitiful consciousness that possessed him, the unlucky one would be the purple-haired Blake who was tricked into helping him, not his high-quality human Lex Luthor. In short, Luthor's mouth slowly raised a smile. Brainiac's technology is already in hand. Rudy Jones felt very hungry. It was strange that this feeling of hunger had not dissipated since he ate a few colleagues he knew before. Too little, really too little. He urgently needed more energy and more food. He looked up and saw the TV in the restaurant broadcasting the news that the Kryptonian female adjutant was captured by the army. Rudy licked his lips and left the restaurant, leaving behind only the mummified bodies of the restaurant's diners and chefs. Chapter 122, Give a hug to the loneliest you are Superman. Deep in the universe, Brainiac's skull-shaped spaceship. Sizzle. One by one, the metal tentacles reconnected to the pink socket on Brainiac's green head, and the look of collapse and hysteria faded from his face. Brainiac sat back on his throne. His expression actually became a little playful. Interesting. It was really unexpected. Brainiac lowered his head, then waved his hand, and the Black Zero that he had shrunk and stuffed into the bottle came up like a puppy. Brainiac leaned close to his face like an elementary schoolboy observing ants, observing the activities of the Kryptonians in the bottle. All the Kryptonians on the Black Zero spaceship rushed out of the spaceship in a swarm, and they desperately slapped the transparent stand wall formed by the shrinking light. Those strange forces that were originally earth-shaking were just like crickets trapped in a bottle slapping the glass wall after being shrunk. Brainiac moved his fingers, and the bottle cap was opened. A force field ray captured her, the current chief scientist of Krypton, and fished him out of the bottle world, restoring him to his normal size. It's you, Brainiac. The first time he saw Brainiac, the Kryptonian scientist took out a dagger from his waist, but he didn't stab the other party, but simply tried to cut his own neck. But unfortunately, this suicidal behavior did not work in front of Brainiac. Brainiac even had the mute to comment on him. You are already the third Kryptonian scientist who tried to commit suicide in front of me, but you are the worst I have ever seen. Compared with the fancy suicide methods of your predecessors, you seem too barbaric and frugal. After all, you are the last immigrants of Krypton. Even the technical means have regressed. No. Please, don't do this. Brainiac comforted him. It's okay, it will be fine soon. But I had no chance to say the rest of the words. Dozens of metal tentacles spread towards him densely, from his mouth, nose, ears, and eyeballs, filling him up in just a few seconds. No, it can't be stuffed anymore. It's awful. No. Gulp. A creepy sucking feeling emerged from the dozens of tentacles, and Brainiac's eyes turned white. Kryptonian knowledge, stronger computing power, has increased. With a thud, who was completely drained, collapsed to the ground, and felt his brain go blank. The knowledge still remained in his brain, but his once flexible brain was now like a rusty gear. Whether it was creativity, imagination, or computing ability, it had all been devastated. Wisdom had left him, and only the remnants of past glory in the known areas that could never be updated remained. But didn't care about these things at all at this time. He just wanted to survive. He was programmed as a scientist in his genes, but unlike combat scientists like Jor-El, he was just a very ordinary Kryptonian. Brainiac, let me go. I'm a Kryptonian, and I'm very precious to you. Struggled to organize his words, but he only saw Brainiac stretch out a hand and put it on his head. It's okay. I've read your memories and know the two key things to revive the Kryptonians, the Origin Chamber and the Life Codex. They are all on Earth. As long as I get them, I can make as many Kryptonians as I want. Brainiac said, but before that, I need your help. What favor? Look. Countless materials were rolled up by nanorobots and built and formed in front of Brainiac. Gradually trembled because he soon realized what was in front of him. No, you can't do this. He grabbed Brainiac. Please, my genes are not coded as a warrior. I'm not a suitable candidate for transformation. And my knowledge of it is not 100% correct, so. But his pleading did not work at all. When the huge transformation chamber petri dish was formed, was pinched by Brainiac's face and thrown directly into it with a plop. Of course I know that what I have transformed now is probably just a defective product, and its strength is not even 60% of the original. I also know that it seems a bit too ambitious to start practicing hastily after just getting the knowledge. But unfortunately, I have a grudge now, and I have to avenge him on the spot. Brainiac said, even a weaker Doomsday should be able to meet my requirements. Clark Kent stood up. He had seen countless soldiers approaching the place where they were fighting. One after another, armed helicopters, messengers running around and shouting loudly, and negotiation experts repeatedly pondering the script. Superman let them prepare like hard-working ants. General Ryan went to the front line in person under such circumstances. He got off the helicopter and looked at Clark Kent in the middle of a mess of ruins. Sam Ryan was wearing a military uniform, with a head of black hair mixed with a little paleness. This not only did not show his old age, but made him look sharper and stronger with age. He narrowed his eyes and observed the huge Batmobile behind Clark, which was standing upright and launching into the sky. Of course, what attracted his attention more were the two Kryptonians handcuffed to the ground with kryptonite handcuffs. Then Sam Lane said, I'm sorry that we meet for the second time under such circumstances. Superman did not comment. If Batman had not been fixed to the ground like a signal transmission tower until now, he would not have thought of contacting Lane and the others. He waited for Lane to continue. Let me add something that we didn't finish in a hurry when we met for the first time. Zod next to him woke up slowly. He observed Sam Lane and Superman, who were in a feigned confrontation without making a sound. Since World War II, there have been many cases of humans gaining superpowers, but you are the first foreign stranger. Why are you here? Clark glanced at the countless soldiers surrounding him. He found that the general's eyes frequently glanced at General Zod and Ike, who had lost the power to resist, which made his heart sink slightly. He said, I may be different from you, sir, but I'm not new here. I grew up here. I want to use my abilities to contribute to society, just like you and your men. Well, to help others. I heard that, Superman. General Ryan nodded. But the point is, why you are here? What do you want to get from us? Superman stared at the camera on his collar. The other party noticed his gaze and stretched out his hand to tighten it. Yes, many big shots want to see you. Please forgive my presumptuousness. Let's get back to the point. You are not an American citizen. Clark frowned. He smelled something unfriendly from such an aggressive word. Zod sneered. He barely sat up against the still unconscious Echo, and his body weakened by kryptonite made him dizzy. He groaned in a low voice and said with some pleasure, "They don't regard you as one of the same kind, Kal-El. They only fear you, you traitor. Do you see it? Do you understand?" Clark certainly heard what Zod said, but he ignored it. He said, "I consider myself an American. But you're not. You can fly, lift cars over your head, and burn anything to ashes with your eyes. What else can you do? I can save lives, inspire people, and cut off evil, I think." Clark said, "I can do everything good I can imagine. But you're an alien." Ryan pressed on, "Have you told Lois Lane? Because I see that you two get along pretty well. What does an alien want from my daughter?" Sam Lane took out a stack of newspapers, which read, "Lois Lane's exclusive. Meet the new savior, Superman." Superman closed his eyes, then opened them again. "Okay. I didn't mean to be so confrontational, General. But this conversation is starting to become like an interrogation." "This is an interrogation, Superman," Sam Lane said. This sentence made the atmosphere tense all of a sudden, and even though Superman did nothing, the soldiers around General Ryan raised their guns in response. Then General Ryan softened his tone a little. "I'm not unaware that this is very inhumane, especially after what you and Batman just did." Then he turned tough again. "But I'm sorry, there is no room for luck in all this. Humans must be responsible for their own safety." He said, "This is the conclusion we reached after unanimous discussion. I'm afraid we have to take away the two Kryptonians behind you. We have to know what we are facing." Seeing that Superman did not respond, General Ryan signaled with his eyes, and a soldier tried to step forward to drag the two Kryptonians away. General Zod did not say a word. He just looked at Clark Kent with a mocking look. "Okay." Click. The soldier and Superman crossed each other. Then his arm was grabbed by Clark. The soldier's profile, hidden under the helmet, looked directly into Clark's red eyes. "Are you going to stop us, Superman?" "I'll call you that for the time being," General Ryan said. "You are treasonous." Clark ignored these threats and his questions went straight to the core. "General, how will Zod be dealt with?" General Ryan did not answer Clark's question. He asked him, "What will happen to him if you deal with him?" "I will exile him to the Phantom Zone, a twisted extra-dimensional prison. And those people will not let you take these two invaders away." General Ryan repeated, "The order I received is to take them away." Clark keenly noticed that General Ryan's subject had quietly changed. He was silent. Will Zod be dissected? Will he be studied? Will he be subjected to inhumane experimental treatment? General Ryan also stopped talking. Superman's eyes lit up red, and countless people held their breath. General Ryan answered slowly, and word by word, "I swear in the name of Almighty God and my deceased mother. I'm afraid I have to answer you honestly. Yes." In an instant, General Ryan's earphones were noisy. "Sam Ryan, we did not authorize you to reveal such state secrets to Superman. The conclusion we reached in the meeting is, you actually blatantly violated the prepared combat plan. Our experts told us you will go to a military court." "A military court?" Sam Ryan had a blank expression. He reached out to take off the earphones and slowly put them into his jacket pocket. "I'm a soldier," Sam Ryan said. "Either victory, defeat, or peace. There is no fourth option. So make your choice, Superman," he said. "Either let us take them away, or go to war with us." With Clark's hearing, he could of course hear the noise in the earphones clearly. Since Batman was not around, Clark finally used his super brain and came to a conclusion. Sam Lane made us agree with those upper level people, but he is powerless to stop their decision. So he deliberately provoked me to go to war with the army. He wanted me to prove my strength to those upper level people, to dispel their stupid actions and demands that would only anger me. No, of course, there is another meaning. Clark's super brain turned quickly, and he realized another meaning in an instant. He found that without Batman by his side, he became more than 10 times smarter. If he finds out that my power is not as strong as he expected, or even that I might be killed by the army, he won't mind arresting me directly and then finding ways to squeeze out as much value as possible from me, Zod and the others. Then he heard General Zod's laughter. Ha 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 ha. How ridiculous, Kal-El. You just saved the world from me, and you were attacked with me for it. But what did you get? What will this world give you? Zod spat out a mouthful of cold phlegm and spoke much more smoothly. They will never regard you as one of their own, Kal-El. Everything you do is just self-touching. No matter what you have done for them, you will always be an alien in their eyes. They will never love you, and everything you do is in vain. He shouted with pleasure and madness. Traitor. 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 You will never have a good end, and no one will accept you. Seeing that Clark ignored him, Zod's voice became louder and louder. Kryptonite weakened his body, making him clearly feel his weakness, but this made his spirit even more crazy. He knew he had failed. He knew that no matter whether Kal-El made the decision or the human made the decision, he would not have a good ending. So he just cursed viciously. Speak. Why don't you speak? You have also discovered, you also understand, they didn't kill you immediately now, just because you are very strong. As long as you show a little weakness, those humans you desperately protect, those dirty ridiculous humans, will immediately rush up to eat you alive, peel off your skin and bones. He laughed like a night owl. They don't love you. They don't love you. Hehe, Kal-El. Enough. Clark said. General Ryan also heard Zod's words, but the mixed expression only appeared on his face for a second. Defeat the army behind me, he said. Let those upper class people see how hard you are to deal with. This is the best way I can think of. He took off his hat. It's the only thing I can do. So, please. General Lane lowered his head and stared at the newspaper in his hand. It said, Louis Lane's exclusive report. Meet the new savior, Superman. He murmured in a low voice, our new savior, our savior. Fight with us quickly, use the most powerful force, and smash all our ambitions, filth and darkness together. I'm sorry, please. He prayed in a low voice. General Zod's eyes revealed a gleeful hatred. Everything is just as I said. Oh. Our lovely savior hero. Look at you. You are covered with wounds for them. You love humanity so much, but humanity know I love you. Too funny, too ironic. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ah ha ha ha. He shouted like he was jumping for joy, and as he shouted, the soldiers behind General Ryan raised their guns, and tanks were driven closer, with their muzzles rotating, facing Superman. Look, look, you did so much for them, but what did you get in the end? Weapons facing you? Clark's gaze lingered on the soldiers' raised guns. A conspiracy? A naked desire to dissect you? Or a look of hatred, fear, and panic? Don't say any more, Zod. Clark said, I know everything. I've thought about it a long time ago, and my parents have told me about this situation a long time ago. He floated up and said to the soldier who raised his gun as gently as possible, I will only destroy your weapons, but will never hurt anyone. You don't have to be afraid of me. But the only response to him was the trembling body of the soldier. So the god of the world sighed. General Ryan, under the protection of several other strong men, quickly retreated to the back. Soon, only Superman and General Zod's voices were left in the center of the field. Ha 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 ha. Carl, what else will humans give you besides these disgusting things? The soldier opened the safety of his gun. What else? Clark's eyes lit up red. What? Time seemed to stop at this moment, and everyone heard someone whispering in their ears. There will be a hug. Clark turned his head and saw Chintao rolling up the drifting black sand, pulling the clear sunshine like the sky, and coming for him in the gentle breeze and drizzle. His eyes were pitiful and gentle, making people feel a little drunk. There will be another hug. Our savior, our god. After I solve the problem in front of me. He passed the Superman who was standing in the air, blocked the steel body behind him, and faced the long guns and short guns of many soldiers. It seems that I missed something when dealing with Brainiac. He looked around at everyone. So now, someone can answer me. The sharp teeth of the dinosaur appeared on his upper jaw under the refresh of silver particles, expanding his body into a green dragon body. The tube for injecting venom extended from his back, and the black and white hood was woven on his face, drawing out two pointed ears. The huge Tyrannosaurus Rex spread its wings composed of black nanorobots and let out a low, dark, Thunder like roar. What do you want to do to my Superman? Sir Ryan. Sam Lane was protected by the soldiers and taken to a safe place in the rear. As soon as he entered the command room, a messenger came to report. We have captured a Kryptonian, the female adjutant in the intelligence. General Lane immediately replied, well, I know. Is there anything unusual? I'm sorry, General. The messenger told Lane, a purple monster attacked our troops. Sorry, I fell asleep again yesterday, and I just finished it now. Woo 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 woo. I wrote another 1000 words as compensation. And recommend a friend's book. Title, A Comprehensive Anime Cat Starting from One Person. Introduction, this is a kitten's comprehensive anime journey starting from under one person. Tentatively set as under one person in the world, Lanxi Town, prequel to Luozaohei War Chronicle, Fox Demon Little Matchmaker. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 ? On the forehead. Click. Rudy Jones pressed his hand against the brick wall. After leaving the military base, he walked several kilometers in the wilderness before he found the gas station on the asphalt road. Under the cover of his sleeves, his skin was purple. With his other hand, he was holding a half-dead person, more like a mummy than a person. This gas station attendant knows Portuguese because he spent his childhood in Rio de Janeiro. The fat man who used to love donuts thought silently, I can speak Portuguese now. I don't know if it can become a trait that can be preserved forever, or it will fade like a photo left in the sun for too long. Hey, what is Portuguese? The parasitic demon felt even hungrier, and the chemical energy he had just absorbed was lost in his body. He felt like a balloon with a hole in it, sucking and leaking at the same time, just like Sisyphus pushing a boulder, and he could never reach the reality of being full. The owner of the convertible was wearing expensive shoes. He was filling up his car at the gas station. His mind was slowed by drug addiction. There was nothing special about him. He patted his head, then went back to the gas station and stuffed the two people who had been sucked like mummies into a cabinet next to him. He heard the drug dealer who came to refuel let out a faint howl. Fortunately, he didn't kill him. He was not a murderer. Then Rudy Jones subconsciously reached out his hand and completely took away the last bit of his life before he could react. Well, now he is a murderer. Damn. He held the wall and left the gas station. Energy, new energy. My first choice of remedy. Emptiness, desire, acquisition, all reincarnations. Over and over again. Rudy thought, I think this is a good thing and a bad thing. He leaned against the wall and gasped. The sun shone on his face through the gaps between the buildings. Rudy looked down at the glass next to him, reflecting a blurry skinny figure. His face was blurred, as if it was dissolved and disappeared into the dust. No one could remember it. I feel very strange. I'm different. I absorbed others, and I'm no longer a human. What about my job? What about my attendance, last place elimination, overtime, and the $100 bonus for the best employee? And my sister? The thought of these made Rudy Jones very anxious, and once he started to be anxious, he wanted to eat. I have to find something to eat. There is something there. It smells really good. He sensed, in a roughly vague direction, there was a condensed and huge energy stored in the bodies of several people. I want to eat it. This fragrance spread so far. No. Can't eat anymore. Do you know what you are doing? You are murdering. The parasitic demon repeatedly hypnotized himself and warned himself. You still have car loans, mortgages and medical insurance to pay, and rent. You can't become a murderer. But soon, hunger devoured his last bit of reason. The hungry parasitic demon left the empty gas station and continued to run wildly on the dusty road. Because of hunger, he tore off all his clothes in an attempt to absorb more solar energy. In the past, he had thought that if he could survive by photosynthesis, he wouldn't have to eat so much every day and turn himself into an ugly fat man. But when he really got the superpower of relying on photosynthesis to obtain energy, he found out those things that don't starve you to death will only make you hungrier. Food. He jumped up like a nimble ape, and his thin and long body like a bamboo pole stomped a big hole in the ground with one foot. Under the reaction force, he was ejected like a cannonball and flew hundreds of meters away with a few leaps. The times have completely changed. In the past, the upper limit of personal force that humans could see was super martial arts masters like Batman, Shiva, and Bane who could fight against the army on their own. And now, welcome to the era of superpower wars, world. Finally, Rudy Jones saw people. This is a small town, and it seems that a celebration is being held. The adults played music, exchanged goods, and drank wine. The children chased and played under the anxious calls of their mothers, a scene of joy and peace. His conscience was about to burst. No, I can't. They are all living people. The parasitic demon staggered forward. He knew that once he entered the town, he would uncontrollably begin to absorb the chemical energy of these living people. At that time, there might be piles of corpses and rivers of blood, that kind of thing. Don't want it. But Rudy Jones couldn't resist his biological instinct in the end. His eyes flashed red, and in his open mouth, fangs stood up, and saliva was secreted unconsciously. He stretched out his hand to the child. He already knew what would happen next. Soon, this child who was still ruddy, healthy, and happy would start to wail, and then stop abruptly after a few seconds. And he would abandon the other person's body that had turned into a mummy and continue to look for the next victim. Rudy Jones wanted to stop his murderous behavior, but he couldn't control himself at all and couldn't even close his eyes. I'm already a monster, he thought sadly. I've been sweeping the floor for more than 10 years since I graduated from school, and my heart is as broken as the dust on the ground. I'm cruel, I'm cold-blooded, I'm melancholy, I'm a complete monster. Wow, I kill people without blinking an eye. His hand touched the child and sucked hard. Then he sucked a handful of mud. Question mark? Huh. The parasitic demon blinked, thinking he was wrong. He bit the child's shoulder again, and then spit it out directly. What the hell? The next second, he saw the child turned his neck 180 degrees, and his face melted into mud like wax. Uncle, what kind of monster are you? The parasitic demon was a little confused by his question. He raised his head and saw that the long street that was extremely noisy just now was silent. Countless men, women, old and young turned their heads to him, with strange lights flashing in their eyes. They said in unison. The voices were scattered, overlapping, and echoing repeatedly, making people shudder. Uncle, what kind of monster are you? Fire your mother. Suck it back, don't shoot. Chen Tao only swung his body, and the next second the soldier found that the gun in his hand was split in half. Clark's supervision saw those nanorobots biting the steel smoothly at the molecular level. The metal storm poured down. Firearms, the most dangerous and outstanding killing tool developed by humans in the past 200 years, only need one to make an adult human completely lose the ability to fight. Its appearance completely revolutionized the nature of war, refreshed the upper limit of power, reversed the human definition of strength, and changed. Never mind, I won't brag about it. Because this thing basically can't break the defense of either the Man of Steel or Chen Tao. The large caliber rifle bullets designed specifically for anti-bulletproof vests, because of their mass far exceeding that of normal bullets, can even chew a hole in a steel plate. But for the two people in the field, they are just like BB bullets or water guns. Chen Tao also talked a little about the laws of physics. Due to the characteristics of the broken bat itself, the head and chest cannot be nanorobotized, so he must also lay a circle of black sand on the vital parts to resist the bullets, and Superman simply used the bullets as tickles. A soldier clearly saw a bullet from the telescope and sparks flew on Superman's eyelids. Why? This is unreasonable, he murmured in a low voice. Perhaps it is difficult for people who have never been in contact with firearms to understand this kind of disillusionment. Even if you are mentally prepared, you can't compare to the shock of watching others chatting in the hail of bullets. Batman, do you need my help? With a loud bang, a shell exploded directly on Superman's body. He patted the gravel and dust on his head, spit twice, and said to Chen Tao, I'll move faster. I know you're fast. Chen Tao rushed to a tank under the dense bullets attacking him. Nanorobots were across his body like a black silk ribbon, helping him to resist all damage. But obviously, this is what I should do. He opened his dinosaur-like mouth, which was covered with tiny nanorobots. With just one bite, the thick steel plate that could withstand the impact of anti-tank rockets was bitten off like a cream cake, revealing the American soldiers in the cab. Roar. The green dragon opened its mouth and roared at the soldiers. My Superman is a kind-hearted child. He doesn't want to do anything bad. He just came to help. Chentao waited for the last two soldiers to crawl away from the tank that was bitten in half, and then kicked the tank in the heart like an angry baby, kicking it away. Thunder explosion. The poor tank was kicked into the sky like a broken sack and fell to the center of the battle formation with a thud amid the screams of countless soldiers in fear. My Harry Potter. A soldier saw a broken piece of armored metal plate stuck straight between his legs, and he felt a shrinkage and immediately began to drip. This is too magical. Fortunately, there was a circular depression on the steel plate that looked like it was gnawed by a dog. When he fell from the sky, he fell backwards and fell into the depression, so he was not cut in half alive. He was grateful for his good luck and did not notice that the abnormal depression that saved his life was completely gnawed by many tiny nanorobots that could not be seen by the naked eye. Clark originally wanted to go up to block it to prevent the tank from falling from the sky from really killing people. However, after seeing the nanorobots that Chentao had deployed in advance, he stopped. Chentao was still cursing. You are a bunch of conscienceless people. How dare you bully a good child like this? Just now he was beaten by Zod for you. His nose and face were swollen. His whole body was in pain, weak, innocent and pitiful. Clark next to him had a strange expression. He touched his intact face, then glanced at General Zod, who looked like he was fucked by kryptonite, and his adjutant Ek, whose face was as green as a frog. For the first time in his life, Clark Kent began to think seriously about a question. Is there a possibility that the world is different from what Batman sees? So Clark carefully considered his words, trying not to irritate Bat's sensitive nerves. But I didn't actually. Chentao roared loudly. How dare you bully him like this? Tears pulled out. This time, the more he talked, the more he felt that he was right, and the more he talked, the more he felt that he was righteous. He used too much force, repeatedly hypnotized himself and suggested, and moved himself deeply. I directly put on the storm crying buff on myself. After repeatedly practicing to put the blood rage or stink buff on others, Chentao finally learned how to buff himself. Bang, bang, bang. The effect is outstanding. Tanks were thrown into the sky like toys. Batman cursed and beat others. The scene was very chaotic. Clark felt like a little princess or a protected cashmere Barbie doll, just staring at Batman fighting in all directions. Hiss. This is a bit too exaggerated. Clark thought. Superman has suffered so much. Clark. Batman, what are you talking about? What about suffering? There is no suffering at all. Oh, there is no suffering, but there is smelly. Ugh. When Clark thought of this, he immediately retched like morning sickness, but nothing came out. He really had vomited all the vomiting, and even the acid water could not be poured out. Request support. Request support. We are defeated. We need airstrikes. We need Metal Man. The soldier shouted into the walkie-talkie. Sir, where is Metal Man? We need Metal Man support. No response. The soldier was anxious. Answer me, sir. We are really about to collapse. These two guys are simply not something humans can handle. He shouted loudly, where is the support? Sorry, soldier. Then he heard the voice on the other end of the intercom. Our people were accidentally delayed. You hold on for a while. With a snap, the soldier threw the radio aside. Chentao squatted in front of him, and a stream of hot air came out of his nose and sprayed on the soldier. The soldier raised his hands very sincerely. Behind him, soldiers were lying on the ground in all directions. There was wailing at the scene, but no one died. Chentao lifted the transformation. He passed the soldier and picked up the phone. Clark heard the officer on the other end of the radio say, we have encountered a little trouble, some minor difficulties. The Metal Man is dealing with it. My name is John Coburn, a Metal Man. Under the stars and stripes, I swear to fight for the American spirit. Wow. Why do I always fall asleep in the middle of writing in the middle of the night these past 2 days? It feels like my body is sending out an alarm. Sorry, I have delayed yesterday's update until now. Chapter 124 Torture. Please read it after you recover. My name is John Cobain, a metal man. Under the stars and stripes, I swore to fight for the American spirit. John Cobain drove a huge kryptonite-powered armor and stood in the desert with rolling heat waves. At this moment, standing in front of him was a humanoid monster over 3 meters tall. It had a sharp, metal, skull-like face and deep sunken eyes with a deep red light. Sergeant John Cobain, please be careful. This unknown enemy suddenly appeared outside the Earth about 3 minutes ago and then broke through the atmosphere with its flesh and fell here. The operator's voice rang in John's ears. There is no doubt that it is an alien life. John Cobain glanced at the big pit that was still emitting green smoke not far away. Its entire body is made of hard materials that are much harder than metal, and it also emits energy. He saw that Doomsday looked around in a daze and then slammed his head twice. John Cobain heard the voice in his headset change from the operator's voice to another slightly older voice. I'm Dr. Elmy Hamilton. Sergeant Cobain, you must pay attention. The other party is very likely to be able to use heat release and freezing power like the Kryptonians, and considering the other party's size and body structure, these skills that are the same as the Kryptonians, if they have them, will definitely be stronger and even able to destroy everything. John heard the other party speak very quickly. This is an emergency beyond all of our expectations. If possible, my opinion is. His voice became a little smaller, as if he was talking to the soldier next to him. We should quickly contact General Ryan and ask him to immediately stop all military actions that have or have not occurred against Superman, and ask him to come here and join forces with the Metal Man to deal with it together. Such a request was of course taken for granted and was rejected by the soldier next to him. This is a decision made by His Excellency the President and the Pentagon. There is no time for these messes, John Cobain said. His power armor showed a green energy shield. This action attracted Doomsday's attention. The monster, who had just stood there blankly, roared at the kryptonite armor. Roar. I'm the best single combat soldier in the entire US Army of 440,000 people. Facing the strong shockwave, John curled his lips slightly. Little monsters like this are usually eaten by me for breakfast. He rushed to attack first and punched Doomsday in the face, making him stagger. Before Doomsday could fight back, a gun barrel rose behind the mecha, and the green kryptonite energy wave directly hit Doomsday and flew backwards. John Cobain flew into the air in the mecha, looking down from above, and felt like he was looking down on the other party like a god. Do you think you can scare me with a face that even your mother thinks is ugly? The gun barrel fired again, and the kryptonite beam pressed Doomsday to the ground. The other party let out a violent roar, but in John's opinion, it was just a scream. He stopped the kryptonite beam and landed on the ground. The huge armor slowly walked over with a metallic sound. I don't know where you come from, you alien bastard. Doomsday blinked his eyes, which were a little blurry due to the kryptonite beam, and just as he opened his eyes, he was punched in the face. But you chose the wrong world and the wrong human beings. He launched a thunderstorm-style attack on Doomsday. This world has always been protected by one person, me, John Cobain, you son of a bitch. Bang, bang. The Metal Man kept attacking. Attack. 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 Then, after the initial excitement, he felt something was wrong. Why didn't the opponent's face bend at all? The next second red heat rays appeared in Doomsday's eyes. Buzz. The mecha was immediately hit and flew away. Doomsday jumped on top of the opponent and hammered upwards in circles through the green energy shield. The whole scene was almost a replica of the previous one, except that the ups and downs in the offensive and defensive forces were completely reversed. Sergeant Cobain, you must get out of the way. John Cobain looked at the shield that was constantly displaying an emergency message and heard the voice of Dr. Hamilton. With the strength of the armor, it is impossible to withstand the attack of this monster. I know all the values of this mecha made by Lex Luthor. It has no ability to resist such a powerful monster. You must wait for Superman. Then are you going to give me an order to retreat? Dr. Hamilton was stunned. I have no military rank here. There is no one with a higher rank than me in the command room now. General Ryan gave me an order to stay on standby at all times and take the initiative to attack if any alien creatures are found to be hostile to the United States. John Cobain's face was gloomy. Therefore, I'm now performing military duties. If you are not able to give me an order to retreat, then shut up. But, I'm a soldier, and it is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. I will not go anywhere before I get the order to retreat. John Cobain gritted his teeth. I've seen the map. There's a town 15 kilometers away from us. The residents there refuse to participate in the exercise. Because of the distance, the military didn't force them to do it, right? How dare you say that I'm out of the fight with this monster now, and it won't go to that town and kill people before Superman arrives. John Cobain's eyes flashed with determination, and there was no trace of a second-rate expression on his face when he teased Louis. Once the battle begins, there is no end, Doctor. He backhanded Doomsday's face. And I don't necessarily lose. He said, there's one thing I didn't tell you about this armor. A piece of armor in front of his armor separated, revealing the kryptonite in the center. For a moment, a large amount of green light appeared. Doomsday screamed and turned his face away. I connected my nerves to this armor, so it's not me who drives this armor, but I'm this armor. The metal man stood up, and the green kryptonite knife in his left hand was aimed at the place without bone coverage, and slashed Doomsday's body with a knife, cutting a deep and large wound. Doomsday screamed. Under the green light, the metal man stepped on Doomsday's chest, and raised the kryptonite knife high. Will you bleed? You will. He said, God bless America. His posture was like Theseus who killed the Minotaur 4 minutes later. The metal man collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. His spine was broken when the armor was ejected, and he vomited blood bubbles and was dying on the ground. Doomsday was like a mad dog, crushing the armor he had placed high hopes on into pieces, and there was no whole piece on it. Then he turned his head and crushed John Cobain's lower body below the chest with one foot. At the same time, Lex Luthor, who discovered the existence of Doomsday, immediately launched dozens of drones from his base. Soldier tent. Chen Tao stole a soldier's computer. The original owner of the computer was trembling with fear next to him. He used physical intrusion to connect to the scene of the metal man fighting Doomsday. The first second after seeing Doomsday, a keyword popped up in his mind. The death of Superman, and then immediately made associations. Superman's death equals retirement plan failed equals Justice League became Justice League Mo equals only 6 leg pendants left. Unable to defeat after the big event equals all dead equals world destruction. Therefore, in the second Chen Tao immediately made up his mind. He must not let Superman fight Doomsday alone. This is simply a death buff. But the problem is, he never thought that he would face Doomsday at this time. Hiss. Seeing the mecha fighting the monster on the screen, Clark took a breath. I'll go first. He raised his foot and walked out of the tent and was pulled by Chen Tao. You can't leave. Clark looked at him in confusion. But it's obvious now you can't beat him. Don't go over. Wait for me. Chen Tao hurriedly ran to General Zod. Alfred's agreement usually allows him to extract some Batmans from the multiverse after others are defeated. If it is Zod, he should be able to extract. Chen Tao frowned. No reaction. No reaction. Then when he heard Zod's first sentence, he immediately thought of the reason. Dirty Earthlings. Zod opened his eyes and looked at him like he saw a stink bug. Chen Tao narrowed his eyes. He had studied the so-called Alfred Agreement and Crisis Energy in private. In the comics, the so-called Crisis Energy is the dark counterpart of Anti-Crisis Energy, which comes from the fear and anger of all living beings. Crisis Energy is also called the 7 Hidden Forces, corresponding to the 7 cosmic forces. So the key is fear and anger. Whether it was Killer Croc, Harley Quinn, or the dying Joker, Bane, and Claw, they all had such emotions towards Chen Tao to a greater or lesser extent. Even Fire before. But for Zod, you are a low-level life from an inferior planet, he said. Although Zod saw Chen Tao's Kryptonian appearance with his own eyes, Chen Tao later changed back in front of them. Maybe Zod didn't know how he stole the Kryptonian's physique, but once he confirmed that the other party was not a Kryptonian, his attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. Let Kal-El talk to me. Superman appeared next to him. I'm sorry, Batman. Zod doesn't regard creatures other than Kryptonians as human beings at all. This is determined by his genes. He is set to protect the people of Krypton, which means that except for Kryptonians, any creature is not a people to him, but a bug on the ground or a poisonous snake worth guarding against. Chintao understood the current situation. Anyone who was bitten by a poisonous snake hidden in the grass would definitely not hate or fear the snake, but lament his bad luck. Or hate and fear the person who put the snake in the grass. Zod stared at Superman with anger. Chintao blinked his eyelids and blocked in front of Superman. Then he took out a handful of kryptonite powder and smeared it on the other's face. There is no fear gas mixed in. Fear gas is useless. Chintao has done experiments before. After using fear gas, the target will become a completely frightened person who cannot communicate. In this state, even if they are afraid of Chintao, they are only afraid of the Chintao they imagined in their minds under the effect of fear gas, not the real Chintao himself. There is a mistake in the target. When the fear gas dissipates, it will be the same as before, without any effect. Therefore, Chintao plans to use another method to dig a Batman out of Zod. Ahem. Kal-El. You still want this Earthling to humiliate me? I plan to let you go, General Zod. Huh. Superman, who was still thinking about how to persuade Batman to stop torturing the captives, was choked by this unconventional speech. Wait, what did you say? Go away, Kit, go away. Chintao drove Clark away impatiently, leaving the confused Kansas farm boy squatting beside him like a frog. Actually, we humans don't want to fight with the Kryptonians. We have always wanted to make peace with the Kryptonians. Clark's eyes widened when he heard this. Chintao pointed at him and said, don't talk. So Clark sat back obediently. But we have a proverb. Chintao was stuck here for a moment because he couldn't think of the right words for a moment, so he could only make up a temporary saying in a hurry. If someone comes from afar, beat him up until he can't take care of himself, and then treat him with courtesy. We Earthlings are a kind and civilized race. We are not good at or like fighting, and we don't like interstellar wars, and we don't like hurting others. Therefore, we have demonstrated our strength, and you have been defeated, so I'm going to let you go now, and hope that you will leave this planet, and never come back. Clark pouted. This is simply wishful thinking. But seeing Batman's confident look, he always felt that the other party was planning something, so he didn't say anything. General Zod, who had just inhaled a lot of kryptonite and was even weaker, showed a mocking smile on his face. Let me go and remove these shackles first. Don't say these high-sounding words. It's ridiculous. If you really let me go, I will kill you on the spot with a bang. The handcuffs fell to the ground. General Zod looked at the other party in surprise, and he couldn't believe that there was such a stupid person in the universe. He stood up. His body was still very weak, and it was impossible for him to fly. Ek was still lying on the ground, and he couldn't stand up even without the kryptonite shackles. Are you really letting me go? Zod asked Chintao in disbelief. Yes, yes. Chintao's face was kind and peaceful, full of holy light. We are a peace-loving people. General Zod raised his foot and walked away. He pulled up Ek, who was lying on the ground, and limped away. I have never seen such an idiot in my life. He looked at Chintao vigilantly, ready to guard against him suddenly breaking his promise. Superman looked at the two people who were walking farther and farther away stupidly. What's going on? Wait a little longer. Chintao told him. Then when they were almost a few hundred meters away, he heard Chintao finally say, catch them back. With a whoosh, the two Kryptonians who were severely poisoned by kryptonite and temporarily lost their abilities ran desperately for a long time like ants moving their nests, and in the blink of an eye they returned to the same place with a dazed look on their faces. Chintao asked them to inhale 2 more mouthfuls of kryptonite powder, and then shook the shackles. You dare to run, when I tell you to run, you are so brave? He typed in voice, coughing and talking, feeling a little uncomfortable. But it's good that the heat is gone. But I still feel a little dizzy. If you don't have the leave slip, you will lose your full attendance if you ask for leave again. Come on, everyone must follow up please. Chapter 125 Batman, Speedy Bullets, woohoo, please read on. Rudy Jones was running away. Parasites are such weak creatures. Once they can't absorb enough energy, they will immediately become weak. That strange mudman is simply born to restrain him. He now understands that there is no living person in the whole town. All of them are transformed by this mud monster. What the hell? What kind of horror wax museum is this? Rudy Jones fell on all fours, feeling that he was almost degenerated by hunger. I really can't run anymore. He turned his head and saw that dozens of strange giant mud monsters with crooked mouths and squinting eyes were chasing him behind him. Catch that monster. You are the fucking monster. Rudy Jones turned around and ran. While running, he suddenly braked. Wait. What is that? How did I get here? It smells so good. Rudy Jones looked up in a daze, and his eyes instantly crossed several kilometers. He saw a convoy moving forward in an orderly manner on a parallel road not far away, as if escorting something. He immediately turned his head and ran towards it. Looking at General Zod, who was invited back with a stinky face, Chen Tao sniffed anxiously on him, but still nothing happened. General Zod was terrified by his sniff. What are you doing? Chen Tao once again put on a kind smile on his face. Look, I'm just joking with you. He forcibly helped the two staggering people up from the ground. I really want to let you go. General Zod looked at him suspiciously. Chen Tao raised 3 fingers and swore, if I lied to you, I will let my parents become green plant zombies, jumping on the laboratory table for dissection. Dozens of kilometers away, Poison Ivy finally pressed the 2 jumping parents on the dissection table with great effort. And you can't dissect them. You have to wear a welding mask and use an electric drill. Poison Ivy put on a welding mask, took out an electric drill, and drilled into Martha's neck, drilling wood chips everywhere. She cursed. Damn it, what's going on? The necks of these 2 zombies are getting stiffer. What do you want to do? Clark leaned close to Chen Tao's ear and asked, to be honest, my super brain doesn't understand what's going on now. A way to make me stronger. Chen Tao told him. Anyway, you listen to me first. The 2 of them looked at each other for a while. Finally, the big farm boy scratched his head. Okay, but don't waste too much time. Chen Tao turned around and said with a heartbroken heart, my real parents, understand? Oh, the orthodox Kryptonians should be genetic people synthesized by the code, and they don't have parents. Parents are the closest people in the world. I'm sincere and I can't lie to you. I was just joking with you just now. General Zod recalled Superman's attitude when he thought he had killed the old woman on Earth, and reluctantly believed it. So, when General Zod was brought back by Clark Kent like a chicken for the 2nd time, his face turned red into a mixture of liver and green. Kal-El, you actually listened to this Earthling like a servant, and helped him to tease your compatriots like this? Superman nodded sincerely. Yes, that's right. Zod became even angrier. Chen Tao immediately rushed up to explain. A few minutes later, Zod was brought back for the 3rd time. He acted like a dull Down syndrome child. But such external characteristics immediately turned into rage after Chen Tao slapped him. Continue. The 4th time, Zod tried to escape by spitting kryptonite at Clark, but got a big apologetic slap. The 5th time, Zod finally collapsed on the ground. He took off his armor and refused to run no matter what. Warning. Warning. Anchored items detected. Obtained. General Zod's armor. Introduction. The last ambitious general of Krypton came to Earth, but suffered an unprecedented huge defeat here. After experiencing the enemy's inhumane torture, the arrogant general finally gave up resistance. He also gave up his determination to escape here. You might be able to use it to summon the Batman of a parallel universe. However, can an existence that is summoned because of the determination to give up something be something authentic and correct? I give up. I don't want to play anymore. Crisis energy converted. 217 crisis energy units you currently hold. 325 warning. Downloading files that can target Batman. Speedy bullet bat danger level. B. Kal-El's spaceship landed in Gotham and became the Bruce Wayne of this world. 20 years after his parents were killed in Crime Alley, he was told the truth about his origins and became Batman. He defeated the Joker incarnated by Luthor, and because Batman represented darkness and fear in Gotham, he began to become Superman, representing hope and light in Metropolis. Hiss. Bruce Wayne in this universe is Superman during the day and Batman at night. Doesn't he need to sleep? It seems that he does not need to. Chen Tao nodded in his heart. Good idea. He was thinking about how to convince Superman to take over his job, and now even the standard operating procedures have been posted for him. Do you want to consume 160 crisis energy synchronization immediately? Warning. Warning. The Batman in this parallel universe is too powerful, which will seriously damage Batman's morality and reduce Batman's sanity to the extreme. Warning, warning. Batman's danger level detected is F. With the current Batman level, it is not capable of withstanding the contamination of Batman with a B-level danger level. The mandatory protection strategy of the agreement is being activated. Overcharge protection. Batman number 52. The agreement will automatically protect your sanity from being damaged. At your current danger level, you can only synchronize with Speedy Bullet Bat for 10 minutes at most. Chen Tao stood up straight. Superman, I remember you decided to exile Zod and others to the Phantom Zone. Yes, Clark said. Chen Tao glanced at the surrounding soldiers. Then why don't you take them to the Fortress of Solitude and imprison them now? If they stay here, who knows how much more trouble will happen. Clark said, then that monster. It's Doomsday. Chen Tao told him, I'll take care of it. Clark had guessed what Chen Tao would do, but he didn't know what exactly he would do. Chen Tao slowly stretched out his hand. He sighed. It's really exaggerated. Something like Doomsday. Silver white particles rolled from the soles of his feet, dyeing the black Batman cape blue. I hate this kind of unplanned things the most. Chen Tao walked out of the tent, his voice sounding dull and heavy. Take the device from the Fortress of Solitude that can banish the enemy into the Phantom Zone. Maybe we can't kill Doomsday. Be prepared for the worst. The silver white particles meandered and lingered on his body, wrapped around his buttocks and chin, and painted him into another state. Soon, Batman, wearing a dark blue tights, replaced the original black bat and stood in the same place. The bat logo was still on his chest, but his mask completely covered his head, leaving only his eyes exposed. Clark saw him floating up, using the same biological stance. This made the small town boy immediately shocked. Well, the main reason for his shock was actually because the opponent's full coverage mask was so unique that he accidentally used his perspective eyes to see through it and found a face exactly like his own under the mask. This is actually true. Bruce Wayne in the Speedy Bullet universe is actually the adopted Kal-El. How could the face be different? But this caused great confusion to our poor Clark Kent. What are you still standing there for? Chen Tao asked him. Clark was yelled at by himself a little, and he took off in a sullen manner, carrying 2 Kryptonians on his left and right and flew away. Chen Tao flew high in the sky and made a phone call. He had never thought of fighting Doomsday alone. He planned to call Clayface to help him, and Lex Luthor couldn't sit idle either, so. But Clayface's words surprised him. Parasite attacked the convoy escorting the female Kryptonian firer, sucked the other party dry, and now turned around to kill Clayface. Isn't this a treat for our lovely Parasite? So Chen Tao immediately turned around and flew to the location of Clayface. Of course, he also took out the Batcomic and called Lex Luthor. How could Lex Luthor not help in such a matter? We turned the perspective to Lex Luthor. His situation looks very bad. Purple-haired Blake just blocked Brainiac's mental shock for Lex Luthor. He got rid of the huge computer and collapsed to the ground with foam and blood at the mouth. Just when Luthor was complacent and thought he was the winner, he suddenly felt a headache and Brainiac's voice rang in his mind. Lex Luthor, do you really think you can get away with it? Luthor was shocked and covered his head fiercely. How did you get into my head? Brainiac? While pretending to be surprised and saying this nonsense, he immediately rushed to the wall in 2 steps and pressed on the smooth wall. As the wall flipped, another huge mechanical computer immediately appeared behind the wall. Luthor operated for a while, and dozens of dense mechanical tentacles sucked on his bald head. But even though his series of actions were very fast, it still took more than 10 seconds due to his human body. Relax, relax, Lex. If I wanted to control you, I would have done it a long time ago, but I can't. You don't need to be so nervous. Luthor sneered at the other party's words. His brain under his bald head kept thinking about what he missed and how Brainiac did it. These are just some small propagation pheromone isotopic resonances. They can't let me control you or do anything to you, Lex. To be honest, I just want to talk to you. Brainiac sat on his own skeleton spaceship throne in the depths of the universe, with his fingers crossed, and an interested expression on his face. By the way, your human body language and facial expressions are very interesting. I have been imitating them recently. Just say whatever you want to say. Lex Luthor kept operating the huge mechanical computer, while talking to Brainiac, trying to figure out how Brainiac implanted these in his brain. He was very careful, but he didn't expect to be tricked by the other party. But he soon realized that Brainiac was not lying. This was not some kind of mind control or intracranial interference, but just a simple megaphone. The technology to achieve it might be very complicated, but the form of expression was as simple as connecting a cotton thread between two paper cups to amplify the sound communication. He could cut off the communication at any time if he wanted. So he gave up the seemingly ridiculous self-examination behavior, sat down, and a hidden chair immediately floated up on the ground for him to sit down. What can I do for you, Brainiac? I noticed that the man who calls himself Batman and the Kryptonian on your planet, you call him Superman, right? What do you want to say? I mean, it's hard for me to imagine how you can turn a blind eye to the threat of Superman. This sentence slightly touched Lex Luthor, but the other party was obviously not a fool. His face was gloomy. You are now the public enemy of the entire Earth. The Earth will never become a collection in your collection room, and so far, Superman can be a helper to the people of Earth. Such a low-level alienation strategy can be used even by kindergarten children. Brainiac, if you want to say this nonsense, you'd better stop here. Do you think I will listen to you and rush over to fight Superman like a fool so that you can reap the benefits? But he did not hang up the phone. Reason is reason, and emotion is emotion. Brainiac knew very well what the other party was thinking. In essence, whether you call him Superman or Grandma's peach tea, it is essentially an alien, not a human, just like me. Brainiac said, I guess you have studied Superman thoroughly, right? As long as he is exposed to sunlight, he can be charged, like a large battery. The green alien even imitated the amazed tone of those Superman admirers vividly, deliberately stimulating the bald man's nerves. My god, have you seen him? His energy can be endless. And I can tell you very clearly, based on my years of dissection of Kryptonians, their IQ is not low, at least far beyond that of Earthlings. After discovering Superman on Earth, I also experimented with Kryptonian cells, and the lifespan of Kryptonians on Earth is almost infinite, as long as he is not stupid enough to let Doomsday stab him in the heart, or eat kryptonite. He will definitely live a long time, at least surpass all human leaders. Brainiac concluded, so, as long as he stays on Earth long enough, he will inevitably crush others bit by bit in terms of intelligence, energy, experience, lifespan, and morality, and completely overwhelm all the people on Earth by means of dimensionality reduction. And please note that such an overwhelm is not for 1 point, not for 1 year, but forever, not to mention his fist, that can tie everything. He is not an overreaching false god, this is really his essence. Then the question is, what is the difference between Superman and me? And recommend a friend's book. The title is, I Can Digitalize the Royal Spirit. Introduction. The red moon is high in the sky, monsters are rampant, and humans use the power of spirits to defend their territory and build shelters outside the demon tide, becoming the last pure land for mankind. This is a world of royal spirits with extraordinary power. Everything has spirituality, and the royal spirit master can control all the spirits in the world. Elves, beasts, spiritual tools, undead, and even gods. Programmer Chen Guangming traveled through time and awakened the special talent of spiritual programming, gaining the power to edit everything with spiritual code. From then on, spirits that only exist in fantasy were created, including the Dragon of Order that masters the power of data and transcends the ordinary, the Lord of Chaos that carries the will of goodness and opens the beginning and the end, and the Eternal Abyss Demon Shadow that has the power to devour everything. Burn yourself and change the world. This is the ultimate destiny of programmers. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.